Okay, give me just a second. Some settings got changed. I need to rearrange something before I can add myself. No, that's not the one. Shift comments, audio. What did she do? Um, okay. Well, anyways, I'm gonna keep talking while I figure it out. Thank you to everybody who's coming in. I see I have some people on the Twitch side and over here on YouTube. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying happy Saturday, y'all. I hope you're having a good Saturday. And I hope you all can hear me. I didn't even ask. Can somebody give me a thumbs up to make sure that I can be heard right now? Shift banners, display, general. I think it's in general. Anybody? Can somebody give me a thumbs up so I can see if we can you hear me? It's not letting me add myself to the stage, and I know there was a setting that was changed and not updated back. See guest comments, can stream, layout, hotkeys. That's not it. Presented media to the stage. Twin, if you are in the audience, if you're that you did with the whole adding audio only, and I forget that stupid setting every time. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can grab her. Anywho, I hope you all are having a good Saturday again. Let's see. Nope, that's not the one. And I bet some people are probably looking at the title like, girl, what are you talking about? What is this? Um, Essentially, what I want to get into today is whether or not the rage bait content is impacting society overall. Like while we laugh at it, while we joke about it, while it's funny, haha. Hey Mia, I see you came in. Okay, I see I do got some thumbs up that I can be heard. Thank you. Good. I'm glad to hear that because I was hoping I was not sitting here talking with a bunch of silence, talking to myself. But in the meantime, I'm trying to reach out to my girl Tiff to see if she can come help me out here because there's something that has been changed and I cannot add myself to the stage. I know you guys can hear me, but normally I like to at least add my avatar to the stage so it's not just a blank stage staring back at you. Guess. I don't know. Twin, twin, twin. Choo choo. Are you out there? Come back up here and help me out. Um, did I find it? Camera, general, audio avatars. What is that? Yes, I think I just boom got it. Ah, okay. We're good. We're good. Okay, y'all are here. Okay, so the whole point of the stream today is to kind of talk. Like I've been thinking about this for a while, and somebody asked me recently, like, how do I come up with the topics that we go over here, or go over on here? And basically, they all stem from either a conversation that I've had or a conversation I've overheard, maybe on someone else's panel, where I wanted to kind of do a deeper dive, or like it sparked a continuation of the conversation that maybe that creator didn't fully go down. So right now, what I want to talk about today is rage bait content and how it is impacting the Black community. Specifically, like um, when it comes to like some of these spaces and places that we're in, when it comes to the red pill content, when it comes to manosphere content and BWE content, and all of the different spaces that are surrounding. As you guys can see, if you haven't noticed, I've changed the name from Welcome to Candyland to Welcome to the Candy Sphere because I do not consider myself a part of any space wholly. I am an individual, and I consider myself part of the Candy Sphere. I'm my own space. I'm a floater. I'm gonna move around how I see fit, and that's just that. And so basically, one of the things that I want to kind of get into is that um, rage bait isn't just content that goes viral. I believe that it teaches people how to think. And I would like to have a discussion to find out what you guys think about that. Have you, kind of put any thought to how what we consume is actually shaping our perception? And especially when you start adding AI and things like that into it. And I want to say hello to the other people who have come in. I see SBK Media came in. Thank you for coming through, SBK. Liberated Soul, I see you too. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me see this. I do want to move this so I can keep an eye on the Twitch side as well. Okay, so one of the things that I kind of want to go over. So I don't know if you guys know what I mean when I say rage bait. I'm talking about some of these skits or situations that went viral and they end up being good content for content creators, right? Because it's something to talk about. It stirs up a lot of conversation, gets people involved. But I think the thing that it also does is I think that it helps to shape the way people think. And what I mean by that is, how do I want to frame this? It rewards the loudest, but not the most accurate narratives, if that makes any sense. So, like the algorithms, they kind of amplify the content that triggers outrage or anger, and it's usually an extreme portrayal rather than like the more truthful or nuanced portrayals. Like it's the extremism of it all. And it's meant to get people talking, it's meant to get people arguing, it's meant to get a discussion going. But I feel like it's creating a further divide within Black people overall. And I don't think that people are paying attention to that. What I mean by that is like it's turning it's kind of, I would say that it's kind of pitting people against each other. And while a lot of people might say, oh, this is just content, or it's just YouTube, or this is just Instagram, this is just TikTok, this is just Facebook, you don't realize how much of the things that we consume replay over again in our heads, like a radio, like programming. It's that's what I consider it to be, programming. And Tequila, hey Tequila, I didn't see you came in. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate you. One of the things that I will say in regards to that is it always reminds me of like North Korea and how, what we've been told about North Korea is the propaganda that they are constantly fed, where they're not allowed to have like the internet, they're not allowed to have outside sources. I mean, I know it's more extreme because you have a choice to cut the internet off, but what I'm saying is just the programming, the shaping, the uh, forming of your brain. Even the strongest person, you may not realize that you will start to take on these ideas the more that they infiltrate your algorithm and the more that you pay attention to them. And so it's just something to think about. Like I can give you a few examples that I can remember. I was trying to go through, so I cleaned up my algorithm. I went through and I made sure to remove anything that I felt like was along the lines of rage bait. It's what did I title it? Because I want to make sure I say this right. Um, it's pain porn for profit. And I'm wondering, is it more than just pain porn for profit, or is it sinister systemic shaping? Like, I almost feel like the powers that be, the reason they push this so much is because they like the ideas being spread, and it's mostly the negative stuff. You ever realize how it's never really like anything positive that goes viral? It's never really anything that you would want to be celebrated. It's usually the most humiliating, most degrading, no, degrading, sorry, that's the word I'm looking for, the most degrading things. And oftentimes, when you see it, it's presented in a way that makes it look real. So you don't even know if it's a skit or not. Like, what I'm saying is, a lot of this is malice intended. Um, so, for instance, I don't know if you guys remember the McDonald's skit that happened where it was a young man who was coming to bring his son food, and it was the baby's mother, the child's mother, basically recording herself going off about the fact that he's only bringing food to her house for his one child when she has other children. And so it was meant to spark up a conversation of who was right in that situation. Is he right? Is she right? And, it got a lot of people talking, right? And then, like Cynical just, I'm sorry, Irby just said, the Cheesecake Factory skit. That was another one with the lady tripping out on the guy because he was going to take her to Cheesecake Factory for a first date. And then, like, there was all this discussion back and forth on women are unreasonable, men are cheap, blah, blah, blah. It was all of this, like, backlash that comes from it. And I don't know that I can say that I saw anything really positive that came out of it, other than the fact that it gave content to talk about. Like, literally, that was it. It was almost like Inception. Content became content, became content, became content at that time. Um, there was also like House of Hypocrites. I don't know if you guys remember that guy. I think he's still on here, and he's actually a content creator now. If I recall, he went viral for saying that he had seven kids by seven baby mamas, and it was this whole ordeal. Turns out that the man didn't even have all those kids. It was a lie. But he was basically claiming to be a deadbeat, and like a proud deadbeat, because it was the women's fault that they allowed him to impregnate them. Um, yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of things. I was trying to, like I said, trying to remember everything that we talked about over the last couple of years that was going viral. And, a lot of these things are not really all that important now, the actual individual skits. It's the it's the messaging that lingers behind that I want to talk about, if that makes sense. And I see Hustler has come in. Thank you so much for coming through, Hustler. I hope I got everybody. Charge it to my head and not my heart, y'all. Like, I want to make sure I say hello to everybody. Hello to everyone on Twitch. Hello to everyone on YouTube. I appreciate you coming through. I'm going to talk a little bit more, like try and get out a few more points, and then I'm going to open up the lines so people can come up and kind of give their thoughts. Because I know I'm going to have some opposing thoughts to this. I expect it. That's what it is. Hey, Big J, welcome in. Basically, if you just got here, for anybody coming in, I am discussing how rage bait content leaves a lasting mark on society. And I believe that the powers that be, the elite, or whatever you want to frame it as, the people who own the YouTubes, the people who own the TikToks, the people who own Instagram, and all of these other places where these contents are going viral, they're benefiting from it. And they are not only benefiting from it, but they have these algorithms set to push this. And I think it's for nefarious reasons. I think that they understand media. I think that they understand how the human mind works. And I think that this is in an effort to keep people at each other's necks. I mean, why isn't it that the positive things go viral? And I get it, to some extent the consumers of the media are also responsible. It's our job, it's our fault as well for what we feed into. But you also have to keep in mind, they put these things on your For You page, they push it out to you. Like, I had to actively go through and clean my algorithm up to keep that crap away from me, because I'm like, I don't want to see it. In fact, it irritates the hell out of me. I can't stand it. I cannot stand rage bait content. I cannot stand it. And I have people who will send me things from time to time, like, "What do you think of this?" or "What do you think of that?" And I'm just like, man. um, but yeah, so I said that essentially it rewards the loudest but not the most accurate narratives. Um, it can turn complex communities into like simplified characters. So it often reduces specifically Black Americans to a handful of exaggerated archetypes, like the menace, the clown, the scammer, the hyper aggressive figure. And it flattens out the real diversity of the Black experience, right? Um, It can also train audiences to associate blackness with dysfunction or conflict. And when most of the black centered content goes viral, it's framed around chaos and ignorance and bad behavior. And the viewers, I feel like, subtly link those traits to black people themselves. That's why they'll say things like black culture is bad and like have no idea what black culture really is. Like you overlook all of the positive things that black people have contributed. And oh, excuse me, happy Black History Month. Even though I do not believe we need a month to be black and we don't need anybody's permission to celebrate ourselves, I will say to you, happy Black History Month. Thank you. And I see Gas Mask, you came in. Hello. I didn't see you earlier. I apologize for that. Smith, I see you came in as well. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate each and every one of you. If you don't mind, please hit the like button on your way in. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, Hustler is asking, what is rage bait content? That's a good question. And I probably should have started with my definition of what I consider to be rage bait content. I think rage bait content is any content that is um, aimed at inciting usually some emotion that is tied to negativity, which would be anger, rage, sadness. It's specifically meant to trigger people. That's what I mean by rage bait content. Now, I can look up the official definition of what it means, but I just gave you the definition roughly of what it means to me. Um, I just want to make sure I'm still good here. Okay. So I feel like rage bait content, it shifts perception, right? It takes it from individual behavior. So you can see a person acting in a certain way and it changes it into sort of like group behavior. And a single viral video is treated like the representation of millions of people, reinforcing like the collective blame rather than individual accountability. It normalizes like dysfunction and it's mockery disguised as like just jokes or just content when it's harmful. It's harmful depictions of humor. It's making criticism, and it seems like it's doing damage to the public perception, especially oftentimes when it goes unchallenged. Like nobody pushes back on the content itself. They start engaging in what is being shown. And usually, like these are people who are trying to go viral, like it's clout. You know what I mean? So, like the Cheesecake Lady, the Cheesecake Factory lady, and that whole date thing, lady came out to admit that while they put that content out there and tried to make it seem as real as possible, it was actually a skit, it was fake. So the whole time you got all these people arguing back and forth on panels and going like the whole thing was fake to begin with. You sparked up a conversation behind bullshit. They were actors. House of Hypocrites doesn't have seven baby mamas by seven different women creating this narrative that all of these like we have enough negativity on our community without us having to sign up to be part of the minstrel show. That's the point of what I'm saying. And it's right. It's propaganda, Irby. You are correct. Propaganda. I feel like it creates, and I say I feel like because this is a social commentary channel. Everything that I say here is my opinion. Nothing is factual. I am not an expert in anything. I am simply here to share my thoughts with you and have you share your thoughts with me. So we're going off of that, okay? In my opinion, I feel like it creates an emotional conditioning. And it's like this repeated exposure trains audiences to expect outrage and like embarrassment when seeing Black people online. Like they're waiting for us to clown, to act a fool. Um, even so much so, I don't know if you guys have paid attention. Like when you go to certain videos, what do you see? Oh, it's the usual suspects. Oh, it's the 13%. Look who it is again, acting up. And I like, while I don't care, those things still sting a little bit when I see them because what can I say to refute it? What can I give you back when I'm looking at us at the goddamn pool? And like, what can I say? Like everybody's about accountability here and accountability there, but we don't take accountability for the things that we put out that leave a lasting mark. It's not just you want to go viral, right? People want to go viral because they want to get on, they want to be famous, they want to make money online. you want to do content, whatever, but they never think about the lasting impacts of going viral. What the fuck are you leaving behind? How does this impact society overall and not just your pockets that you're lining? I think it blurs the lines between satire and like stereotype reinforcement because satire requires critical framing. Rage bait often removes that framing. It leaves viewers in like in a state where they don't have anything but the stereotype and they're not critiquing it. Like it's imagine growing up in some podunk town in Nebraska where you don't have any black people around, but you have the internet. And so your framing, your belief of what black people is what you see in the media, what you see on these apps, and it's all social. It's all. I'm sorry, I was losing my train of thought. I hate that. It's all constructed stereotypes. If that's what's being pushed out to you by the algorithm, that's what's being rewarded. All of the bad behavior, all of the negative stereotypes, all of the things that the algorithm loves. You got to feed the beast to go viral. Like, again, I say this every single time. If I were to become a gender war channel, if I were to become like a political channel and either be extreme right or extreme left, if I were to start bashing people, I would probably go viral very quickly because the beast loves that. And you got to feed the beast to make it in a lot of cases. But there are some people who don't mind growing from the ground up, starting from the ground up, building from the ground up, and not necessarily adding to the pot of negativity or bullshit presented against our people. I'm one of those. Um, I will say that it also encourages humiliation. Like the content it's best performed when someone's being embarrassed, someone is being exposed, or someone's being ridiculed, and it turns black pain or dysfunction into entertainment, and it desensitizes the viewers to harm. And over time, I feel like it portrays people as normal, and it's lowering the empathy and increasing the tolerance for dehumanization. And so this is something that we are signing up to do ourselves when we create these skits and this content. And it's also something that the algorithm loves and it's pushing. And so at what point does it stop being entertainment? And at what point do we start to self regulate and say, I don't want to be a part of this? At what point do we kind of control our image and pull that back? Or are we just good with being the jokes and the buffoons and the coons? Um, Let me see. What else did I want to say about this? I think some broader social consequences that we could talk about are how it influences non-Black audiences to learn about Black America. And while I don't ever really want to tone police us or feel like I have to shuck and jive for non-white audiences, I do think that we have a bit of responsibility to make sure that we're representing ourselves in all of our glorious diversity versus living up to or constantly representing those like stereotypes that we end up bottling ourselves into for the beast. Um, it also provides justification for bias and discrimination. Like a lot of times, I feel like, and I'm not blaming this on social media because I do understand that stereotypes, negative views of Black people existed long before people started going viral on the internet, long before skits and all of that. I'm not saying that this created it. What I'm saying is that it's amplified. Social media has helped to amplify the biases and the discrimination because again it dehumanizes us, invalidates us, and they use rage bait clips to often show proof or to validate their pre-existing prejudices against Black people. And I'm not saying this isn't happening with other groups of people. I'm talking to my people specifically right now. Okay, so I don't want to do the whole not all or all lives matter. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm specifically having a conversation about Black people with Black people for Black people. FUBU. All right. Um, I feel like one of the takeaways from this whole conversation, or the takeaway from rage bait content, and what I'm trying to present to you all today, is that what goes viral teaches society what to expect, what to mock, and who to dehumanize. And usually that is us. So let me see. I have anything else that I want to go over real quick. Okay, I'm going to bring out the link. Give me 1 second here. I think I said a lot of what I wanted to say. I can go into more as people come up, because what I don't want to do is like, I noticed that I have a tendency to start asking questions as they pop into my head. And then when someone comes up, now I'm bombarding you with a lot of different questions. I'd rather ask them in the moment to give you a chance to really process and to answer the question. Okay. So give me a second to grab and pin the link. And this is for anybody who wants to come up and have a discussion about this. My only request is that you are respectful when you hit my panel. This is not a gender war panel. I do not want to do the blame game. I want to have an honest, open conversation. And yeah, that's it. Copy and all destinations. And again, thank you all for coming through. Can you go ahead and hit the like button for me if you don't mind sharing out the stream? I'd like to grow the channel. I'd like to get more eyes on it and have more in-depth conversations about, just things that I feel like matter. And that is the link. Let me go ahead and pin it. Okay. And is it pinned? Yes, pinned. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm going to show, I did go and research some of the old rage bait skits that people were putting out. And can I give context to respectful? Respect me or just respect overall? Respectful meaning don't get up here calling people names, don't curse people out. If you want to disagree, you can disagree all you want to, but just don't, make sure that you remember that you're talking to a person. However you would talk to me in person is how you should be talking to me across this internet. So just like Corey and Anton, if you ain't gonna say it again, don't say it. All right. Yeah, I took a shot. Y'all will be all right. Um, so 1 second here. Let me get ready to share this. Share screen. Um, where is it? Okay, there it is. And the audio. Okay, oh no, you can't see because I didn't share yet. Can you guys see that? I think. No, liberated. I don't want you to stay in the chat. First of all, you have yet to hit my panel. So I got smoke with you, first of all. Why are you talking about who you got smoke with? You have yet to come up and have the conversation. Okay. And I have a new subscriber. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you, Rule on YT. Thank you for coming through. And then we have Trill Pill in the building. Hey, Trill Pill, thank you. Thank you for coming in as well. And I'm adding to the stage Vagoda. Vagoda, welcome in. Can I get a mic check from you?
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Thank you. So you want to share something, no?
Yes, I'm going to share what I consider to be rage bait content. This is something that went viral from TikTok, I believe, and it was a while ago. But I just kind of want to remind people on what I'm talking about, because some people might have forgotten what rage bait content would be considered.
Okay, let's see it.
All right.
My other kids. How come you can't feed my other kids McDonald's though? Like that's bogus as hell. Like you're not finna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to and eat. Look, there he go. And I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he don't even. I'm finna expose out of him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody.
So this goes back to when I said rage bait content includes exposure and it includes humiliation. Those were two of the first things that she expressed wanting to do here in this skit. Mind you, they never put out that this was a skit. It's like feeding you GMO food, but never labeling that it's GMO. So you don't even know what you're consuming is fake.
What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry?
What he like? What do you mean?
Okay, what about my other kids?
What about your other kids?
Okay, but them your kids' siblings though.
What are you talking about? What are you mad
Them your kids' siblings though. So my other kids finna be left out.
You didn't feed them?
You know I don't get my food stamps to the 7th.
Lisa, how is that my problem?
Okay, sorry. I couldn't tell if I had unmuted or not. I didn't want to start talking without confirming. So here we go, right? Now they're putting out food stamps and making black people the black women, because that was a black woman who said that. Now here we are again as the EBT queens, welfare queens. That's being pushed in this skit as well. And I have to stop it every now and then to talk because this is a review. This is fair use. I can't just steal people's content without making sure that I'm adding value to the content. So I'm explaining along the way of what I was talking about in the beginning with what rage bait is and why it is dangerous.
But if you're trying to help out though, you're not helping out.
I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to help my son.
But how are you helping your son when you're only getting food for just him and not the other kids, his siblings? Them are his siblings though. He's not finna eat in front of all his other siblings and they're not eating on McDonald's. No, why do I gotta
bring him out to the car?
No. He's not finna eat that shit at all if you can't bring enough for everybody.
Lisa, so you telling me that I bring my son food? I gotta bring your kids food too now?
Yes.
You sound dumb.
How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb.
Where are they daddies at? Nobody told you to talk to them other. You had them other kids. Them your responsibility. They're not my responsibility.
Okay, but if you're gonna bring one, you need to bring it for all. How do that shit look that I'm letting one child eat McDonald's and all the rest of the kids can't eat no fucking McDonald's? So you know I get food stamps on the 11th.
That ain't 3 kids that ain't mine. 3 kids that ain't mine.
Yeah, they're his siblings. You knew what you was getting into when you had a baby with me.
And see, right now I'm reading the chat. I'm reading what you all are saying in the chat. I had to pause it for a second, but see how it's getting people talking about whether or not
I have a question.
who's wrong? Sure.
What is the relationship between the woman that films this guy and that guy, of course?
She's okay. So what they have presented to us is that this guy and this woman at one point were in a sexual relationship and then they produced a child. We don't know if they were actually dating or if this was like a casual thing, a one night stand thing or any of that. But right now, this woman has multiple children. That's what she's presenting. So
From him?
No, just one from him. And he brought that one child McDonald's. So right now, what she's doing is going off on this man because she feels like he should have brought all of her children food or none of the children food. So don't bring your one child McDonald's or bring all of my kids McDonald's. And that's what they're arguing over right now.
Okay, it just look like she's just bullying him for no reason.
Yeah, that's how this content is being presented. It's meant to make you feel a way, whether you identify with a man or whether you identify with a woman. It's meant to invoke emotions out of you. And the whole time, this isn't even real. These are two people acting to make sure that they get people on the internet talking. I'm going to add to the stage Hustler and Muscular. Welcome.
Salute.
From you. Hello, welcome in.
How are you
Good evening,
doing?
bro?
I'm good. How are you?
How is
Can you
everyone
hear me?
doing today? Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're not having any sort of like lag or delay.
Good evening to you, friend.
Nice to see you too.
Nice to see you. I know
And I
you?
see, no, I think he
Do I
means
know
just
you?
in general. Welcome to the panel type of thing.
Okay.
And I see King Pix came in. Hello, King Pix. What we are talking, I know the title is a bit salacious. Listen, y'all are gonna learn me. I'm gonna do a salacious title, maybe a salacious thumbnail. If it's gonna get some eyes on it, if I can troll a little bit and bring people in, then that's what I'm gonna do. But I hope that you come in and stay for the content. I hope that it's something that, sparks a little bit of conversation or at least provide some entertainment along the way. We also have Boxing Scholar. I'm welcoming him to the stage as well.
You ain't gotta
Boxing
explain
Scholar.
yourself, sister. We know how this stuff works. It's content. Tell people stop complaining.
No, they're not complaining. They're not. Listen,
Absolutely.
Okay.
listen, nobody's complaining. I'm just making sure that we understand what I'm doing here because I know that the title was a little bit trolly. All right. So, does anybody have anything they want to comment on this before I start it back up? I want to play it through and then move on to what you guys are talking about
I
or what
personally
Sure.
think
Boxing talking
it's
I
fake.
have something.
about. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Now you mentioned this whole rage bait content, as in content that's meant to invoke anger and displeasure in people.
Hmm.
Well, me personally, based on what I've noticed, I don't think it's always the content. It's just how people react and take in the content. I mean, look at the stuff I talk about. It's not meant to evoke anger and despair, but I guess people are going to listen to what the hell I'm saying and then get upset and get angry at it because maybe it's not content suitable for them, or maybe it invoked a different emotion. But I'm just talking about what's going on in the world. It's not a direct attack on anybody, but people are going to feel like it may be a direct attack on them. So yeah, sometimes it could just be the people who take it in. It's like medication. What's good for one person ain't good for everybody else. Medication may be good for you, but for the next person, it may cause an allergic reaction, yada, yada, yada. So some content just brings out, I don't know, bad emotions in people, good or
Do you
bad
think
content.
do you think the reason it brings out bad emotions could do with the fact that the content is used to reinforce talking points against people?
Wait, say that again?
The content is often used to reinforce talking points against people. Like, for instance, when I see it used on panels and whatnot, people are like, see, this is how black women are, and I'm going to show you. And then the next thing then you know, they're using something like this to say, see, this is how y'all act. And the same thing happens with women. They'll present something that shows men in a negative light, and usually these things are skits or
Okay.
scripted, and it reinforces the
Oh,
talking points. So
I
I
understand, but that ain't,
okay.
I don't know about y'all, but to me, that ain't nothing new. We've been portrayed in a negative light for, I don't know, decades, maybe centuries. I don't know. Anytime we think of something bad, it's always the black people. We don't think of any other race of people, even though, in my opinion, you can't put a race on degeneracy. But I guess we're like the number one focus when it comes to degeneracy. So that is nothing new, honestly. But come on. We got to
So
keep
my
an open
question,
mind about this kind of shit. We can't just think everybody is the same. You know, I hate that kind of bullshit. People are so narrow-minded, believe any damn thing. I hate that. But continue.
what
Yeah,
I'm
Kenny.
saying is why do we participate? We understand that it's fake. We understand that these things, it's manufactured. But you also got to keep in mind for the people like right now, Vigoda is in the Middle East. I don't know if he has black people around him, right? So what if the only content that he sees is the content
Actually,
that's going
if
viral?
actually if we would, of course,
Go ahead, you
well,
can speak for
I
yourself.
have
Go
some
ahead.
people. I have some. The majority here are not sub-Saharan presenting. That's for sure.
You say that one more time. It cut out for me. I didn't hear what you
I
said.
said the majority of the population in here is not sub-Saharan presenting or in general.
The majority of black people around you are not sub-Saharan. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said that the majority of the population here is not of sub-Saharan appearance.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of people who look identifiably black, correct?
Yeah.
That's what
Correct.
she's saying, and she's saying if you get exposed to this, you might think this is how black people act. But Candy, so what you touched on earlier was really really important, right? So
Okay.
remember what you brought up the guy doing satirical stuff. I didn't know because I wasn't familiar with his work. That seems to be the wave now, right? So you take something that's really really popular. Right, like this conversation had existed before this video clip. Right, is a
Hmm.
man responsible for taking care of a woman's kids, or should he just buy food for himself? And they just made it into a skit to keep the conversation going. That seems to be like just pour gasoline on something, let the conversation go, take a life of its own. Monetization over honor. That's what everybody's on nowadays.
Yes, but nobody, I mean, I hear you all and I get what you're saying, but I'm asking, do we have a greater responsibility to, like, is it okay that people just keep putting this out and this is the representation that we're living by? Because when other communities, and I'm not tone policing us, I'm just simply asking a question. When you are stereotyped, when you are profiled, when these the justification for your dehumanization happens, and it's usually based because people have been desensitized from seeing us act like this, is that okay?
I think that we don't have enough power. I give you example. I'll give you example. I got flagged one day, Candy, for one of my videos, right? And I screenshotted what the response of them was for the guidelines, right? And they was like, even though it's normalized for black people to disrespect themselves, you can't say certain things on the internet, like something to
Hmm.
that nature. And I was like, I cannot believe YouTube AI really sent me this. Like, this is absurd. But it's the way that they view us. So we do have a responsibility in this sense, but will people live up to it? Probably not. Probably not. They'll
But
probably
but
just
that's
YouTube.
that's my whole point. Is like, so somebody said, I just saw somebody say we don't have control. Where did it go? Where did it go? And I want to welcome in. I see some new people have come in. Smith came in. I don't know if I spoke to you earlier, but thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in, Taz. I appreciate you coming through. Um, let me see.
I think it was King that put it.
King, let me go back. King Fix, was it? Where is it? Where is it? I saw it and I wanted to post it. We don't have control of our image. Gas mask. He was talking to.
Yeah, it
Why is
was
my?
King. It
There,
was right. It was
there he
right.
is.
There we go.
Okay, black people don't own their own image online. Even the videos that get pushed are by some higher up at some company. And that's my whole point. That is my whole point in saying that this is a systemic shaping of how black people are seen. Yes, we are the ones who are producing this content. Yes, we are the ones who are putting it out there and they're pushing it. So, like, it's going hand in hand with the negativity. But if we stop giving them the content to begin with, can they push it anymore? Now, I did see somebody also said now they're using AI. That's right above what King Pick said. They are using AI to create the content. Make them make them then have to create AI instead of you signing up. That's my thing. Why are you signing up to be part of the minstrel show, to push this out here, to further shed a bad light on our people? I don't believe that we don't have control over our own image, not fully, because
Mm.
what I'm saying is be part of the change that you want to see. I am not out here acting like a minstrel show. If you run my name through YouTube, I don't think you're going to find a bunch of negative content on me. Why is that? Because I don't put it out there. And I feel like it's the same for like the content creators. It's the same for the people. Like, you create your own representation and you stand by that. You don't allow somebody else to define who you are. Now there are some people, like I said, if you want to go viral, go ahead and become Black MAGA. You want to become viral, go ahead and start bashing black men. Go ahead and start bashing black women. Go ahead and start um, like putting out some sort of negative stereotype. The algorithm will love you and it will push you, and you'll get thousands upon thousands of people who will come to communicate with you. But is that really the way that you want to go? Like, I just don't know.
If I may add something, my dear, there is
Hmm.
a lot of positive ways to catch the spotlight.
Hmm.
You can, if you know how to sing, you can sing in the film yourself singing, or you can dance and film yourself, or
Hmm.
you can do some dangerous stunts and film yourself, but that will not be a good idea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the
But I'm talking about the dangerous stuff. The other two stuff, go ahead.
I want to welcome in. I see Studio Mansion came in. Thank you for coming through. Let me see what else. And the term minstrel show is a great example. Am I saying it wrong? It's minstrel show. I might be saying it wrong. You guys know what I mean when I say it, though. I think you know what I mean.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna
right.
go ahead
You're
and
absolutely right.
okay.
That's why they
I'm gonna
dressed up in
play
blackface and were like, putting on a spectacle and embarrassing black people.
exactly. And this is no different to me. I see this kind of content is no different. And like I get it. Again, when we have someone put this out as the source material, then you get all of these content creators who, go live and then at some point during their streams, they bring it up. It becomes something for everybody to eat off of, something to talk about, to have conversations about. But is it bringing us closer together or is it furthering the divide? I am of the personal belief that a lot of the gender war stuff that we saw over the last 4 to 5 years was fueled by content like this. Negative stereotypes, negative thought patterns reinforced by seeing images like this. What are your thoughts?
If I say, well, I don't know how it is in the USA, but uh, I don't think that this is not enough to start a real, deep hatred between male and female.
Well, see, I think our perspective is going to be different because this is specifically geared towards Black people and the Black community. So your perception of how this content is going to impact us is going to be different because you're looking from an outside lens.
Yeah, correct.
Scholar, hustler, what do you think?
Give
Okay,
me one
while
second.
they come back, that's okay. Go think about what I've asked you. I'm going to play some more of this and then I'll continue.
I did.
Yes, you did.
You expect me to take care of all the kids? They're not my kids.
Okay, but you still had a baby with me who have kids with other people. I still have other kids.
Why are you recording me?
Because I'm exposing you. Everybody think you such a motherfucking good daddy.
I am a good daddy.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're full of shit in this bullshit. You only come here with one piece of food for one child.
The child that's mine, silly.
No, that's dumb that you can't feed the other kids. Don't feed nobody at all. Then he can't take that. He can't eat it.
Maybe if you had one or two, I could maybe. You got it's three extra kids. What the? You all like going to my mother account, spending money on all those kids. Them not my kids.
Them are your kids' siblings, though. Dumb.
So that's what you gonna go with. That's the one you gonna.
Those are your fucking kids' siblings.
They my. So that means.
Yeah. So don't. No, I didn't say you have to take care of them. You can bring them something to eat if you bring one something to eat.
I bring them food every other day. What do you mean?
Exactly, but you don't never bring food for the other ones. You know I get my food stamps on the 11th.
Your babies.
Okay.
Again, why is it necessary that you now put out, oh, she has multiple kids, multiple different men. Now she's talking about food stamps, and this is us doing this to us. This is us doing it to ourselves. And then what happens? It hits the algorithm. The algorithm loves this. Yes, Black people. This is what Black people
Wow.
look like. This is what people act like. This is the arguments that Black people have.
Ain't that something?
Like that's what I'm. It's a lot to unpack. A lot of these things people just watch and they consume, but I don't think that they really and they really process what is being fed to them and how it leaves a lasting impression. So while this skit, nobody might have even thought of this skit in the last, I don't know, this is what 3, 4 years old now. You might not have thought of this skit, but the things that happen, the messaging behind it, and what's actually being argued, that leaves a lasting impression.
Yep. And what is the message in this video? Don't take care of another man's kids.
And that's a good question. See, and that all depends on the content creator. That all depends on the person who decides to set up the stream and who they want to blame in this moment. And so that's why I say it reinforces the talking points. It reinforces the negative talking points that you can find on either side of the gender war, depending on how you look at this skit. And so to me, I feel like it creates it's profiting off of the divide, and it's keeping it going. And then let's see, hold on, let me see. I want to try and keep up with the chat as well.
I can ask
Uh,
2 questions.
sure.
I'll be right
Okay,
back.
Okay.
I think that a very important question that we need to ask here is first of all, how many views this video got?
This is a repost of the original, so I don't even have an answer for you. Um, let me see. You know what? When the video's over, I'll look and see how many views are on this one. But you got to
If this
remember,
video, if this video has a million, if this video has million visitors,
hmm
then it could pump some stuff into our heads or your head, if I would be specific. But
I
if this
do.
video,
I don't know the exact number. I do know that it went viral. Like I said, because people will take it and repost it, it's hard to, unless I'm looking at the original source material, I can't give you an actual accurate number. I can only tell you from the person that I'm actually viewing right now how many views they have.
okay,
Okay, I just want to say, I see my twin Tiff Tat came in. Hello, Tiff. Thank you for coming through. Um, Trying to keep up here with some of the comments that are coming through. First impressions are deeper than folks understand. That is true. That is very much so true. And you're saying non-black plus black issues equals a hell no. You know what? That's true as well. However, you got to remember when we put out content on the internet that is black content, you don't know who's consuming that content. You don't get to control who watches it and who doesn't, who comments on it and who doesn't. So this is a greater representation of how America works. We put out black business and then wonder why people are all up in it. This is what's happening. Let me see. I just want to make sure I got everybody. AI content.
and I want another question that I want to ask is how much this phenomenon is. How is this a bit? You have this multiple women does this stuff that having multiple children for multiple fathers?
Now, I hope you all heard the question that he just asked me. I
Yes,
want
okay.
to, and so can I, before I answer your question, I want to talk to my audience because this is why he's here. He wanted to come up. He's a new viewer. He's from the Middle East, right? He says he does not have a lot of African people around him, but he did want to come and participate in whatever discussion we have going on today. And what he just asked me is that a common thing for black people, for a black woman to have multiple children's fathers? He asked me that because why? What I'm playing on the screen right now, which is rage bait content. Do you see what, like I'm
Outside of the
making a
content,
point.
though, the people put that narrative around the world about us before content was even a thing.
Why do we have to reinforce the narrative?
Doesn't matter. They control the narrative.
It does matter though. Here's the thing, okay? Like, so if I can give you an example, you know the reason why I'm from Chicago, right? They do the whole back to school parade, and then like what I've been told is the first day of school matters because that's how they get their funding for like the rest of the year. That's why they push so heavy to have kids show up on the first day of school. Think about it. If you're not there to sit in those seats on the first day of school, then the school doesn't get rewarded, right? Same thing with the content. If we're not putting this out there, the narrative can't be pushed as far as fast.
You can say nigga in every language, Kenny. What are you talking about, sister?
Yeah, but you don't have a visual representation of nigga right now in front of your
You
face.
didn't need it. They didn't need it to be brainwashed about how they are.
So if that's the case and we didn't need it, why are we doing it? And I see Unc B streaming came in. Thank you for coming through, Unc. I appreciate you showing up. Let
I
me see.
think you
This is
missed
an
it.
open panel. If anybody wants to come up and have the discussion as well, I appreciate you all coming through. Thank you so much. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Boxing. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the propaganda and imagery already started before there was ever even movies. Well, they had movies. They had minstrel shows, like what you said. Like, but they've been pushing the narrative of food stamp queen and all this stuff for years. Like, look, if I had to give an example, it would be this, right? Oprah Winfrey, rich as shit. We know her. She's been
Mhm.
having money my entire life, right? She was at a store
Mhm.
and they followed her around, right? And Oprah probably had enough money to buy the entire store. Those people being prejudiced and racist was not reinforced by content creators. It's already baked into the world. Like the wonderful magical trick that white people have pulled off around the world is going around conquering, right, and convincing everybody that black people are the bad people. Ain't no
Right.
content creator gonna change that.
If I may respond, nobody thinks that you're the bad people. You know, at least, at least you.
You don't think so? Well, I'll say this:
No,
you may not.
you're a normal you're a normal person from what I see, and in general, your population is now is you didn't do anything horrible overall.
Well, I mean, one of the questions that you asked, though, you said, "Is it normal for black women to have a bunch of kids?" Where did that come
Yes,
from?
but okay, that's weird, but it's not like you hurt somebody else or do some crazy stuff. That's that's a fact. That's what we see here that this woman have need to pay for need help from the government and need food stamps in order to take care of all of those kids from different fathers. That's fucked up, but it's not. But compared to other stuff that I seen, it's normal compare.
So, what I was trying to convey to you is that are you aware that there's more white people on government assistance than black people?
In the USA, yes, I know. Well, and in the end of the day, the Americans from European descent are the majority in the USA. No.
But if you, so we're not talking about proportionality. Let's just stay here. So if you're aware that there's more people on government assistance, if there's a video of a white woman, would you ask that same question that you asked about a black woman?
If I would ask that question, there's a good chance that I will. If I would say that this is a better representation of you, and if I would say that this is making you all look bad, then I would ask. And
No, I
to be
think you're missing
honest,
what I'm saying. I think you're missing. If this was a white person, would you ask the same question about does she have multiple baby daddies and is she living off the government? Would you ask that if there was a white person in this video doing the same thing?
if, if it's a person of European descent, then I would not be expected of this probably.
Okay, let's stay there. Let's stay there. If you understand that there's more white people that are on government assistance and you see a black person, excuse me, you see a white person, why wouldn't you ask that same question if you know that more of them are on government assistance? That's what I mean by the brainwashing of the world. Like even that food stamp queen, there's a term called food stamp queen in America. Like white people were still getting a majority of the benefits, and you could make an argument that black people during that time were being excluded of, right? And they came up with that term to try to make it to otherize us, to make us like not be the face of something negative. And that's what I mean by the brainwashing across the world, not just in America. It echoes everywhere else. Even people that come over here that ain't don't have no experience with black people automatically accept what white people told them that we were. And that's what I mean by making us the bad guys. Not necessarily making us criminals, but always we're never given the benefit of the doubt in anything. People already have a preconceived notion about who we are as a people, and that's largely attributed to white people.
But like
Okay,
you can't.
when
Okay, but here's the thing, right?
I can respond to what he said.
Go
Look,
ahead.
friend, um, I don't know how people in the USA look at you, but when I look at your population as a whole, what comes to my mind is your music. You are literally are the face of the USA in terms of music, and I think about Martin Luther King. We have a street on his name over here, but never mind that.
You say you think of the music and you think of Martin Luther King when you think of black people?
Uh, that's one of the things, but mostly music. your music, people hear, you listen to your music, and in general, people everywhere listen to your music. Your music is popular, especially what's the name of that song? Happy, happy, something. Forgot the name.
You talking about by Pharrell? Because I'm happy. Is that the one?
Yes, yes. Literally, people were arrested in Iran and almost unalive because they were filmed dancing with for that of that for they were filmed themselves dancing for this song, and that's again that shows you how much this your music is popular.
But let me say this, and I said
Go
this
ahead, Big Bro.
early. Yeah, I said this early this morning, and I'm a shout out to my friend Aaron Fountain when he said black YouTube is anti-black. Uh, it's been like this for 20 years. Uh, black social media is actually anti-black because you can't just sit there and normally blame the white people all the time. Well, look at the content creators, the major content creators in this space. The rhetoric, the Tyler Perry arguments. I mean, you can't just put blade on the feet on the white man all the time. And
And I and that's basically what I'm asking is do we accept some responsibility for the
yeah,
content that we put out here that goes
yes,
viral? Well,
it should it
well, there.
should be it should be. And it's kind of like let me use like I'm gonna use one of my enemies, right? The white girl, the enemy, right? The redheaded white girl over there,
Okay,
pearly things,
okay.
right? That should have been nipped in the bud a long time ago, but because people are trying to sell a product about about this how white America sees the black female, um, or how black men, how certain black men are angry at certain at black women. They rather make it global and international because I see it in Black Britain and Black America. It's the same trope that she been pushing, and people have been pumping her up. So you can't just say it's white men and white people doing this when you got black content creators on both sides of the Atlantic propping this white redheaded woman up. That's why
I get.
that's why I said what I said this morning. That's why you was trying to calm me down this morning. When I told everybody, all of y'all can go f yourselves, and I meant what I said.
Well, see, Big
So
J, I wanted to slow you down because okay, this is off topic of what we're talking about, but it's just because you get so worked up when you are doing your streams and your content that you start to jumble up all your points. And I don't think you were paying attention to the chat to see that people were confused. Like, if you're gonna fire off and get it off your chest or whatever, get it off your chest, but make sure you're at least um, what's being said can be comprehended. And it just came off like an ADHD ramble. And I
well
don't
well
say that to be
well
offensive. I'm not saying that to
well
be offensive. I'm just trying to,
well, I
as a
always
as
come
a
up in the
listener and a
room,
viewer.
come in the room with a. I know, I know. Yeah. I was coming in the room with a double barrel shotgun blasting. Then it's going to hit everything and everybody in the room. So that's how I went at it this morning. So
You say it was
people
a
didn't
double
get it. The
barrel
people didn't get it.
shotgun. You say it was a double barrel
Yeah.
shotgun. It was more like a Draco with a switch. And I think you shot yourself in the process as well, as you just around to everybody. Just saying.
Mhm.
Well, let me add this, Ken. Let me add this. So,
Okay.
we go to a time. We go through a time like where the American Black Muslim was in effect, right? Elijah
Hmm.
Muhammad and excuse me, Muhammad Ali, one of my heroes, right? Those people were talking about how love yourself, love your community. They were talking about black exploitation movies and all this other stuff,
Hmm.
and those people were targeted by the FBI. You know what I mean? They like those people were trying to not reinforce black stereotypes, but it didn't do anything. And the white power structure did everything to fight that. Like the Crown Act just recently got approved. They were wearing their hair in afros then. You have reports of soldiers who were going over and they were not allowing them to serve. Like they were coming back to white only phones, right? And not getting VA loans and stuff like that, right? But they saying you can't even serve if you got an afro. Like it doesn't matter, Candy. It doesn't matter what we do. Like the people that are in charge. It's like I seen a black girl talk about this. She said that they need to change white supremacy into like borderline personality disorder or like narcissism because they worry about stuff that don't even have anything to do with anything. Like why are you having kids with your property? If you look at them like cattle or whatever the case, why are you having kids and then pushing them off in slavery? Why you worry about them wearing their hair in an afro? Why are you so obsessed with them? They want to, that's narcissistic traits. And I agree. Like I don't think there's anything we could do. Yes, we do have an accountability. We don't have an accountability problem because black people do take accountability. But unfortunately, we're always judged by the least of us. No other race does that, but black people. We on trial at all times, even from our own. Even we will get stones thrown at us from our own people about what we need to do. Look at Michelle and Barack Obama. Black people always throwing stones at them. Jay-Z, oh, they got to be in some devil worship and stuff because there's no way a black person can get rich on their own merit. Like we get it from everywhere. That's literally what white privilege is about. Excuse me, black fatigue. I meant my bad.
My whole point is, I hear what you're saying, but it almost sounds like you have a defeatist mindset behind it. So what I'm hearing from you is we can't change it, we can't fix it, so it doesn't matter if we're a part of the problem.
No, ma'am, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, while I will
Well,
acknowledge that,
that's what that's what it sounds like, Boxer.
no, no,
That's
let
what it
me.
sounds like.
Okay, let me elaborate a little bit more on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Yes, I do agree with you guys that we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. But I will not turn around and give the bootstrap talk to black people when I know that the people in charge, no matter what we do, because we've tried it with the black Muslims, it wasn't enough for them. Like they're gonna always want to see us in a negative light, and they control how we look ultimately. Like he talked about how when he thinks about us, he thinks about our culture and rap is our culture. But who controls rap?
That is true, but he also did just say to you, I mean, he's still here to speak for himself. He also said that he doesn't view black people in a negative light, even though we have the perception that everybody in every other country does.
And you know what? I do accept that, but I think there's no way that the brainwashing hasn't touched him because when we asked him the question earlier about the woman, he said, "Well, you know, government assistance and stuff like that." It's like, well, what did you learn that from? You like
Well,
those are
see,
narratives.
here's the
I
thing, though.
learned
He
that
did,
because she talked about it 10 minutes ago.
and that's what I was getting
That's
ready to
why. And
say. Right
also,
here in this video
she's
where I
not the
showed him.
only person that from your. Sorry for interrupting you. You want to
No,
say
no,
something,
you're
Nadia?
fine.
Sorry.
You're fine. Continue. That was me.
Um, you are not the only person that from your community that I was in a panel. A few, if I'm mistaken, more than almost 2 years ago, some guy showed me some. Well, not him alone, but but number of people from your community showed me information about how is your community in the USA. So I'm not a. I have some knowledge about you overall, but
Oh,
at the end of it,
Okay,
when I
okay,
see
okay.
you,
Wait,
I
hold on,
think about
hold on,
music and I
hold
think
on,
about Will Smith.
hold on.
Okay?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Then you've been,
Yes.
you're Arabic, right?
No, I'm not an Arab.
He's in the
What
Middle
are
East.
you?
He didn't say where in the Middle East. He just said he was
I'm
in the
in the
Middle East.
Levant area if you want to be specific.
Okay, Levant. Okay. I think I know where you're at though, right? So
Yeah.
you're so you in the Levant. So I'm gonna say British and French, right? Colonialism, right? So when the
No, I'm
British
not
and the
French colonized. So
no no, I mean the area you said the Levant, right? So
yes, the Levant.
right. So who colonized the Levant?
Who colonized the Levant? The British
Yes.
and the French after World
Right.
War One.
Right.
The
So
point.
that's where see, but the point I'm trying to make is right is um uh so if they can do that to black people, have you learned that they have done that to y'all as being um terrorists and people who wear, people who do, the joke of the la 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 la, sounds, like on Family Guy,
Creating
since you are from the
stereotypes
Levant.
You
through
Yeah, the
propaganda.
what
stereotype.
la 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 la? You
Right,
mean
right,
Kululu?
right, right. So
Woohoo!
so I'm assuming though, I'm assuming that you kind of understood now because you know what they do to anti-European, anti-Western um, sentiments um, across the world too. Do you understand what's
I
coming?
lost. I think I lost you a little bit.
You lost me too, Big J.
Are
I'm
you?
not gonna hold you. I
Okay,
got lost
hold on,
too.
hold on,
Now I
hold on,
get
hold on.
exactly what he's saying.
Yeah,
He
okay. Hold on. I'm saying it a better way. Do you see the stereotypes international outside of the Levant?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So if you know that if these stereotypes against the people of the Levant is in other nations, then surely you would understand that there are anti-black um, propaganda outside of the United States and in Britain, wherever the black diaspora is at. So surely you will understand that. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
For lack
You
of a
know,
better word.
when you're saying anti-Levant, you mean well, you probably mean anti-Arab. And like I said, I'm not an Arab. There's the Middle
Yeah,
East
yeah,
is
yeah.
way more than
Yeah.
Arabs.
Anti-Arab, anti-Arab. Yeah, I know the
And
Levant
like I said, I'm not an Arab,
is
buddy.
more than just Arabs. I know that the Levant is more than just Arabs. I'm trying to be more.
he's
I'm talking
basically
about the
saying that the
stereotype.
people that colonize where you from controlled how the world views you. So
Right,
why wouldn't they not have an effect on African Americans too as well in America?
right, right,
Okay,
right.
I don't think that the British and the French are behind the way that I look at you, but
No, 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 no. How we will look at you is the point. How the world will look at you is what I'm saying.
While he takes a
okay.
moment to think on
Okay.
that for 1 second. What you were just asked. While he's taking a moment to think, I do want to also thank the other two people who joined the panel with us, which is Tiffany Starborn and Silent J. Thank you for coming up.
Hello, everyone.
Um, hello. Can I get a mic check from both of you?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Silent. Tiff, are you
Okay,
there?
cool.
She might have stepped away while she was waiting. When she comes back, though, I'm going to ask her to do a mic check. Oh, she dropped. Okay. Um, yeah, maybe something's going on with her devices. You have a question on the screen here from Liberated Soul Rebel, and I think this was for Boxing Scholar. He says he'd like to hear the brother's definition or explanation on why he thinks we take accountability for our actions as a collective, or how do we show that? He wants me to please ask him. You've been asked.
How do we take accountability?
As a collective, that's the important part of what he's saying. How has Black people taken accountability as a collective? That's what you said earlier, that Black people already take accountability. And I think you were talking at that time about Muslims, the Black Muslims.
Yeah, the black Muslims. I was talking about during the '60s, where they had like black exploitation movies, and Muhammad Ali specifically was talking about like negative. They were talking about negative imagery. They didn't want black people to be represented like that. That's why they always wore suits and stuff. And when I was saying that was an attempt of them to try to take accountability and pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and those people were put on FBI most wanted lists and stuff like that. So like, but what I was ultimately saying, I hate we got off the point because Big Jake made a good point. You made a good point, sister. But ultimately what I was saying is that yes, we do need to take accountability for the content we put out, because that's all we can ultimately control, right? Or calling people out as well for doing dumb stuff, whatever the case. Because shame is still an effective tool for human beings. But ultimately, what I'm saying is the powers to be is like they're gonna always be able to control the narrative. So to the conversation we was talking about earlier. Brother, you never answered that. So if the British are able to control the way the world sees y'all with negative stereotypes that are absolutely not true, then why would white colonists in America not be able to control the way the world views African American people, because those are British people too. They are British people too. They're just a different type of Brit, but they are definitely British people.
That is a good question, I must say. You know, it's funny. It's 4 it's 1 in the morning right now. So I'm not going to be here for much longer. I have work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question to kind of go along the lines of what he's asked. Do you think that your representation outside of the Middle East is favorable in other countries? Do you think that what has been shown to us through the media and through television, through what we see in our movies and TV shows, do you think that it has been positive representation for you, for your people?
Absolutely not. People view. You want to know why?
Go ahead.
Well, like I said, absolutely not. People view us horribly, especially in the last 2 years.
So what he's asking you is if the media, which is ran by powerful white people, can spread those
The
negative
media,
narratives.
it
Say that
depends on
again?
what media you are talking about. If you're talking about Al Jazeera, then it will be the people from Qatar, not Europeans.
No, I'm not talking about your media. I'm talking about our
It's not
media.
my media.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
So
say that to
no,
offend. I'm not
she meant
sure.
how the same way that you consume. You found
No,
out
no,
about her.
it's
You said you think
understandable,
about.
but
You think about
I,
MLK and you think about rap music. So that was a way that you found out about us. So like you said, what you said earlier, you did a little research. How we would consume you wouldn't be the media that it would be the depictions of where you're from. And that would normally like leave a trail to normally white people, just being honest.
What I'm trying
okay.
to get at is if you're saying that you're being portrayed inaccurately or negatively to Western cultures, right? Then why wouldn't
They
the
are
reverse be
portraying
this?
me as a. Let me tell you how I am portrayed in your media, my dear. People
Sure.
in your media portrayed me as a religion only. People in your media portrayed me like I'm a colonizer in the land of my ancestors. That's how your media portray me. Your media
And
portray me as a murderer. It's so sort of saying that is a you know what I said. Your media
and so
basically
if that
portrayed me as a horrible person for defending myself. That's how your media portrayed me.
if that's what you think of how our media portrays you, what do you
Yeah.
think our media is portraying us as? That is my whole point. That's what Big J was trying to ask you, and I think Scholar was trying to
Hmm.
reinforce is that
Right. Right. That's what I was
Well,
trying to add.
the media is not a good. The media alone is not a good source. That's for sure.
exactly. But most people consume the media. They're not doing individual research. They're not going to find people of other races and other nationalities and other cultures to convene with like that. In fact, the stereotypes are what is reinforcing the negative ideas and dehumanizing a lot of people. You just said it for yourself. You feel like media and the powers that be that are pushing these algorithms, they are reinforcing negative stereotypes against you. What I'm saying is it's happening to us too. Now, I know you said you have like limited knowledge of Black people because of what you've seen in music. The music, I would say, is not even always positive. And in fact, more often than not, the music is on the negative side. And it's us putting that music out there and the machine reinforcing it, the machine pushing it through, the machine that wants to make sure that the messaging goes out.
Okay. But you know, look at the bright side. At least
Hold
people
on, your
love
your
your music.
audio your audio is breaking up. I'm not hearing you very well. Is it just me? Am I breaking up or
Yeah,
is that him breaking
sorry,
up?
I have some problems in my connection.
Oh,
You
it's
hear
real
me
bad.
okay?
Say something else.
Hello? You hear me correctly right now?
So Candy, what happens? So what? Sometimes what happens is I'll go to their mic, and then when this is happening on my channel, and I'll just reset all the settings. Like I'll unclick them all, and then re-click them, and sometimes it'll come back.
Okay, let me try and fix your mic, Vagoda. When you unmute, I will adjust your settings. It's only his audio. Okay, so he's muted
Judging
right
by
now.
your accent, right? And you use a certain word when we was attacked. You know, we was defending, and they called us murderers. I'm not going to say what it is, but I think I know who you are, or where. No, not who you are, but where you from.
Let me
So
give you another clue. People in universities call to unalive me from the river to the sea, and I think that is
I know who you are now. I know where you from now. That phrase, I know where you from now, and I hope
yes,
things will.
people from your
Right.
universities call to unalive me from the
Mm-hmm.
Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Mm-hmm.
From your
Mm-hmm.
university.
No, a brother from another, excuse me, a brother of a certain age. I'm not saying it's up to us to connect with other people and have these conversations to break the stereotypes. I'm saying that people tend to not do it in general, and that's on both sides of this argument, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's Black people's responsibility to go out and teach people to see us as human and to love us. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is that we don't have to be part of the source material for the problem on why they don't. And I want to
Yo,
welcome again to the stage. I have Pan Mulattoism on the stage.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me up. And
You're welcome.
I try to keep this comment very brief because it's a number of different speakers. But I hear this Arabian attempting to spread his sob story to us, and in response,
I
I want
am
to say,
not Arabian, buddy.
all right, what's your
Uh,
ethnic background?
Pan Mulatto, before you start, okay, listen, I get it. You got points and you have an opinion, but I do not want to start a negative discussion. He's not even
No,
on the stage.
everything I'm about to say
Okay.
is respectful, and and that's the
All
thing.
right.
No, it's not.
He
No. You
and
always
you notice how
do
many times
this.
I
You
got
always say
interrupted.
Hey,
respectful, and you always say disrespectful things.
Hey,
I
hey, bro, hey,
literally,
bro.
I've
Can
been
you make
speaking.
it? Can you make your point without personal attacks? Can we do that?
yeah,
Every
I
single one
don't
of the
want to
panelists
offend.
has interrupted me. Have y'all noticed that? And
I
I've been
listen
speaking for
because
less than 10 seconds.
the only reason
You
is
have
because
a
you didn't
history doing that. You have a history doing
you
that.
okay, y'all. I can speak for myself. I got it. The only reason I slowed you down or stopped you was because you came up talking about sob stories. We're having a positive discussion right now. Listen, he's not been harmful. He's actually helped me to prove part of the points of what I'm saying. So that's why I have him here right now. If he got into the business and he was being disrespectful, I would have kicked him out, right? But right now he's fine. So like it's not about
Yes.
him. Okay, so
And
that's the
everything
only
I'm
reason why I
saying,
slowed
once
you down.
again, everything I'm saying, once again, is about being respectful because we, when I say we, I'm speaking about descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we tend to have ethnic ADHD. We want to carry other people's burdens. So I'll continue the sentence that I was saying before I got interrupted by literally all of the other panelists,
Hmm.
respectfully. The point is what the Palestinians are going through. This is respectfully their karma for the invasion of North Africa and the ethnic displacement of the indigenous black Africans that predate the Arabians in that region. So, with all due respect to the Palestinians listening, we owe you no ear to spread your sob story too. We had to focus on our own struggles and our own upliftment, really.
This was not about him getting an ear. Oh Lord. Okay.
Yes, I just had to get that
That's
disclaimer
why. That's
because
why I
we don't
block you
owe
and
them
ban you off my
anything.
channel, Mulatto. No. This is the reason why. No, Mulatto. This is the reason why I block you and ban you. You don't have no. The thing is, when it's time to serious
But
conversations, you
let's not
always do
argue over
this.
other ethnicities though,
No,
brother.
no. You
Respectfully.
always do this. That's why I block you, ban you from my channel when you do bullshit like this. Nobody got time for that crap you be doing.
With all due
You always
respect,
say respectfully, and then
we'll go ahead.
no. Every time when you say
This is
respect, you
disrespect.
always follow it with a disrespect. There's something
Actually,
wrong with you.
what I said
You're
was
just a
respectful.
Puerto Rican.
Oh,
No,
go ahead.
hold on.
Go.
You just a Puerto Rican Negro. You just a nigga from Puerto Rico who nobody who takes seriously because you up there with the black conscious community Negroes.
I
Nobody
live
care
in
about
Puerto
you, Dan
Rico.
Conaway. No. Nobody care
Yes, I
about
live
you,
in
Dan.
Puerto Rico,
Nobody cares about
but I'm
you
not from
and
Puerto
your
Rico,
Dan
brother.
Conaway and your viewpoints on Dan Conaway and those Negroes who wear those goofy outfits screaming at women on street corners.
And allow me to address the host very
There's
briefly.
something
It'll
wrong
be
with
brief.
y'all.
It'll be one
No, it
sentence.
ain't brief.
Candy Cane, let me ask you, how many
Yes,
Palestinians will argue with each other over a black American? It's rare, right? So let's not
I
argue over a Palestinian.
I'm not a Palestinian.
I
I am from Israel, if I didn't say so.
What he said?
So
Y'all heard what he said?
I am from Israel.
Oh, once again, how many Israelis is
okay.
arguing
Listen,
with each
listen,
other
listen.
over black
I I
Americans?
I hear you, but I also have some Palestinian and some Israeli friends. They might even be in the audience quietly watching. What I
Exactly,
don't
and
want to do,
they not fighting each other over you.
and listen,
So
I'm not
let's
trying
not
to have
fight each
anybody.
other over them. That's all I'm
I'm not
saying.
trying to have anybody fight at all. We were supposed to be having a discussion. That's what we're doing. I want to say hello to some new people that have come in.
Respectfully, that's all I'm saying.
I want to say hello to some new
What's so
people that have
funny?
come in. Hold on, let me finish.
What?
Y'all, Big J, come on,
I
Big
want to
J.
cook. I want to roast this nigga. I swear to God. That's why
Come
I
on,
don't
Big
What's
J.
like
so
him no
funny
more.
is the saying respectfully when it's not respectfully. That's what's
I
funny.
need y'all to give me a
Well,
moment
everything I
to hold
said was
my.
respectful. Are
No,
you able to
it
articulate what I
wasn't.
said
No, it
that
wasn't. No, it
was
wasn't. It was some
disrespectful?
No, it was disrespectful. And if me and you was in the same room, I drew out this window.
To
For
be
real.
honest,
All
I
of
can't
y'all,
hear Big J or the
all of
host, but
you are
I heard
being
the brother
disrespectful to
when he
me right
said
now
what I
as I'm
said
asking
was
y'all to cool
uh,
down so that I can greet
not
my people
respectful.
coming
Are
in.
you able to articulate what I said that was disrespectful, brother?
I ain't your brother.
So I just muted everybody, and I don't like doing that. But if grown men can't act grown, then I'm going to mute you like your children. I know you can hear me.
If it's anyone talking,
Yes.
I can't hear.
Okay. Somebody tell him that I'm talking. Maybe that's the reason why he kept going. So
Can you
yes,
hear me, mulatto?
Yes, brother. That's why I asked you. Are you able to articulate what I said that was not respectful?
No, I'm saying you always say
silent. I don't
respectfully,
want
but
you
it's
to
not
go into that.
respectfully. But
But
I
she
would
was
like.
yeah, what did I say that was not
Candy
respectful?
Just let him
Kane
know that
is
I'm
trying to
talking at
talk.
least.
Kenny is trying to talk,
Oh,
but you
you're just
can't
gonna
hear
make
her.
an allegation. All right.
No, Kenny Kane is trying to speak, but you can't hear her talk.
Yes, I'm listening. Well, at least I'm muted up, but you addressed me, so I spoke again.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute you both. Thank you. So, anyways, I want to say thank you for coming in. I see Mahogany has joined us. I appreciate you. And anybody else that I missed, I was trying to catch you as they were going, but the chat is moving. I just want to say thanks to everyone who has come through. If you don't mind hitting the like button, thank you for hitting the like button. I want to give them a moment to cool down because what I don't want to do, this is not supposed to be a race war. This is absolutely where we're not going with that. Like the point of this is
I'm gonna leave and come
accountability.
back because I cannot hear you. Respectfully.
Okay, okay. The point of this conversation is I'm talking to us about how we represent us when we go viral. And I'm saying, I get it. Some of y'all have the opinion that it's going to happen regardless. So, just let it happen. But my question is, at what point do we take responsibility for how we present ourselves, how we represent ourselves? I mean, you don't have to be a part of the problem. You can sit back. You know what I mean? Like, but I understand people are making money off of the content. People are making money off of going viral over the most negative and degrading and humiliating things. And if you can sleep at night with that, like your pockets are lined and you cool with that, good. But I am not okay with it. And I'm asking you, why are you okay with it? Why are you okay with going viral over the most fucked up versions of yourselves? Do they exist within our communities? Yes, they absolutely do. But why is it that that is what we allow to be our representative? That's what I'm asking you. That is what this whole conversation with the rage bait and how I'm saying the algorithm, the people in charge are pushing this. That is why it is at the top of your For You page. Do you know how long Tommy Sotomayor's name sat at the top of my YouTube page? And I don't even watch his content. When I first came in back in like, oh, I don't even want to say, but when I first came in, yeah, I found Tommy. That was before all of these sectors even existed. That was before there was really a black YouTube and all of that stuff. And he was out here spewing all the things that he had to say, right? And then for the longest time, his name sat as a banner to click on at the top of YouTube. Why? Why was YouTube okay promoting Tommy Sotomayor and his messaging to all of us?
Well,
And I see Third Ward came in. Thank you for coming in, Third Ward. I just want to just say hello to anybody else that I missed. Anybody on the Twitch side, I appreciate you being here as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And go ahead, Big J.
It's kind of like that time. See, I broke my phone the other day, right? About a few months ago. So I bought me a new one.
Okay.
So I went ahead and opened up and I use it to go on the internet with. So I choose on and I open my YouTube and guess what it says? Black women. Black women.
Right,
Tommy Sotomayor on the top.
right.
I didn't even plug it. It was not even 15 minutes of me owning this phone. That I see the foolishness that I see every day. If the phone was not even plugged in on my Wi-Fi. Wasn't even plugged on anywhere. I plugged it. It was at the place the establishment where I bought my phone. So I'm
And
sitting
that's
here just like a lot of it is a lot of it is programmed, right? And I noticed it.
mhm,
I don't know, like uh I was talking to this with a Queen Sunkiss the other day, and I was saying how I do interviews with senatorial and congressional candidates, right, on my channel.
yes, I've
And
watched
I
them. Yes.
noticed, okay, right, you watch them, right? Notice that they're not being pushed. When anytime when I'm quote unquote with something else over here, that's being pushed. And I noticed that. And as a content creator, that does anger me though. They're purposely on now I have to take the position of boxer right there. He's right on this part. They're picking and choosing who to push. And
Hmm.
even Tommy's no longer on YouTube and Obsidian's no longer on YouTube, they still keep pushing the content out there. Even though the person may be blocked or banned from coming back, their content still being pushed. And it's
But to
still
be
being
Actually,
honest,
Tommy
I
is back
think
on here.
I think that we are distant, and I'm gonna include myself, just so it doesn't sound like I'm finger pointing. I think we are very disingenuous when we pretend to care about the affairs of the Black American community when we ignore the elephant in the room. And when I say this, I'm gonna prove to you all that I'm not biased, with all due respect. Now, and since there's a guest on the panel from Israel, I'll actually acknowledge something positive. I respect Israel for attempting to maintain an Israeli majority in Israel, even though I don't agree with everything the nation of Israel
Jewish
does.
majority. Let me correct you, friend. Jewish majority.
So you agree with me. So the point is, as you all, and once again, have some decorum. Please stop interrupting me because when you spoke, I did not interrupt you. But that's my point right there. And I'll repeat what I just said. I acknowledge and I actually respect Israel for attempting to preserve an Israeli majority in Israel simultaneously in the U.S. We as Black Americans, we pretend to care about preserving our communities, but we turn a blind eye to mass immigration, which is literally eroding Black American communities mathematically. When you go to Compton, that's no longer majority Black American. You go to Harlem, that's no longer majority Black American. You go to Atlanta, that's no longer majority Black American. The shit, even New York and Boston don't even have any majority Black American communities. So we are very hypocritical when we say, yeah, we care about Black American communities. We want to preserve them, but we also support mass immigration, and we are against ICE deporting the illegal aliens.
You have been on this ICE and immigration kick for a while now, and I think liberated is correct. Like I hear you in what you're saying, but this isn't about ICE and the immigrants. This is specifically how Black people are representing Black people online and going viral.
Well, you just said it. It's a manifestation of our lack of self-preservation instincts. We rather combat each other in real life and online instead of addressing the external enemies that are eroding our communities. Don't you see the correlation?
I didn't see any immigrants in that video
You
that
know
I
what
just
my
showed.
But do you see them in your neighborhoods in real life?
They didn't show them in that video.
No, I'm saying in
That's
real
my
life, do you
point.
see? Well, that's my point right there. We ignore the elephant in the room and we focus on each other and criticize each other. Can you understand that?
I hear what you're saying, but it's hard for me to make the correlation when it'd be different if there was immigrants pushing this. This isn't immigrants pushing this. This is Black people pushing it with white supremacy in mind and
And
or
that's
the
my point,
idea
Candy
of
King.
white supremacy.
And I'm glad you said that. We are able to criticize each other. We are even able to criticize the whites, but we are unable to criticize the immigrants that are complicit with whites in eroding our communities in real life. When we talk about
okay, but
gentrification, who's doing the construction?
if you are so hold on, if you are
Yeah, brother, I'm
so
listening.
concerned about immigration, then you
Yes,
got to
I am.
change foreign policy.
I agree.
Within the next 6 months, hold on, within the next 6 months, there's gonna be a wave of Venezuelans crossing the border of Texas in the next 6 months. Every time when we invade a South American, Latin American country, people who are not Mexicans going to cross the border. So
Hmm.
so you're trying to be because you try to justify, and you know what? This is Candy Cane's channel. I'm sorry. Let me back away. Let me
I'm
back
just
away. Y'all got it
acknowledging
going
the
on.
accumulative effect of us turning a blind eye to the invasion into our
Nobody,
communities.
nobody, nobody is turning a blind eye. The,
So what have we done to
two
stop it?
days,
Okay,
two
I
days
want to
can't
take this
be
back
right
because you guys are
at the
changing my
same
topic,
time.
and I don't want to go down this road. I don't want to do
Yeah,
it. I
y'all
don't.
Yes,
too.
let's,
I'm
let's
not
not
doing
get
it.
anything confused with the truth. I get it.
So
I
See,
understand.
I
see what
will
I'm saying?
acknowledge your
See what I'm
opinion,
saying? That
mulatto.
disrespect. That's that dis
I
that's
would.
that disrespect I'm talking
I'm
about.
being very respectful. You cannot
No,
mischaracterize
no,
me.
no, 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 you're not.
Big J, Big J, listen, it's fine. He stated his opinion. I welcomed his opinion. We acknowledged and heard his opinion. We're going to go back to the topic at hand. And I want to thank Tiffany again for coming in. I know you've been trying to get in, sis. I would like for you to go ahead and say what you have to say if you have any opinion you want to share with us right now.
I'm here. I'm listening, trying to get the little one. I'm at the moment, but hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Hello.
And I want to welcome in, I see
Peace.
Jelly has come in. Jelly came in. Let me see. Liberated said, one step at a time. Change what's in your house before you worry about what's inside of it. Yes, that is the point of why I am doing this stream right now. For anybody new who has come in, I know the topic, the my title is a bit salacious and it says pain porn for profit or systemic, excuse me, sinister systemic shaping. Say that 3 times fast. The whole point is that I was reviewing some of the rage bait content, what has gone viral. And I'm just trying to get people to think about the lasting impacts of what we are signing up to do, how it is impacting us. I'm of the personal belief that a lot of this is what fueled the so called gender war and had a lot of people at each other's necks. And all of it is like what we're finding out on the back end of this is a lot of it is it's GM. So hold on. You said Irby wanted me to share this. You're not being respectful. You're changing the topic. Okay.
Irby is an LGBTQ enthusiast, respectfully.
I don't think that has any bearing, but okay.
It has a lot of bearing.
Anyway, so the whole point of what I'm saying is that we're going viral and we're people are making money, they're getting their names out there, they're getting the clout, they're doing everything that they can to reach far and wide, hundreds of thousands, millions of views, right? but what are you leaving behind when you put this kind of content out? What are you doing? Are you helping people? Or are you furthering the divide of Black people and the Black community? Are you hurting us? Are you creating more of a negative stereotype, negative image that we, the everyday Black people, have to combat?
Can you read L Boogie's comment, please?
Let me see. She says, I rarely agree with Aphrodiscoria, which was your former name, but I totally
Yes.
agree with migrants evading America receiving benefit. Okay. So she agrees with you that, and then criticizing Black American culture. Who just dropped?
This is the elephant in the room that we must
Big
address.
Big J did.
Okay, Big J left. All right. So when you say pain porn, is there specific? Okay, so Jelly, you came in a little bit late. There were a few. I cleaned my algorithm up. So what I did was I went through and I blocked a lot of the skit content, the people who are putting out what I call rage bait content. So I'll give you some examples. I did write them down, just the ones that I could remember off the top of my head. So you had the McDonald's skit guy and lady about, I just showed that one a little bit ago. Essentially, what happened was there is a couple that's co parenting one child. The woman, however, has multiple children. The additional children, the one child's father shows up, brings McDonald's for his one kid, and the lady's recording and she's going off telling him he should have bought food for all of her kids, which are not his other children. It was a big, big thing that went viral a few years ago. Then you had
Yeah, I
House of
remember that.
Hypocrites with his 7 kids by 7 different women and how he was a self-proclaimed proud deadbeat father that was going viral for a while there. Then we also had the whole Cheesecake Factory date thing that went viral, where the woman said she was too good for a Cheesecake Factory date. Like it was a lot that has happened. I was trying
Now,
to remember other.
wasn't some of those fake though? Like,
That's my whole point is that they were all fake. Every single one of them that I listed was fake, right?
hmm
But at the time, people were having full panel discussions on these topics, and it so I know you're like it's fake now. We all like we agree it's fake now, right? And so people are probably like, well, what does it matter if it's fake? At the time, though, people didn't acknowledge whether it was fake or not. People were having discussions around these topics as though they were real, right? And even
Yep.
just now, it's reinforcing a lot of talking points on both sides of this gender war. People are using it as proof, as see here, look at this video. This is what people are saying that they're doing. Look at this guy. Look at how she berated him for showing up with food for his kid and wouldn't let him feed his kid. Either don't bring food for the one kid or bring it for all of them, is what she had to say. People are using this to reinforce the stereotypes of it's us against us at this point. That's what we're doing. And I just went back to old skits because I don't even have any new examples to recite to you. Because again, I've cleaned my algorithm up. I don't even play with this stuff anymore. I had to go find them, is what I'm saying. And I'm welcoming back to the stage Boxing Scholar. I think you have a bit of an echo.
Me?
Yeah.
I had to refresh.
I want to say a few stuff before I need to go, so I want to say a few things.
Sure.
Yeah. First of all, it was an honor to be on your show. Second, what exactly did you do to make my audio, to make my sound go better?
We went into your mic settings. So if you click on the mic, you can do edit mic settings, and everything that was checked, I just unchecked and rechecked them.
Okay, I didn't know that. To be
Yeah.
Yeah,
honest,
sometimes when you have headphones, bro, it'll take the echo cancellation away automatically. Like, because sometimes I have to keep re-clicking it. For some reason, it'll
What is
just
that?
reset.
Yeah. So if you ever are on anybody else's panel and they're telling, I think Silent, I think you got some feedback going on. Maybe it might not be you. No, it's not you. It's Vagoda. I think Vagoda, your audio issue is trying to come back on us. Yes. Basically,
in
what
any
you
case,
should do is try unchecking and rechecking your mic settings, and usually that will fix it for any other panel that you join through StreamYard.
Or sometimes if I'm using headphones, if I change it from Bluetooth to regular speaker in the settings, sometimes that works too.
Okay, I did not know that. Thank you.
okay, I will definitely check that out. In any case, I want to thank you, and Well, I need to go to sleep. I have a job tomorrow.
Well, thank
Hey,
you for coming through.
Yeah.
I appreciate you subscribing to the channel, and I hope that you return.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say that too as well. Besides the host, I enjoy dialogue, brother. Even if it's for somebody who differs from opinion of mine. I wasn't attacking. I was genuinely trying to ask questions and see how we're perceived, so I could grow as a person as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
How long we gonna be on?
Questions. Ask whatever you want. If you everybody, if you step in some case, in some, if you say some stuff, you know what? Never mind. Have a wonderful night.
You
Ciao.
too. Go ahead and get some rest.
He said he had enough to hear with you niggas, but nah.
Stop it.
But what I was gonna say, Candy, ultimately it go down to this, Candy. Y'all care too much about what white people think. I don't give a damn anymore. Every term we come out with, they hijack, right? White privilege. Then they come out with black privilege, like that's a real thing, right? Black fatigue. They come out try to spin it as if they're tired of hearing about us talk about our issues. But no, Black Fatigue was an actual book, and it was basically saying that black people can't get rest from getting criticized. We get it from our own, we get it from everybody else, which is true. We always are on trial about something, always trying to hold ourselves up and be accountable. Meanwhile, the White House has a whole essay from minors. Allegations, and none of the people are coming forward marching or holding them on trial or doing anything. But had this been Barack Obama, you already know what it would have been a shitstorm of accountability, and this is how black people are, criminality lessons. I don't care what white people think. I don't give a damn how they see us. There's nothing we could do. So why would we even play that game of like I said in the chat, Jerry Springer was a long running show. I've never seen a white people get together and have discourse on about the negative effects of Jerry Springer on it, because them was cousins, them was mamas sleeping with mamas, reinforced stereotypes, and they didn't have to answer for them.
But here's the thing. I will grant you what you're saying, but what you also have to remember is white people have a wide range of viewpoints of who they are. We are represented by our most uh man, the
By our
worst of us
worst.
is highlighted. The worst of us is what is highlighted and perpetuated and stereotyped versus for every cousin brother that you had from Jerry Springer, you also had depictions of doctors and lawyers and attorneys and the president, the TV shows. You got that one, what is that TV show? Like there's the movie scheme. Why in all of these action movies do you have the one white guy who can go take down an entire mob or an entire government? So what I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that you're saying white people don't have to answer to the negative versions of them. That's because the positive outweighs their negative. It's not the same in the reverse for us.
And you know what? When we try to do something positive, you know what happens? Black people will show up and shit on it, right? Like when I did a Sinners review. Why y'all worried about fiction? That ain't gonna do nothing for us when they depict the Black Panther in a good light, and black people was proud of that. Why y'all proud of a fictional? Is nothing we could do. We're gonna get criticized from everybody. So I've grown to get thick skin and just say, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care what white people think about black people. I don't care
You
about none
may
of that.
not you may not care, and I get it. I understand not caring, but it still doesn't okay. How can I say this? Not caring doesn't stop us from being dehumanized. Like again, to some extent, I hear defeatist in that. I hear defeatist. I mean, am I the only one?
Does caring change anything? So we've been caring what white people thought about our hair. That's why we getting perms. How's that worked out for us?
It's not
Like,
about caring about what they think. I'm saying control your narrative. Be the change you want to see.
and you know what? We controlled our naps, and that wasn't enough. So I don't give a damn anymore. It ain't defeatist. It's just I don't give. There's nothing you could do. At some point, you got to throw your hands up, Candy, and realize there is nothing that you could do for them to see you in a light of humanity. Given the history of like we have history books documented where they did horrible things to their slaves. We don't have to guess how they see us. Can you then come from that and view that person as a human? They don't want equal rights because they know what we've done with the little bit of scraps that we've had, we're on par with them. If they actually gave real equality, we would surpass them. That's why they're attacking education now, because we're the most educated group. Like we know what's up. To see here and continue to play this game of acceptance, to me, is a losing strategy and a losing battle. They're never going to see you how you're supposed to be seen.
I think if we all adopted the viewpoint that you have right now, we would have never had a whole like the Malcolm X. We would have never had Martin Luther King. We wouldn't have had a civil rights movement if we just accepted that this is the way it is and there's nothing to be changed.
So you think Malcolm X cared about what white people thought about him?
I think Malcolm X demanded his respect, no matter who it was.
Malcolm X and the whole Muslim
Fine.
movement was about us cleaning up our community and about how we see ourselves. It wasn't about how white people see us. What this whole episode has been about, how white people are gonna stumble up on this video and see us the way they already see us. I don't give a
Is
damn how
this
they
no,
see.
no, no, no. You took a part of that. This is not just about white people. This is how we see us too. Notice I did say that it's fueling the gender war, that the gender war, these skits, this content help to reinforce the negative ideas that we have about ourselves. I am also trying to clean up the community.
I think it doesn't start with a public, what do you call it, like um, a public display, because what that normally does is they'll, I mean, they do that all the time. We see it on Fox News. They be like, black on black crime. Like white on white crime is not a thing, but black on black crime is a thing. Then they'll bring a black person on who has concerns, legitimate concerns with our community, and use them to publicly portray to white people and reinforce how they see us. And it all goes back to, black people giving a fuck how they see us. Like we don't have to be loud or whatever with our correction. You know what I mean? It's just like you know how they say, like, keep your loved ones, correct them in private and defend them in public. Could it be something like that? Could we be on code? Could we stop giving
No,
a goddamn about what they think about us?
because at the end of the day, we're all going to be treated the same. If I could get all of my people who are close to me together, right? Like we all stand together. But when we step outside these doors, your people that are not together and my people that are, we all going to be treated the same. There is no good black Negro. Does does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like,
Well, but Candy, this is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. So me and you and everybody on this panel has access to history books, right? And it's Black History Month. We can find the most heinous things that they did to black people. We can find the most unjust things that they did to black people. So, and now they said how important the psyche is, and they're understanding propaganda and imagery and how it affects your brains, and how you shouldn't give your kids phones because images could warp their view of reality. We had that
mhm.
done to us for 400 years. We definitely need a little bit of grace from our own and a little bit of correction. That's all we need. But I mean, these public spats about what black people need to do. I'm tired of them, because they're always at the source of them is what white people think about us, and I really, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because I don't care what the fuck they think about us.
Noted. Noted. I see 18th letter has joined us. I want to acknowledge you. Thank you for joining the panel. Did you want to jump in on the discussion?
Yeah, thanks for having me up, Candy. I'm gonna just speak really
What's
quick.
good, 18?
What up, Boxing Scholar? Um, I'm a little torn with the situation because I'm not even gonna lie. To see, man, it's just like I don't even know where to start. Um, a lot of it really has to do with, unfortunately, from what I've seen in participating in a lot of these panels and participating in a lot of these spaces, um, it's eternalized self-hatred. It's black people that don't really want to be black, and we can't even talk about building the community when we can't even start with the basics. We can't even respect each other. We can't really even have a conversation, and that's because even with a lot of black people have learned, it's an internalized ideology in how they think, and how we think as a people. Some of us, not all, but I'm at the point where, like, with those types of black people, I want to get as far away from them as possible. Because if what how can I build anything if you don't like yourself? How can I build anything if you don't love yourself? How can I build anything with you if you see me in the same light that a white supremacist see me?
And that
What
goes to my point.
what
Thank you
what
for
what,
bringing it.
we can and it's not even just the algorithm that's with these conversations. I've seen some of the nastiest, diabolical, heinous things said that if you would take a black person's voice and AI it to a white supremacist voice, it's like it wouldn't be no difference. And what it said, we don't understand laws, we don't understand policies. We like to create this imaginary world that things are in the past and things have changed, when all you got to do is crack open a book and you'll see that a lot of the same patterns have been repeated over and over and over. um we don't we just we I don't really even know what to say no more. Like, even when you said like fueling the gender war, like I don't want to sound biased, I really don't. What I've seen, like I've seen the most, like for me, even being a black man, I've seen people say the most heinous things about like black men, that you can, things that's not even within our character, that have been portrayed, on us. People said, we've been, bullet bags, apes. People, hope that we get deleted. And this was within our own community. We ain't never built nothing. We ain't never established nothing. We ain't worth nothing. All of these other groups of men are better than us. Like, when you see a lot of that, and I'm talking about like when you see all of that coming. Oh, when I see a white cop mishandles a black man, that turns me on. Like, all of the different stuff that I saw, it just leaves a real bad taste in your mouth. And if you was a black person that was taught to love themselves, and that's another conversation we got to have. It's black people that don't like to be around confident black people that really have them, that love themselves and bring good energy. So before we can even start about building anything, we got to separate the rotten out of our group before, and realize you can't build with those people. They're too far gone. They're like sick
Okay.
in their mind. Because, like, if we can't even have a conversation where you respect me as a man and I respect you as a woman before you start talking crazy to me or talking down on me, anything like that, I would, and some of these people that you see on these panels, I would never, ever hang with these people in real life, ever. No, and you can just tell by the way people, present themselves in a lot of these spaces. You can tell that they ain't never been nowhere. They ain't never did nothing with their lives. You can just tell by their perspective. And unfortunately, we in a day and age where everybody has a voice. All you got to do is get a StreamYard, get some cheap headphones or whatever, and you can spew whatever on your mind.
Hmm.
And, that catches fire. So,
Well, I would like to point out that I know you. One of the things that you said was that we can't have conversations with within the community because people are at each other's neck. I would like my channel to be an example of the counter of that. The people come up here, even if they don't agree with each other fundamentally, for the most part, everyone has come and they have been respectful of each other, even if you hate each other's viewpoints. So I don't think that that's entirely true, that every panel has to turn into a shouting match, a screaming match, and just a bunch of disrespect. I think people do know how to govern themselves and they move accordingly depending on whose space they go in and how the host will handle it. And I want to say before, Choco Kitty, welcome to the panel. Thank you for coming up. I also want to say thank you for coming through, Tay Tay. I see you in the chat. And anybody else that I missed, charge it to my head and not my heart. I've been trying to hold it down here. So thank you to everybody who's come through. If you could hit the like button for me, I would greatly appreciate that. But yeah, Choco Kitty, if you want to come. And I'm sorry, before I go to you, Choco, Tiff, you were having some audio issues earlier. Did you want to jump in at all?
Do I sound better?
Oh, you sound good. Clear.
Okay. Yeah, and I've been dealing with a little one here. No, I like this conversation. I do agree to some point, a little of what 18th was saying, but I feel like I think you said this earlier, Candy, but like the change that you want to see in the world, you got to start with yourself. So I think the idea of always looking for us, maybe as a group or collective, to quote unquote make the change that we wish to see, and first start with us and about who we surround ourselves with, the kind of intake, whether it's media or music or whatever. If depends on what kind of reality or world you want to exist in. Ultimately, it starts with yourself. But I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. Sorry, sis.
You reminded me of, I posted 4 days ago on my community wall, and it's a meme that says, the higher you vibe, the more you shape your environment. The lower you vibe, the more your environment shapes you. And that kind of goes in line with what Tips just said. I do believe that the totality of your experience of your life, while things may have happened to you, you still have some control over that. I don't believe in being a victim. I don't. I'm sorry. I think that we have a lot more power, a lot more control than what we acknowledge or recognize. And I think once people step into that, we can make a lot of positive changes. But folks are so content with being a victim a lot of times that we even perpetuate the victimhood, and we love to show that. And I'm not trying to, I hope I don't sound supremacist aligned. That's not what I'm doing. It's not at all what I'm trying to do here. What I'm saying is that I am in control of my life, and that's the only thing that I can control. And if we all took that same approach, one person at a time, step by step, trying to be a better representation, then they're going to have to try really hard to keep the narrative going of black people bad, black people evil. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying.
Right. No,
Chaco,
I
go ahead.
agree. I don't know who was speaking earlier because it kind of gave the fetus vibe, right? As if I'm not sure. I might have came in late, so I'm not really sure what the premise was, but it was kind of like saying as if, well, I'm not gonna keep trying, or I don't care what quote unquote white people how they look, because no matter what we do, they're gonna look at a certain way. Okay, well, let's not focus on that aspect, because once again, we have control over what we consume. We have control over media if we decide that, right? If you wanted to start a podcast or YouTube channel, whatever, and if that's not your lane, there are people who doesn't focus on the negative stereotypes of black people and then other races of people as well. So I'm not really
That was
sure who
Boxing Scholar.
jumping on.
Boxing Scholar who ran. He ran up off the channel. Listen, he been talking about me, beating up, bashing him all day. Talking about, you love to bash black women, which is a joke. He knows that's not true. But I
Uh-huh.
told him he can come on over here today and get this work if he wants it. And
Not
now
get
he's
this
run.
right.
And now he's run. Yeah, okay. Welcome, Choco Kitty. You want to go ahead and jump in?
Hey, Chaco.
Yeah. Hey. So this is not supposed. I believe this is not supposed to be like a gender banging conversation, which I don't even. I try not to participate in those. I don't think I participate in those, but I did want to call out that we had somebody come to the panel and basically try to highlight what a certain subsect of Black women do on the internet, and try to compare that, like, or make it seem like that's a major issue in the community. But why are Black men so afraid to talk about what Black men do, that they do in much greater numbers on the internet and in real life, that has a detrimental effect on the community? Like, why? Because I already knew what that person was gonna, and I'm talking about you, 18th letter. I already knew what you were gonna say before you even came up there. I knew you was gonna start talking about Black women this, Black women that. You might not have said Black women, but we know you're talking about divestors who say Black men are bullet bags, or they get turned on when the cops mishandle a Black man. The average Black woman is not talking about like that. Like, why don't we talk about, for instance, Corey Holcomb, how he sat up there and said Tasha K is the type of woman that you are with before you get money, and he married a biracial and a Puerto Rican, as far as I know. I don't follow the nigga. What about the fact that Corey Holcomb, who had 27,000 people in his audience, he put a dark-skinned Black girl up on the screen and called her ugly? Why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about that? It's like we always want to go find a Black woman that's doing something and try to make it seem like Black women are the problem with the community. Divestors are divestors because they are tired of black men's bullshit. That's the whole point of divestment. They didn't just wake up, you know what I'm saying, one day and be like, oh, I just love white men. The whole point is, I don't want to say it, but yeah, it is a reactionary movement. So I think nothing is going to get solved when we're acting like black women are the problem, because that's just not the case. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
So before you respond to that 18th, before you say anything, because I don't want this to turn into a gender war thing, I will acknowledge what Choco Kitty is saying. Yes, he did come up and he did express those points. The reason why I let those points fly is because those same points that he's talking about are some of the, like you said, it's a subset, it's a small, loud group of people that got pushed around by the algorithm and promoted. So the same thing was happening with the black men and the negative things that they were saying. Same thing was happening with the black women and the negative things that they were saying. My whole point is we are the ones responsible for allowing this to go viral and for feeding it to the algorithm to even begin with. That's why I let him get it off. Now, had he kept going, I would have slowed it down, but I let it play out because he was speaking partially to the topic. Does that make sense? Chaco, I'm asking you specifically. Do you understand what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I don't think it's the same thing. Like, I don't know if you mean, do I agree? Like, I don't agree with the part where you said that it's the same thing. Like, as far as that's happening to the men, it's happening to the women, because there's way more black men that are doing it. And like I said, most black women are not divestors, and most black women do not talk like that. But we don't want to talk about the positive things that black women do for black men, like all the muling that they do, all the like laying down so black men can walk on their back. They don't want to talk about that. They just
Wait,
want to
go
talk
ahead.
about
Go. You
divested
talk
zealous
about it.
chat.
You talk about it. You go ahead and give me some examples of the muling, because the women, the black women that support black men, I
Wait a
support
minute.
them
If this,
wholeheartedly.
okay,
I'm not one of
I'm
them,
gonna
so I
slow
can't really do it.
Well, you the one that
I'm
brought
gonna
it
slow
up,
you
so I
both
would think
down.
you would have your
I'm gonna
examples.
slow you both down because I understand that you are both polar opposites of each other and on the extreme outskirts of the viewpoints from each other. I understand that. What I don't want this to do is turn into an actual gender war conversation back and forth because that's going to take away from the actual topic.
I could jump down. Like, that's really all I had to say. I
No,
just felt
I
like
get it.
he was presenting something that's one sided, and not only are there two sides, but the other side is the bigger and worse side. So just let's not be disingenuous. That's all I want to say. But if he want to respond to me, then he can. I
Yeah,
don't know. I
you
don't
don't
want to
you don't
like
have to
run.
jump down. You don't have to jump down, Chaco. You don't
No,
have
it's
to jump.
not. I don't want to divert the conversation. I really don't.
No,
Stay and
no.
add to the other
Like
topics,
I,
Taco.
I can I can respect you, and I can respect the panel, and I respect Candy. We just
Thank
have
you.
a difference of opinion. That's all.
Mm.
You don't have
And
to jump
it's
down.
okay to have a difference of opinion. What I don't want it to turn into is a mudslinging contest where you guys are going at each other's throats because that's not productive.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's not. It's not. At this particular point, here's the thing that I think. I think the majority of black people, unfortunately, us as people, we are very dishonest. A lot of the times we are very disingenuous, and we don't really want to face our true problems. And then in a lot of cases, for some people at this particular point, I think it's just best to walk away. I think people are realizing. I think the only reason why some people are changing their tune is because they realize that where they were at with their ideology, it hasn't gotten them anywhere. But at this particular point, I think it's too late. I think it's too late. I think for the people that really have genuine love for black people, that know how to be around black folks with good energy and different things like that, those people are going to be around each other. And then people that are attracted to negativity are going to continue to be attracted to negativity, especially since it makes money. Money, unfortunately, and this is the God's honest truth. As much as I hate it, money trumps all. And
That is true.
things became really bad once you were able to be monetized on social media. You have people that will literally come up here and make up a lie just to just to make up content and give views for social media. People with car confessions on different stories that never happened, that never had taken
Hmm.
place, just for viewership. And it's unfortunate, but like, it's me speaking on behalf of the brothers. a lot of a lot of people are just tired, man. Like as much as I hate to say it in that sense, people are just like they just tuning out because and this is not a situation on. I'm not saying that it's not black men that say it's poor things in taste, but based off of from what I've seen, and I'm not like I said, I'm not trying to be biased, but from what I've seen, I did not I've seen the most alt-right neo-Nazi stuff or neo-Yahtzee. I'm sorry
Okay, I
about
want
that.
to slow you down because I don't want to go that route. I hear where you're going, and I get it. What I will say to both of you, I'm not saying either person is wrong here. I'm saying your perspective was shaped by your environment and your experiences. Her perspective was shaped by her environment and her experiences. Neither is invalid.
Yeah, and I just think that too many people too. We're trying to find a way to fix the lamp after it is shattered in a thousand pieces. I think certain people, they just got to take their L. If your ideology led you into this direction and you've been thinking or having that thought process for years, just go ahead and stay with it because there's no way to fix something if that's how you really feel about me as a man or if it's certain ways that certain men feel about that with women, it's best that we just stay separated. You go your way, and I go mine. And
I agree with that. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. I agree with that.
and because like even like even when you get into a lot of these spaces, they people can't even not speak about gender. They can't even not speak about relationships, and I don't
But
understand
we
why because
can
it's more
though.
to
We
life.
we
It's more to
can. We
life.
choose to continue on gender. I have topics just about every, well, I ain't gonna say every Saturday, but most Saturdays, right? Every single topic that I have had has been a different conversation with different themes. Have they delved slightly into gender? Yes. But do we go gender war? No. I can have an entire conversation with you and never touch the gender war because I don't need to.
Same thing. I don't even want to even talk about relationships. Some people look, certain people, broken people stay broken. Unfortunately, it's at some point. Uh, Sometimes people they can't be fixed, especially if they had too many traumatized experiences in their life. They can't be fixed, and I think those people, in my opinion, I hate to say it like this, but they like a cancer or a plague. They need to be completely separated from everybody else, so they can live in their own thoughts and live in their own, so they don't harm other people in the process.
So that applies to
Okay.
everybody that's talking trash, right? Not just like women. That apply to everybody.
I would say yeah, but we got
Okay.
to like let me just say this real quick. How much of it is there any truth in anything that the men are saying, or are the men just lying?
Okay, let's say there is truth, right? But the fact is, it's still a collective, thing. So still trying to separate the issue when you say black people, but keep focusing on black women. Like you said, you're being biased, trying not to be biased. I get it. I can be biased too, but trying to just stay on a certain side and when that's not even the topic right now, kind of crazy to me.
Somebody
But
has,
I get
okay,
though.
before you all, hold on. Before you all continue, somebody has feedback and I can't figure out who it is. Somebody is
That
messing up
might
the
be me.
audio.
Hold on, that might be me. Let me mute up. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I think it was him. Now I
It
want to
was.
welcome to the stage. I have Tequila here with us. Big J just joined the panel again. And I'm sorry, who was in the bottom right corner? Is that Hustler? The gentleman in the bottom right corner?
Reese, but
I can't even see it. Dang, with my blind self.
nah, it's
But go.
Don't take them out.
I'm sorry. You said, what'd you say your name
I don't
was?
know. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, and I don't know if it's messing up. I said it's Smitty.
Okay.
It's Smitty. Okay, yes, Smitty, I can hear you. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I knew who I had up here.
Oh
Okay, so
Lord. Okay.
all right, so
Oh
we
yeah,
have
you good.
Smitty as well. We have Tequila. Big J just joined the panel. Boxing Scholar is still here. He has the name Leave Scholar alone with his white Sammy Sosa. But okay, go ahead, Tequila. My bad.
Okay. Hi everyone. I just wanted to say hello to the panel. But so here's the thing. And I won't be long because I'm with the baby too. And he just
I just got his clothes on from bath time. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's you again, 18th letter. I've never actually had a conversation with you. A lot of the times, I don't know if you see me in chats, but a lot of the times I'm in the clouds listening. And what I can say is you do always bring up you don't want to gender bang, but you do. You gender bang. You gender bang because this conversation that Candy was having really had nothing to do with gender. It really didn't. Um, and to me, I guess like you said, like what you asked the other ladies. Well, what the men what the men were saying was any of it true? Um, yes, some of it was true, but some of the stuff that men were saying about black women, it just wasn't true. And I can say vice versa for the divested women, and or just women who hate black men in general. They said some truthful things, and some things wasn't true. But I do think you come up here with biases, and it kind of disrupts the flow of the conversation.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I do agree as a man. I agree.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What say you to that 18th letter? Because now it's not a gender banging thing. If you got women saying that, you coming up and adding in gender to a conversation where gender was not the focus, and then you also have a man who is co-signing this idea. What do you think? Have you ever stopped to ask yourself if maybe you are more focused on gender than you think you are?
Yeah, I'm very self-aware and I'm very self-conscious, and it it really because the topic was what's you said what's fueling the gender war, right? And it's not
No,
necessarily
no, that was not the topic. The topic
Yeah, not
was,
at all.
so even in your interpretation of the topic, focused on the gender war when I said the issue is not the gender war. The issue is the content that we are putting out, which has helped to fuel the gender war.
right, which had part which and the content what I was saying was directly connected to the content that was being put out, right? When I explained the content that's been pushed out for the last 4 to 5 years,
Okay,
at
so
least
let
from
let me
from
frame
my
it so anybody
perspective and
else
what I've seen.
responds to him on that one. Yes, I did say that what you were saying was along the lines, but what people are saying is everything that you had to say that had to be negative content that was being pushed was biased because it was only the content women were pushing. You did not speak on the negative content that men were pushing. That is where your bias came in. But you
Okay,
acknowledged when you came up that you would be coming from a biased point of view. So I
yeah,
can understand that.
and usually it's the same usual suspects when they talk about the men, Tommy Sotomayor, like, and I'm trying to figure out, can you tell me what are the active who are some of the active YouTubers besides Tommy Sotomayor that says a lot of hateful rhetoric? And when you
See,
reverse it, and when you reverse it, I've never heard black men say that we need to delete our male, I mean our
that's going,
female.
okay, we're going into a different
Oh,
topic. I don't want
see,
to go there.
you see,
Right.
you
I don't
see,
want
you
Right.
to.
No.
see.
I always have to slow you and stop you and bring you back because every time we have a conversation, it ends up going into that. And that is what I don't want.
And
Okay,
can I just say one thing just to use it as an example? Now, just like you was about to use the black male baby example that we all know, I've definitely heard, and I think other people on this panel can say that they heard it too, where black man said we need to sacrifice all black women. We
who
need to
said that?
shoot them.
What content creator said that?
Hold on. I'll tell you. Er, uh, Arangani Forrest. Go look him up. He's part of Igmore. Um, the nigga Obsidian said walking in blood prints of black women. That's been recorded. It's in the archives. Um, Anger Man said a lot of things too. a lot of people have said a lot of things. Your boy Ever Anderson. So you can't just sit there and say Tommy's the only one saying it when people got archives of
Yes. Thank you,
these
Big
men
Joe.
saying it. But
And so,
however, now, hold on, all you women, y'all done some whole ass shit too. Like,
that's a
oh,
fact.
I'm a nurse in Dallas, Texas. I want black men to die. I'm about to call the state government on her ass.
Yep.
After I find it and clip it, I'm gonna take her ass out of circulation. Cause I'm not playing with any of you Negroes. I'm not. War has already been declared. I declare war on Black YouTube as a whole.
See,
So
So
hey,
I
so
just
so
want to I
so
just want to
hold on,
finish
hold
my
on. Let me
state.
just say
Can I
this
just
real
finish
quick.
my statement to
Hold on,
18
hold on.
letter?
I got
Can
you
I just
guys.
the
finish?
problem with
Sweetheart,
you
Big
I just
J.
18,
wanted to make
the
a
problem
point
with
real
you
quick. I
18.
just wanted to make a point real quick.
Wait,
But
Hey,
wait,
I,
wait.
that's what
Because
I'm
what
talking
I
about.
like to finish.
wait a
Can I
minute,
finish
wait
my
a minute.
point?
Because Big J did cut off Tequila. I do want her to make her point, and then 18 you can
Okay, go
respond.
ahead.
So all I want to say to you though is I've never formally had a conversation with you, but what I'm trying to say to you is I've heard it on both ends. I heard both sides say despicable, disgusting things about each other. I heard it. So we cannot keep just saying that the women are saying these evil, nasty things where there have been men who said evil, nasty things too. And on top of that, most of the time, I don't like to get on these panels and argue with people, but I've been on panels where men have argued me down and said that I need to hang in Congo Square. And that has personally been
Right.
said to me. So
Right.
that's all I'm going to say.
And I will say,
All right.
whoever
So
said
we
that,
okay.
And
and
I'm
I'll
going
they're
to
tell
Thank
you.
you,
drop
Tequila.
down. I'm going to
they're a
drop
sick
down.
person.
Thank you,
They're a
Tequila.
sick person, Tequila.
No, I'll tell you
Whoever
what.
said
I'll
that
tell
to
you.
you are a
Go
sick
go
person.
to go to Expose the Manosphere channel. Go to a channel called Expose the Manosphere. He has all the sound clips of black women started the war wars. Black women did this. Black women did this. You go to Expose the Manosphere, tracking the Manosphere channel. All them clips has been up on that channel. So we can cut out the foolishness. Well, the men are innocent. No. I've been here since 2006. I remember when Adrian McGowan got deleted from another YouTuber saying the same old bullshit. Okay, so let's not sit there and say the men are innocent. It's the women just tagging. No, both sides have been doing it, and both sides
All
just
right.
need to burn in hell. That's all I gotta say
Before
on it.
before anybody else goes, there is a question on the screen that L Boogie wants to ask specifically to 18. And she wants to know, where were you 13 to 15 years ago when the black manosphere was dragging women? Did you stand up to tell them that it was a bad narrative and that they shouldn't be doing that?
Yeah, I was around at that particular time, and I didn't really hear a lot of people at that time. It was
Hold
Sergeant
on.
Willie.
Hold on. You sound far away. It's hard to hear you.
Hold on, give me one second. How about now? Can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay, sorry about that. I was around at that particular time. I was that's back when it was like Sergeant Willie P, Captain Solo, Soul and Black, and when Sergeant Willie P came around, um, I didn't really like. It was certain things he was saying, but it didn't seem like it was really like hateful rhetoric and different things like that. I think it was a lot of truth in to what to what the man was saying at that particular point. I think anytime that you expose people's, and I'm not saying we don't have black men out there that are, maybe losers or talking down and different things like that, but I think it's over exaggerated a lot of the times, and I think when black men do tell the truth about our interactions or our experiences, it's looked at as that we're just lying or we're just making it up and we're trying to talk down on black women, because a lot of the times we just don't want to be honest. We just don't want to be honest and tell the truth about a lot of things. But that's neither here. That's neither here nor there. I'll just say this and I'll end it with that. At this particular
Okay.
point, if we can't be honest or have a conversation and everything like that or be truthful, because we've been judging black men for decades. Black men have not went without contempt. Black men have not went
But here,
without
here's what
critique.
you're doing. You're making it a gender war again. This had
Okay.
nothing to do with me bashing black men. This is me talking to the
No, no,
entire
no.
community
Okay. All
about
right,
our
I got it.
representation and what we're doing to each other. And you're specifying to black men as though this was a personal attack on black men when it's not.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just say this when it comes to the community. The community is done, unfortunately. And I hate to say it that way, but I have to be honest with myself because too many people don't want to change. Too many people, uh, it's internalized self-hatred within our community. We can't even respect each other most of the time. We look at each other and discuss. It's like trying to. It's too late at this particular point. And then on top of that, our numbers are low. Other communities are outgrowing us. I don't see at this particular point how it can be fixable. I really don't. It's too many, and it's too many people that's just not. We don't. A lot of us don't crack open no books. We don't read. We don't try to, you know, uh, learn our histories, have some type of pride in different things like that. So I really don't see us moving much further than remaining stagnant in this little space. Talking about the same topics.
Okay. Thank you very much, 18th. I appreciate you and your input. Um, I'm gonna go. Oh, Lord, my y'all gotta bear with me. I
Hey,
want to go
for your
ahead and welcome
equilibrium.
in. What you say?
For your equilibrium, huh?
Through my equilibrium off. Okay. I want to welcome to the stage, Nav. Thank you for coming up. Again, I want to preface like, listen, if you all are intending on turning this into a gender war where we're going back and forth, black men did this, white men did that, or black women did this, I am not interested in that conversation. I'm going to shut it down. But if we're going to have a conversation about the topic or even other topics that are not shame, blame, and explain against each other, then we can continue to do that. And I'm just prefacing, I'm not saying that's why you're here now. I'm saying that to the whole panel. Like, I truly do not have any interest in participating in anything gender war.
Yeah, get rid of the SSBE. You know, I'm getting tired of that shame, blame, and explain. The
No,
SBE
that's
stuff.
fine. I'm just trying to understand. How do you have a conversation if you can't talk about things that have happened? If we have to ignore a certain aspect, or we have to disregard what other half of the equation might have felt or have endured, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just asking. I'm walking on eggshells here. I'm just asking.
Well,
That's
no,
not
I'm
where I
not
came.
asking. I'm not asking you to walk on eggshells. What I'm saying is that the topic is about rage bait content and the
Right.
lasting impacts that it's had on our community specifically, how we look at ourselves and how the outside non-black world looks at us. What
Right.
happens though is I am starting to believe that we as black people cannot have a conversation without it going men bad, women bad. That's not what I want to
Right.
say that I believe that the collective intelligence of Black people expands beyond the gender war.
Right. But you know why? What you're seeing is
Right.
because other demographics look at it, and there's there has to be accountability at some point. There's no way around that, right? So if you want to have an honest conversation, that's going to require honest input, right? Honest experiences, and we can't put disclaimers on a conversation. Now I agree with you. It shouldn't be
Yeah,
bash
but
bash.
how many times?
Come on, Big J, man. Come on,
You
bro.
gotta let him finish, Big J. Let him get his point
Nah,
out
but like this
before
is
you
what I'm
jump.
talking about. This is exactly her point, right? We immediately want to attack because we're so quick to speak. We don't listen to each other. So
But I've been listening to this for 20 years. It's the same conversation for 20 years.
But you
It's
don't
the
know
same
but
conversation.
because it's people
but
like
Big J,
you
that's
that's in the
that's not fair to him, Big
conversation
J. You
that
can't
control the
cut him
No,
off and
no,
say
narrative.
he
it's
made
people
a
like
point.
you who getting
Some
in the
people like,
way of progress. That's the
bro.
problem. I got what you new niggas who
Here
want to
we go.
shame,
New
blame, and
Big
niggas.
explain
J,
all the
Big
time.
Here we
J,
go.
Big
He couldn't
J,
wait to get
Oh,
that on. Here's the
Big
thing.
oh
J.
I'm
yeah,
going
yeah.
to
Come
that.
on.
I love it. I love it.
Let me listen.
Do you now? When I hit your panel, am I respectful?
Yeah, yes, you are. But I can't
So then
stand. I
why are
can't
you?
stand the same
That
old
has nothing to do with it.
argument been
You are
spewing
on my
for
panel.
over and over again. Okay,
You are
thank you.
on my panel.
But
You're talking to me on my panel. The same level of respect I give you is the same that I expect back. You got to let that man finish his point. We don't know where he's going. You didn't talk to him 20 years ago. That's not fair to him. Go ahead now.
this the other piece. I didn't have a conversation with Big J. I know Big J. I was there when he was arguing with BGS and all them other cats. But he wants to argue and fight anybody that goes against his ideology. There's no room for anybody to mediate. So I can come in here listening to Big J, listening to New Cats, but if I say something and it leans too far against what Big J is used to, he's automatically gonna say, "See, this is the problem with you new niggas. I'm not a new cat." But this is why we can't look at him. This is why we can't have these conversations.
So, as far as accountability, do you think that black people, men and women, as
Here
a
we
whole,
go.
should hold themselves accountable? No, this is back on topic. I'm getting out of that gender stuff. Like she
Yeah.
says, she don't want it. Respect the host. So back on topic. The video that she was showing. Do we have a moral obligation to correct our own and affect the way the public sees us? Let's get back on topic.
100%.
Well, I thought
And how
accountability was an individual thing. So, I mean, is the community expected to hold us as a whole accountable? I mean, that's a question I really want to know.
So
Oh,
here's the thing, right? Somebody started the military. I had a brother. He was a Marine for a long time. I was in the Air Force. There's plenty of brothers that serve, right? And we always say there's that 10%. There's such a small. They say it's 10% of the U.S. right that serves in the military, which is such a small percentage, right, out of 340 million or whatever. But it's that 10% that ain't ish. Whether it's the police force, whatever, any organization, there's always that 10% that messes up, right? But they become a big representative of everybody else. So if you can not focus on that, you can make some progress. So your question is, if everybody could, I guess, understand that there's going to be people that don't necessarily represent the bigger portion of what everybody agrees with, and that are willing to speak up, you can make more progress. Understanding that there's always going to be that 10% that's going to mess up. That doesn't it shouldn't discourage you from participating in conversations or jumping on one side or another, like being able to stay in the middle, stay neutral, right?
so to the sister above, when she was talking about accountability, yes,
Yeah.
accountability does start in the home. And the part of the point I was making earlier when you said I sounded defeated was, why do we have to be accountable for people we don't even know? Why are we always on trial? That's why I was saying, like, I got to the point where I don't give a damn what white people got to say. You know what I mean? Especially they're not gonna give a damn and collectively about themselves. Like I said, that you won't find one white conversation or panel online about Jerry Springer and the degeneracy of Jerry Springer and how it portrayed negative stereotypes about them
Well,
participating
you
in
might need to
incest.
get out and branch out because there are. If I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
yeah,
if you
yeah,
on
they
YouTube,
are.
okay, hold on.
They
If
are.
you on
I'm sorry.
if you
But
on
think
use
about
YouTube as an example, there are, excuse my French, trailer trash, park type of content out there. So let's not act like, it doesn't exist just because you may not see it. You have to branch outside of quote unquote whatever, but you said Jay Springer or whatever. You have to get out there because white people gonna talk about them just as well. So I don't
Yeah,
understand why like white people like we give them so much power of when it comes to our image, like why do we care how they view us? If we know, say collectively, they have this internal view of us, then why should we care? Why should that be the focus?
y'all shouldn't care. This is
You
that
actually are
10% I'm
agreeing
talking
with
about.
Scholar. You just agreed with him. You just like I know you think you're arguing against his
No,
point, but you're
yeah,
kind of
no, I'm
agreeing
not
with him.
arguing
Both of y'all
against
saying
him.
same.
But what I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
is like I'm not sure. Like that's why I said earlier. Maybe I came in a little bit later because maybe I didn't catch the content.
I
Like,
did too.
why are we focused on what white people think of us? Like, why is that the focus? I guess that's my
So
question.
that isn't okay. So let me rephrase the purpose of this stream. The purpose of this stream is not just white people. That was like an aspect of it. The purpose
Oh.
is rage bait content is shaping the way we see each other. It
Hmm.
is fueling the negative thoughts that black people have about themselves and how we see each other across, how one gender sees another, how this gender sees me, how we
Right.
see black men as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to I just mentioned genders because that got brought up in the conversation, right? But what I'm saying is it doesn't even have to be a gendered thing. It could be two black males having a skit, but the skit goes viral and it's a negative skit. What I'm saying is that, oh Lord, I think the plot got lost somewhere. I don't know where I went wrong in the
Uh,
conversation.
You didn't. You didn't.
what Candy? What Candy? Okay. Let's remove gender out of it, right? Let's talk about how that comedian got on that church stage and try to lampoon the mega churches.
You talking about Drewski?
I think that's a good example, right? But people was attacking him for pointing out
The hypocrisy of the
what
megachurch.
happened.
Yes.
Right,
Nothing happened.
right, right. Uh, right, right. Because so let's stay, so that's a prime example, right? Um, even though what he said was correct, and he's being attacked by Christians who are angry, saying that he was being blasphemous. Um,
Right.
even though I agree with the sentiment what he was saying, about the black church, in the what's it call it, the prosperity gospel that they spewing for the last 40 years, you know. So it was really a parody, but yeah.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to that? What do you think about what Big J just said?
I, that other
Yeah,
people would
I
look at
will.
it and say, "Oh, well, my bad, 18. I think it was 18." They'll say, "Oh, well, he only focused on the black churches," and which is not true because Joel Osteen and there's some other cats that had caught some smoke off of that too. It just was funny because it was relatable with us, right? So
Hmm.
at some point, like this is what we used to appreciate about comedy, right? Because it was satire, but it was like some truth in it, and it could be funny because it was realistic and it was relatable. And now we've reached such a culture where like we can't even have open, honest conversations on a YouTube panel without feeling like we don't want to offend each other and step on people's toes, or be accused of hating black women or hating black men or hating white people or whatever. Like we can't just have conversations. Like
I don't mind having conversations. My problem is that every single panel that I watch goes to the same low hanging fruit. And to
mm,
me, that's not us being honest. That's just us continuing to feed the beast in the algorithm. People just love to trash each other. And we're going to say we're getting to the bottom of the problem, but we're really not. We're just continuing to trash each other. Like, I get what you're
Right.
saying. I don't mind having an honest conversation, but it always turns into a blame game. And then the honesty is removed because people are relying on their experience and their anecdotal uh, viewpoints. Does that
no, I
make
agree
sense?
with
What I'm
that.
saying?
I
Like,
just
Yeah,
if
100%.
we're
Right.
just gonna, if all of every single content creator, and this is the reason why I police in this way and say I am not a gender war channel and am very firm on that, is because every single channel that is black turns into a gender war channel. If that's all we're ever
Hmm.
going to produce out here, I'd rather hang it up.
All right.
I came to be a
Right. I
part of
agree
the
with that.
solution, not to echo the problem. Like, you can go anywhere and fight with each other over where you fucked up, he fucked up, she fucked up, we fucked up. I'm not here to go. I'm not here to fight the symptoms. I'm here to get to the source. The blaming each other, that's the symptoms of the shit. But who's fueling this?
Right.
Who's making the most money off of this? YouTube is making money off of it. Instagram is making money off of it. Fucking TikTok is making money off of it. And along the way, some of these creators, yeah, y'all are getting paid too, but you're not making the money they're making. And then the lasting impact of all of this shit is what your kids have to deal with, and your kids' kids have to deal with. That's what I'm talking about.
So can I ask you a question
Right,
real
I agree with that because I don't think the problem is the conversations, but it's like if the conversation isn't on that, then why go to any platform to make that it seems the topic of conversation when that's not even the topic?
I would just say this. Like Candy Cane, whatever topic you decide to do, I'll definitely support and come in and offer, my support and perspective on things. But the
Hmm.
bottom of the line is for normal people that like to have normal conversations without any drama, it's just boring. A lot of the people, they don't want to watch it because they're attracted to negativity. And a lot of the times
Yep.
they'll come in there and they'll peek in for a minute, like, oh yeah, that's nice, they talking about health and fitness, they talking about what foods to eat or where to go, that's cool, and then click right out and go to where the BS is at. So it just really comes down to a lot of people are attracted to negativity. And just to add to what you was just saying a minute ago, yes, YouTube is making money hand over fist with this. No different than this ain't nothing but a repeat of Ricky Lake and Jenny Jones and everything else when it was gender conversations that was had back in the early to mid 1990s where they was making money off of these topics. So it's just a repeat. All you got to do is pay attention to the past, and you'll see how it's represented in the future or in the present. And
Unless you
that's
change it, like if
Don't
if
forget
that's the
Jerry
content.
Springer.
Okay.
So 18th.
Well,
Let's
I
see
mean
another
that's the
cartoon.
because somebody said earlier. I don't know if that was 18th or Scholar. I'm getting you got to forgive me. I'm dealing with a little one here, but it's like somebody said about having normal conversation, getting along on these panels. Like 99.9% of the time when I get on panels, it's a pleasant experience. It's not all that back and forth gender war, people fighting all the time. So I'm not really sure, exactly where all you go if that's all you see. But if that's the content you're consuming, don't be surprised if that's what the algorithm's gonna feed you. You know.
No, I'm just saying that's what people are attracted to. It's no different when a lot of
Yeah.
people was watching World Star Hip Hop when we was coming up. And the fights and the disrespect, like I say, a lot of the times we can't even have a conversation without being disrespectful because some people don't even know how to withhold their contempt that they have for certain people. Me personally, I try to do the best that I can and show respect as much as I can because I don't hate the other gender or anything like that. I was raised by the other gender. How could I I would say that the people that raised me, they was really good. So I don't hate nobody. But I think a lot of the times it's best to just like what Naf was saying earlier, if we can't find a way where we have an honest conversation, if it's too hurtful to people, if it's too, agitated to people's feelings about things, we'll just leave it alone. But the downside to that is that too, a lot of people, us as a people, with a lot of people within our community, we like to lie to ourselves. We like to lie to ourselves. We don't want to be honest with ourselves. And that's why a lot of these conversations remain circular because people rather keep hearing sweet lies than hear the ugly truth. And the ugly truth probably can help them improve their character
But I
to
think that's where I don't
Wait, wait,
know.
wait.
Maybe
Before you respond,
You
twin,
know
before
what
you
they say.
respond, because I do have Sharon just hit the panel. I want to welcome him to the panel. And
hey Snap,
Hustler,
Ronnie
I don't
Ronnie
even
down.
remember if I got a chance to welcome you as well, but I do want to introduce the new people that we have on our panel. Thank you for joining us.
You know,
Thank you for having me. I
Sure.
appreciate you.
I I wanted to say one thing real quick. You know what I'm saying? With 18th, what he said, and the same thing to you. I like that reading the air.
Me
It doesn't
too.
always have to be an argument, but sometimes these people they don't have anything else to discuss, right?
there you go.
Maybe
Bingo. 100.
they're not as well read, right? They're not, you know, in tune with what's going on in the community or, even
Or the
in the
world.
country or the world. I was gonna get to that, right? And I try to stay away from that. A lot of people have no idea about geopolitics and international relations and all of that. So I understand and I try to be careful in these spaces and not come off as judgmental. Like the DMP conversations, they're fun, they're entertaining, anybody that's been in the YouTube space long enough, they understand like how that goes. But when you start talking about community and relationships, and you can understand like, okay, I can see on one side about ice, and I can see on the other side about ice. You have to have a real understanding of like how that affects, you know what I'm saying, what happens at home domestically, you know what I'm saying, and then within the black communities, get into some stuff. But most people don't
Somebody
see
has
that.
feedback. Somebody has feedback. Can you guys
Yeah.
mute up when you're not talking?
So all I was saying was that can make the conversations difficult, and then you'll have somebody that has no business involved in the conversation that Candy might be trying to have, and they introduce something that has nothing to do with the conversation because that's all they know how to talk about is men versus women. Well, this is because feminism, and it's like, yo, we talking about, you know
But
what I'm saying,
that's what
domestic
we're
politics right now,
explaining.
but
Right,
everybody
but I
doesn't
think
I
have
that's
that
hope I hope you all
under.
realize that is what I'm trying to do. That's the whole reason why
Candy,
I
you
have
know,
taken
you already know.
gender out of the equation is because I
Right.
feel like we
right.
can have a conversation without going there. I refuse to believe that my people are that limited in their brain
It's
function.
some
Some of
that's
us aren't.
Well,
they
Candy. I disagree with you. Me being here for a very long time, that's all. That's all what most niggas on this platform do is men, women, men, women, men, women. When you tell them about, oh, hey man, do you know that the price of silver went up to from $30 to $100? Go buy you some silver. Oh man, f all that. I want to know what Keisha's doing. I want to know what Tyrone's doing. But y'all complain about generational wealth, and
Fair
that really
point.
angers me.
Okay,
That really
DJ. Come on.
angers me.
I
And
love
everybody
DJ, bro.
wants to do this Tyler Perry. Let's do a replay of the first play, the Diary of the Angry Black Woman, or Why Did I Get Married by Tyler Perry. These are topics. That's why I call this the Tyler Perry sector. Anyway, I'll sing back. Go on. I'm sorry, I had to
No,
rant.
I appreciate that, but I just want you to know that that is my purpose for being here is to introduce topics that are not Tyler Perry, that are not gender war. And every time I do that, somebody tries to take it in that direction. I'm here trying to fight the narrative. Y'all trying to bring it back into that, and I don't want it. But Sharon, thank you for coming up. Did you want to jump in here?
Yes, absolutely, and I appreciate you for fighting the good fight. It's not going to be a easy fight. It's a very steep uphill battle to maintain conversations on your topic. A lot of people have unresolved issues, and they just go from panel to panel to try to resolve them to shine a different light. I'm very interested in the title, and what was the angle that you was going to try to push with the angle of the title?
So I'll refresh you because I know, well, I'm not going to say refresh, wrong word. I will update you because I know that you probably just got here. Basically, it's pain porn for profit or sinister systemic shaping. The whole point of it was rage bait content and how it is impacting how we interact with each other and how the outside world is interacting with us. The lasting impressions of going viral for negative things. That was the point of the stream. And I
I
want to,
like.
but before anybody else goes, I want to welcome Angelica to the stage and Chicago Rilla to the stage. And then Sharon, you can go ahead and speak. I'm sorry.
Yes, that is I like that angle for sure. And a lot of people absolutely use pain and rage baiting and race baiting for conversations. And it's something that it needs to be recognized and called out. And we do need to have conversations that are centered around building intellect and having because human beings are well versed in multiple different topics, and we need to start exploring those things. And also we can make those things fun as well if we allow the people that is educating on a set topic or people that are that want to be educated in those set topics. We can make those good by when shows like this pop up, that the people that are here, the ones that are on the stage and the ones that's in the chat rooms, if they hit a share button, they hit that like button, they support it, and that's how we can keep pushing different ideas out. And just because it's educational or it's not messy doesn't mean that it can't be fun. We are intelligent enough to make these conversations entertaining.
Exactly. That's my whole point. While I get it, the algorithm loves the beast has to be fed. So if you're going to be negative, if you're going to put out, anything disparaging against black people, it's going to go viral fast.
It
That's
really
that's
will.
not that's not even my purpose really is to try and combat the virality of negativity. I'm saying let us add something else in the mix. And then I hear so many people say that they're tired of this, they're tired of that. Oh, I'm tired of all the anti-black women content. I'm tired of all the anti-black men content, but y'all show up for it. You in the chats for it. Every time I turn around, you're commenting and adding to that shit. And I'm like, are you tired of it? Or like, what is this? Like,
What
because
is
to
it?
me, it's the only thing you show up for. It's the only thing that you're around for. And if I'm not doing it,
Uh-huh.
you're not here.
That is a great point.
And let me say
And
this.
and the beauty of it, right? And we could just start I don't want to use the word train, but for lack of a better word, and we could just train the audience to do the same situation, comment, talk about it, have jokes, keep the chat room jumping. It will push out this type of content as well. We can do it together, but we have to do it together. Y'all are part of the show, and y'all are part of making Candy Cane a great place for where we can have multiple of conversations and enjoy ourselves. We got to stop looking at education as a form of being dull and boring. It's not. We have great passion here. Candy Cane is going to give y'all what y'all want with entertainment and value at the same time. I don't know. We're going to have to call it edutainment. I don't know what we're going to do about how we're going to keep moving it, but keep on grinding. And we need people in the comments to comment. Say something, anything.
So
Keep
is
it
that what
moving.
we on? We here to entertain versus educate. That's what it's about. We want people to be in the comments, engaging in the the controversy, the disparity, while the community is collapsing. We can't have real conversations if it's not informative and constructive. Because constructive means like y'all not gonna like what somebody else might have to say. Like
Right. So
what are we
the thing is, Nav, no. So when I don't know, when you teaching your children, right? Because I homeschool my children. If you could create a curriculum where it is entertaining for them as well as educated, they're going to receive that a lot more. They will start to learn how to have jokes with education, right? So instead of having just only jokes about silly things, we can have jokes on on spelling words a certain way or pronounce enunciations and all these things. So yes, you can absolutely make education fun and exciting. There's
but
nothing
to
wrong with it.
have that thought process when you're supposed to be engaging on a platform that consists of adults, and some of us are supposed to be considered intellectual adults with that frame of mind where we got to paint pictures and bring up the word books and what I'm saying, make it fun because we can't talk to each other like we're grown folks that been that. That's just I struggle with that. I can't accept that. That's
But you're
ridiculous.
gonna have to learn how to accept it if we're gonna deal in reality. If the
Nope.
reality is
I
that
will
our
separate from you.
people, if the reality is our people want to be entertained as well as educated, no matter what age group that is something we're gonna have to deal with. Because that's what you just said. It said that we're gonna deal with the reality. So if that's what the
No,
reality
no,
is,
no, no, no,
and
no,
that's
it's
what we
not.
have to do.
No, 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 it's not. If you want to be entertained, you should be cut out the loop.
Exactly. You
You,
need to go somewhere else.
if we over here, okay, me and that, right? If we're talking about, okay, like I have a dream of an infrastructure bank, right? I've been sharing that idea, right? But I cannot afford to have that conversation when bounties are being made, when people jumping up and down saying nonsense, and people want to make these jokes when everybody else is serious. You're grown. I'm grown. If you're over the age of 25, I expect you to act grown. So don't come to me or anybody else if we're having a serious actual conversation. Don't bring that childish behavior with you.
Okay, before anybody else goes, I want to jump in. I want to jump in. I don't believe that we can't have a conversation and still have it be entertaining. Now, when the buffoonery comes in, that's different. But I think that my platform is entertaining, and we do a lot of serious topics and some not so serious topics.
Yep.
In order for people to stay engaged, they have to have some level of entertainment. It's just that's the way that humans work. And I'm not
I mean,
when I say the word entertainment, I don't want y'all to think that I'm talking about the minstrel show of it, the bullshit. I'm saying, yeah, I can be funny and still give you a real lesson. Or yeah, we can crack a joke and still have a real conversation. It doesn't have to be entertainment, edutainment, as he said. It can be educational and still entertaining. If it's not entertaining, nobody's going to want to participate.
absolutely. We need that balance of the two.
Could I?
Educational yet entertaining at the same time. Yep, I understand. That's the kind of content I put out. Is educational but entertaining. We need a little bit of buffoonery to balance it out. Just no disrespectful shit. Just saying.
Could I offer a little bit of pushback to that, if that's okay?
Sure,
Go ahead.
absolutely.
So for me, and I'm just saying this is probably like one of the few, except for like Big J, long time people on this platform. Like even when I had channels before, I'm just the type of person that I'm typically boring, right? But even when I did gardening content, or even when I did hair content, right? Me personally as a persona online is not like entertaining for, I think, a mass audience, right? But what I found in that, and this is my point, what I found in that is that people come to you because you check their boxes. Like your tribe finds you. So I don't think it necessarily has to always be entertaining, but the people that vibe with whatever vibes you're giving out will come to you at some point. Like I don't think that you always have to be like super bombastic personality, always quick with the jokes or super quippy or anything like that. Um, that's just my point of view. So that's my little bit of pushback for that.
So I think if we was to give I think we probably agree that Candace Owens is probably somebody that is a serious or she deal with topics that are serious and not buffoonery or whatever, negative things that we are saying about being entertained. She is somebody that have jokes. She is able to keep an audience, and she's able to have these so-called boring topics, whatever you want to say, but she's able to put in wittiness and jokes all in between all of that information. And so no, people are willing to deal with funny, smart, intelligent human beings, but it have to be a balance, and we got to start supporting people that have that balance. If somebody is boring, they boring. It doesn't even matter how good of an educator they are. A boring comedian is a boring comedian, right? A boring content creator, no matter what level it is boring. It have boring content creators that are just dealing gossip, but they still boring. So we absolutely can push the needle forward with our skill set of entertaining somebody with our intellect. And it is okay for us to have smart jokes. It's okay for us to be smart fun. We don't have to be physically funny anymore. We don't have to do the Kevin Hart style of we got to run around, slap, and say stupid things. We could be where Dave Chappelle is at now, where he is smart funny.
Sharon, that's what I was saying, and I agree with that 100%.
Hold on, Big J. Don't give him a second. Let him get his.
All I was
let
saying,
Taz go, then Big J, and after Big J, I'm going to play the money song because I did get some donations to my Cash App.
I'm laughing. Go on. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, Sharon, I agree with you 100%. All I was saying was I just don't want it to be the assumption is because we see this that you have to be a buffoon or a clown, and that Black people value being a clown over the information. That balance, absolutely, and a bunch of y'all has said it. That's what I look at. Oh, okay, if you're intellectual and you have some humor, you're naturally funny, you're not going out of your way to be like, this is how Black people are. We got to act like this for you to get the information. I can't stand that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what it is. But yeah, you can spit some real facts and you can be entertaining while you're doing it without going over the top.
I'm sorry, I just still disagree. Like, do any of us watch any like financial content creators?
Yes.
No, not
Like,
really. I don't either.
all of
Yes.
them do all of them have quippy jokes, right?
Yes, they do.
No.
All of them,
No, not
every
really.
last
Okay.
one of
The
them,
ones I've
or
heard,
do
they
they
don't do
just
that.
present you with the information? Because I'm just saying, for me, and again, this is my pushback. I'm not saying
What was
that you
the
can't
pushback
be.
against? Did you not hear what I said?
My pushback is against the idea that you have to be like intellectual and funny in some sort, some sort of agree.
So
You
can
can
I
be
let
both.
me jump in on you guys. Let
You
me
can be
jump in
both of
here.
them, right?
I'm not
I'm
saying
sorry.
you have to. I'm saying it's okay if you are. I'm
Well,
not saying you
that's what I'm
absolutely
saying
have
too. I
to.
think. I
That's what
think
I said. I
Yes,
said that
it
we
didn't
you don't
sound
have
like
to
that
be
But
to
a
they
me.
are.
because
Yeah,
you're
but
not
they are.
listening to me.
Okay.
I was
Let me
saying
let
that you
let,
don't
let
have
me
to
do
be
this.
a
Let me say
clown
this. Let me say this, right?
to be entertaining and informative. That you can be informative, and if you happen to be funny, right? People find you entertaining while you're giving information. That should be acceptable. But what we get branded with as Black people too much is you have to be entertainment first, information second. That's what the YouTube space has become. You
Well,
have to be
that was my
inter.
initial argument, though. Like for me, like when I had channels that were part of like the YouTube creators program back in the day, like there was nothing about me that was funny, is what I'm saying. Like nothing about me. Like what you're hearing right now is what people were getting back then, right?
Mhm.
And for me, the people still came. It was just that those folks, it wasn't, again, I wasn't reaching mass audiences. But for whatever reason, the folks that fucked with me, for lack of a better term, they fucked with me. And I was cool with that. I'm not, well, maybe, I guess for me, the difference in my mind is that I was never trying to make content creation a career. It was, I come from the generation of, YouTube was like a place that you share thoughts, opinions, this is my life, whatever, whatever. And I just brought people in at that time of what I was doing and also gave like reviews. But I'm just saying that to say that there was nothing about me that is what you guys are saying. And I did generally okay.
But what you're doing is making main character syndromes in a general conversation. You made it about you when we're talking in general. What I was saying was
Okay.
general, and you
But
was
let
like,
me
well,
not
for
make it a
me,
general conversation. Let
But
me
wait a
not
minute,
make it a
wasn't you
general
making a
conversation, right?
conversation about a small group, a 10% of group of people that, or not 10%, but a group of people that likes to tune into only the drama? Like, isn't that the same thing? You're only
Right.
focusing on that, but not focusing
no.
on,
That's
you
from a
know,
societal,
someone like Angelica who
perspective.
has a nice side platform, but don't have to be quote unquote entertaining and
I was
all
speaking
that. If
from a
some people gonna fuck
sociology
with you, they're gonna fuck
perspective,
with you
though.
regardless of what you do.
Right.
All right. Before we continue, because I did say I want to go ahead and play the money
Yeah, you
song
know.
for the people who sent out cash apps. I do want to honor that. Let me go ahead and play this, and then we can jump back into it. Okay.
It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. My money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. Like that, that, that. Like that, that, that. Like that, that, that.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for the pause. Chicago Rilla has come up. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Do you want to jump in here on the conversation, Chicago Rilla?
Just really quick, I was itching to come off mute, but I wanted to respect the platform. Number one, shout out to you. I think this might be my first time over here, but I saw a couple of familiar faces. And before I speak on what the sister Angelica introduced, I just want to know if you have bounties over here, and if so, how much to drop Sharon? That's a joke.
What? Okay.
That's a joke. That's a joke, sis.
So again, and shout out to Nav too. I haven't seen you in a minute, fam. But and Big J, set the tone, Big J. Um, just the thing, right? When we talk about this content creation, and I'm only speaking to specifically when she introduced the financial sector, right? So I follow Earn Your Leisure, right? And they tend to present a a level of engagement that could be, somewhat entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't lead with that per se, but there is an element of entertainment when I listen to Rashad and Troy talk, right? When I listen to Wall Street Trapper, he's giving very good game, right? But that's a high level of entertainment. Whereas even if I go on the other side, if I go to Dave Ramsey is highly entertaining. If you listen to some of the calls he takes, that's highly entertaining. So the idea that we can't merge the two, I don't think that's fair. I think, especially for the work that I do as a community stakeholder, I've learned, and especially as a people leader, you have to approach people right where they at. I think there is a lot to be said about the adults who solely rely on entertainment to get their information and not able to articulate a thought or hold a conversation that requires critical thinking. I think that part is problematic. But even KRS-One had an entire album called Edutainment, right? When you go back and I could probably spit why is that bar for bar. There are songs that KRS-One had breaking down the genealogy of Shem, right? So him, my bad. So the idea that because people require a little bit of entertainment in their education, I think is I think that may be problematic because you're not considering what those people need. Even if we break it down, and I understand like this is a maybe not the best example because we're talking about kids, but when you think about Sesame Street, one of the reasons that Sesame Street was created for young inner city and particularly African American black kids in the inner city was because we know that melodies and songs, you retain the information when you can recite it and it's in song form. So with that, I'll go on mute.
Okay,
I just want to say
let
I
me
love
provide
Sesame Street. I grew up on that. You can go ahead, Big J.
some since we want to talk about
Before you go, Candy
financial
Cane,
channel.
let me just ask someone: is it
See,
okay for me to stream to your
just
audience?
as
I'm
I'm
just trying to.
talking,
Yes.
he wants to
Hold
talk.
on. Hold on.
Big J,
Hold
I've
on. He's
been
asking about
respectful
streaming.
the whole time. Oh my goodness.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Sean. You can stream to your audience if you want to. I don't care. Go ahead.
yes, because I want
Anybody up here who streams, if you want to share the stream, you're more than
I
welcome
do.
to do that. I don't have a problem with it.
because I want to hold to my own situation and say that I'm going to support productive builds, and so I want to get hopefully if people that never seen you before, hopefully they get to see you and follow along.
I appreciate that. So anybody else who is up here who is also a content creator, you have the right to simulcast and stream. Go right ahead and do so. Now, Big J, you can continue.
What I was saying though, I have to push back a little bit, right? Because there's some black financial channels like Conversations with Money, a brother from the UK. I follow him. He wear glasses. He got fade on. He got So he talks about U.S. and UK. What's going Wall Street? What's going in London? Stuff like that. It's see, I'm more on the formative side, not on that. Oh, the bells and whistles. Being formative matters to some of us. Sometimes the entertainment and the giggles and the laughter that kind of is distracting. I'd rather have be informative. I don't think that and he has a big number of of subs and support. So it's not everything has to be entertainment centric, if you will.
Yeah, and so if I could jump in, Miss Candy,
Yes, go ahead.
just to respond back, right? So I just introduced three examples, right? And we're talking about the YouTube space, right? And so would you say that Earn Your Leisure, Dave Ramsey, and Wall Street Trapper are fairly successful and have a high sub count and viewership? Would you say that, Big J? Would you agree to that?
Can like you please repeat that because I was looking at I'm looking at something else. But
It's
go
all
ahead.
good. No, I said so when I introduced, because I was going off of what the sister Angelica was talking about in the financial sector, right? And I was saying a form of edutainment. I introduced Earn Your Leisure, Wall Street Trapper, and Dave Ramsey, right? So I gave 3 different looks, and I said they're all entertaining, but they provide substantive information, and they lead with that. You introduced the other brother, so I'm not familiar with him. I'd also like to throw JT the Pocket Watch in there, right? In Orlando, his homeboy that talks about real estate,
Yeah,
right? Okay, so
I'm also familiar with him. I'm familiar with him.
right, so
Yes.
those are 5 different looks. So would you say they are all successful in this space and provide substantive information?
I can't really say because
100% without
I
question.
like
Come on, Big J, stop.
you know.
Yeah, right. Like they got the sub count, they got the view account, right? And
They're
so what I'm
successful,
saying,
yeah.
so what I'm saying is you got to meet people where they are. You know who I personally one of my personal, there's 3 of my personal idols that I look to when it comes to discussing finances. Charlie Munger, do you know who that is, Big J? That's Warren Buffett's right hand. Charlie
Yes, I
Munger,
heard that person.
John Rogers, and Michael Lee Chin.
Right.
Again,
Yes.
Charlie Munger.
I know who John Rogers. I know who John Rogers is.
John
Is
Rogers,
he the guy on Fox
Ariel.
News?
No. John Rogers is Ariel Investment. It's the largest black-owned investment fund in the country. Matter of fact, his right hand co-president is Melody Hobson, who's married to George Lucas, right? And then Michael Lee Chin made his billions in Canada with his AIG investment firm, sold that and moved back to Jamaica and has been working, I think, for the last decade to build up Jamaica's infrastructure, right? So those are 3 people that I look to, and they are straightforward, no entertainment. But what I'm saying is I can digest the information in multiple forms. And if we keep saying as a people, and I'm doing air quotes, y'all can't see me, but if we keep saying as a people, we not monolith, then we got to meet people where they're at. And we can't shame people for, if that's how you ingest the information, that's how you ingest the information, right? There's scripture that talks about you don't feed babies meat, you give them milk, because that's where they're at. And then you build them up. I'm on mute.
So if I could just cut in for a second.
But at some point,
I'm sorry, Big J. I just want to clarify my point. So I think
considering people you named ever looked at a white woman before, they are against.
Hold on now, because Jelly was going next. Let her go next, and then you can go after her. And I just want to say, I have somebody in the back. I can't see you because we had a full panel of 10 people, and it looks like somebody dropped. If you want to try coming back, you can come back. But go ahead, Jelly.
So I was just saying, to clarify my point, I was just interjecting and giving some pushback as to the idea that the only form of content that can be had is edutainment, right? And I was just speaking for myself anecdotally, but I know that I'm not speaking just for myself when I say that, right? So just to clarify, but I'll mute.
No, sis, and I agree with you. I wasn't pushing back necessarily on you, just offering a not a counter perspective is wrong, but just a different perspective. Yeah. Salute. Yep.
All I was saying was I was speaking on behalf of Big J. If you don't mention a fine white woman, you know what I'm saying, within that, then what you saying, Chicago Rilla, it don't count.
Wait, what?
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 That was crazy.
That's how Big
What
J
just happened? I think I missed it.
Yo, Big J, because you was on him, Big J. I tried to save you. Really was cooking. You know what I'm saying? I tried to save him and throw some random stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? Lighten the mood a little bit. Because he'd be like, listen, we got to blame this on the white woman somehow, some way. But I don't know. Big J, defend yourself.
What did I say anything about white people or women?
No, he just threw a curve.
He's just trolling you.
Yeah,
He's just playing with you.
He just threw a curve.
You know what? Though, let me leave. I'm out.
Don't leave.
Nah, Big J, don't. Big J.
Don't leave.
He's so angry. Like,
I ain't been on the stage with you in months. I think, man. Don't leave, Big J.
Don't do that. Like he wasn't. I don't want you to leave.
Hey,
this is
look,
how, right?
we could really do a good job of practicing all the things that we're complaining about right now. I think we are doing a positive and productive way to disagree with each other without no curses, no screaming and yelling, and get perspective of how you can be educational and entertaining. Wall Street Trapper is a perfect example. The way how he communicates is very entertaining. Maybe not funny, maybe not jokey, ha, but he's very entertaining. And people cannot take out the entertaining part. Even as a teacher, the best teachers are the one that's going to entertain the children when they are getting all this information where they don't even realize that they are learning in the first place. That's how you actually get your kids to get involved in things. When they are having a good time, they forget that they are even learning. So that's one of the blessings with homeschooling, right? Is that you incorporate life with the education. So they're not just learning what's 1 + 1. For example, I took my daughter, she's only 10 years old. I took her to the restaurant and let her eat by herself, either order her own food, figure out the tip and all that. So she's learning mathematics there while engaging in something social as in and learning confidence in herself to communicate with other grown folks and so she can have that. So she learned how to speak up. All these things is things that we want to teach our children, but she learned that within real time. So now it's stimulating her mind in a different way. Also, when we take her to community gardens, when she go to the community gardens, she's learning about different animals. She's not scared of worms. She actually is kind of sometimes it's difficult because she brought home like 3 worms and say, "Oh, I got pet worms." And then when they multiply to 6, 7, 8, she's like, "Oh hell no, I don't want these worms anymore." But she learned the value about how worms can duplicate themselves. They don't even need to reproduce with other worms. And so also it turned into a science project. All that happened within just entertaining her as well. So it's not just about Bueller, 1 + 1 is 2. We don't have to do it. We can be entertaining.
And I feel like just because not to sound cocky or anything like that, I'm an entertaining person in my real life, actual life. I can only bring who I am to the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna get an aspect of me. That's why I said it's going to be edutainment to some extent because I'm a jokey person. You know what I'm saying? Like this has been more of a serious stream just because of the content and what we're talking about. But
Miss Candy,
yeah,
did you consider, if you're old enough, I don't know how old you are, and I don't want to ask, but if you are old enough to remember like the Cosby Show, Different World, Do the Right Thing, that era in the 90s, were you entertained and informed by those shows?
I would say yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then look now, when I go back and look now, Sharon, no, I'm bougie. I'm on my art. I'm in my art phase, right? So now I'm going back looking at Cosby Show, and I'm like, oh, that's a Romare Bearden back there. Oh, that's a Jacob Lawrence right
Ooh,
back
talk
there.
your talk.
Y'all on some next level stuff, and that right there is about to make this next point to the question I'm about to ask. So, how do you, as somebody who may not have that knowledge or that intellect to recognize that, be comfortable as somebody who may be confident, right? They don't have the humility to say, "Hey, listen, I don't know everything, but I'm told that I'm supposed to walk around with this certain level of bravado that confidence means that, you know what I mean, that's going to equal more opportunities, etc." And we know that that's not always true. So how do you expect somebody that doesn't understand that you can gain success in being, humble and say, "Hey, listen, I don't know this. I don't know that." How can you participate in these conversations? You know what I'm saying? How would you feel comfortable to ask the question? Oh, word, y'all talking about finance over here? Or y'all talking about investments over here? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to seem like what they say, the village idiot, right? You don't want to come off as the fool.
Well, that's ego though, Nav. When you in that
What do you
space, so
mean?
I'm 52. I'm a lifelong student, brother. I'm in school right now.
No, I get
Right?
it, and I'm
No,
with you.
but I'm
Like,
saying I'm saying for me, and so
but no, I want you to take it
go ahead.
away from you. We're talking about
Okay.
somebody that's maybe a little bit younger. I'm a little bit younger.
Oh
than
yeah,
you.
yeah. But
Somebody that's like might be listening and be like, "Damn, I mean, I want to, but I don't want to come in there and I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to seem like this." They hear y'all laughing and joking in the
it's the
room.
same message though. Now, my bad for cutting you off. Go ahead, brother. Land.
No, I'm
I'm sorry.
listening.
Yeah, I about to say it's the same message though, right? Because that's their ego, right? And so I've
How
always
is it?
been because I've always been professor in my neighborhood. I've always worn glasses, so the OGs in my hood has always called me professor. I'm always curious, and so what I tell the young bloods, because I deal with them now, right? I work with mentor teacher brother over in Rose in my neighborhood, right? And so I encourage
Okay,
them
okay,
to
okay, okay, okay,
always
okay, okay.
remain.
OG, I gotta stop you again. I gotta stop you
Go
again because
ahead.
I'm trying to get somewhere. Cut you off. I'm not talking about that, right? I'm talking about the cat that he rode the short bus or she rode the short bus to school. They barely graduated. You know what I'm saying? They're an adult now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they work at Walmart or whatever. This ain't to diss nobody or nothing. And they happen to stumble into these conversations with us, right? We got cats out here. They in these chat, they own businesses, they're engineers, they're social workers like you that have been successful. These aren't these people though. These
Oh, thank
are
you for
people
acknowledging
that
the
are
social worker. Yeah,
no, I'm
And
just
I
saying in general.
I'm
let me
embracing
jump
that
in
now.
because I
Yes,
have I
do
have
you get where
an
I'm going,
idea to the
Candy?
point.
You get where I'm
I
going?
do. And what
Yeah.
I will say is I have some viewers that have confessed that they are autistic. And they will even at times hit the panel. I think that's up to the channel holder to make those people feel welcome, to open up their space, to allow them to come up and have conversation. I say on every stream, I'm not an expert in anything. I'm just here to have a conversation and hopefully we can have a good one. And I think if you approach it with that sort of a mentality versus coming in like wagging your finger like you're some master
Right.
teacher to the world of YouTube, then you will create a space where more people will
Ooh,
feel free to come and share their ideas.
It's not just that though, Candy. It keep going on that. What I'm talking about is somebody that may be a little bit slower, but they have the ability to come in, but they want to participate in the conversation, but they don't have the. They want to get the knowledge, but they don't know how to ask the questions to get that. How do
Yeah,
you
but we've
recognize
seen a couple of those people come through these spaces, and I don't want to name names like to embarrass them, but I
that?
think again,
It's okay. I'm not embarrassed. You can say
no,
names.
shut up, Sharon. No,
Sharon's
no.
funny.
What I'm saying is though, I think Miss Candy is right on, and what I was gonna say is, you encourage those people that when they're in the space, and uh, um, I consider myself a servant, right? And so I'm always serving. And I think if you're a content creator or the host or the channel holder or whatever, that's on you to set what your room looks like. But
Absolutely.
I also think, Nav, it's good. That's a very one-on-one type conversation. However, if you're self-aware and you're people aware, when you pick up on that in that person, so like Sharon does homeschooling, he may be more quicker to pick up on that person, which is why so many people be on his stage acting like that. You know what I'm
But you also,
I
as the
told you
channel
it's okay.
holder,
Like it's
Relax.
true, right? So a lot of them do, and I know how to handle them where they could just sit there and be a part of the. They don't get an opportunity to be a part of whatever in their mind is the cool kids, right? So when they on a
Mm.
panel, they just sitting there and they say two words. That is enough for them, and they like, hey, I'm a part of it, and it is okay to have that hugging type of spirit where be like, no, come through. You can sit down, talk, have it. What you got to say, and have it environment where
Are
everybody
you
get a
we
chance
gonna
to
talk about
voice
it a little bit?
themselves. And
Hey,
also
Venus,
we could teach it
shout out to
through
Venus.
Nat. You could teach it through
My
you
bad.
asking those questions that you believe people are afraid to have a conversation about,
saying?
and make
That's heavy.
yourself seem as the one that need to receive, but you're really doing it for the greater audience that you know is out there that are afraid to communicate.
That's my point. I appreciate that. That's what I was trying to
what?
get at. Like, and some people be like, "Yo, that consists of having emotional intelligence, understanding that there's people that sometimes you got to see them and be like, hey, look, include them in the conversation. Maybe they can contribute, maybe they can't. As a moderator or somebody that's in control of a space, especially like this, you got to be able to be like, okay, this might not be the conversation for you, and you can, make them feel included, but also usher them out respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Because if it's something that's above their mental capabilities, that's important. And I struggle with all this because I've done in-person podcasts. I've done podcasts like around people in my home online, and then it's like coming back and getting on panels, and then you be trying to figure out, well, what's the balance? So I've looked at all of y'all as content creators, and I try to get ideas and stuff too. Like I don't necessarily say I want to get back into this game, excuse me, but I be thinking about it like, because some of y'all manage some of this stuff so well, so it's worth thinking about. And Candy, she's the newest one that I've been following, so I'm kind of like watching you a little bit more.
But
Uh,
I have to push back, y'all, because there are some people whose mental capability is only functional to sabotage what you're trying to build. So I have to push back on that, and you know what? Let me be fair, right? Because I'm asking, you know what? Let me be fair with it, right? Just for this once. So when somebody who is not articulated or not what's the word, refined, um I believe though there should be a balance. If that person is serious about the content that's being the subject and the content that you know um that's on that live stream or panel, because I think those some people just there just um to throw bombs and
Yeah, but Big J, did you hear
that's
what
their
I
own purpose.
said? If you're self-aware and you're people aware, then you pick up on that and you address that accordingly. But there are genuine people out in this space, and I promise you, we've all came across. I've seen y'all on panels, but most of y'all I've seen on panels where in comments where they're present, right? And
Hmm.
it's one person in particular that I encounter regularly, and I have to be sensitive to the fact that they may be on the spectrum or they may not um, um, feel comfortable having the conversation, or they may not be able to articulate their point, right? So if I just focus on the people that are sabotaging, then I miss the opportunity to pour into the person that's actually there for a genuine conversation.
But you can tell the difference, right? You can actually can tell the difference of who is and who isn't. The problem I have is, and I know who you referring to, right? Um, that's why I gave that person the boot. I don't got time for that. How many times you got to tell that person that, you know? Now,
And
you might be
before
patient, but I don't. I'm not.
before you all continue, I want to thank Nidus for joining the panel. Welcome in,
When I
Nidus.
when I saw this beauty over here, Candy Cane, I had to get up here, even if at the end of it. I wanted to be near all this. You know what I'm saying?
You're so funny. Thank you for that.
And I
Okay,
want
you
to
guys.
just say that in real time, we are actually doing it in real time,
Yes,
right?
because
Go
as
ahead,
Gabe
Candy.
A has already pointed out, you have a lot of people on this panel who may have very different ideologies and may have underlying beefs, and they are sitting here, black people communicating together. Nobody is screaming, nobody is yelling, nobody's hollering and calling each other out their names. You can have a civil conversation with people you don't agree with. It is possible. And I'm going to also welcome in Uda on Go. Give me just a second to add him. Welcome to the stage, Uda. Appreciate you coming up. HT Baldwin, hello. Thank you. I see you down there in the chat. And to anybody else that I didn't greet as you're coming in, no matter whose stream you're coming from, I appreciate you viewing us today. Yeah, thank you so much.
Man, this is awesome. I love to see my people get together and have a dope conversation. A really great build on how we can be, lack of a better word, edutainers. I enjoy having a good time. I enjoy learning. I'm just like Chicago Rilla. I am going to be a forever student. I'm always trying to learn something. I mean, I'll be watching videos on how to make my own goddamn gold chains and nonsense like that as well. So I'm always want to be a lifetime learner as well. So shout out to that. We can absolutely have a good time learning.
Yeah, shout out to
Hmm.
everybody up here. We love Sharon in Chicago and Uda, Big J, and everybody. We might bump heads every now and then, but we all like family.
No, 1,000. Shout out to you, Nice. We know you celebrating that birthday still, big homie.
Oh no, it's one day. I don't have it.
You don't do the month long.
No. It was one day, January 25th. We in February now, so with. But thank you.
Okay, so I know Sharon started streaming late and Tiff started streaming late as well. basically the point of this stream, which we kind of got away from. I just want to refresh you in case you wanted to comment on it. You don't have to stay here. We can keep it moving as well. Come correct nothing. Who's this? Okay. Okay, I know who you are. I'm adding to the stage. Royce, correct? Can I get a mic check from you?
Yeah,
You
it's
got an
me.
echo, bro. You got an
You have
echo.
an echo.
Yeah, I always have one. I'm not gonna be long though.
Okay, well, welcome in.
All right,
So
appreciate
essentially, what if you saw? Okay, let me mute you. Wow. Okay, yeah. Essentially, if you saw my title, I don't know how many people saw the title or paid attention to it. It's basically pain porn for profit or sinister systemic shaping. This had to do with rage bait content and how the algorithm is fueling it. And essentially, we're creating the content that is going viral. It is usually to incite anger, wrath, whatever. But what's happening is it's leaving some lasting impacts on the community. And I said that it is fueling I personally believe that this has helped to fuel the gender war. It's also helped to shape how Black people see each other, how we interact with each other. And I just want to know what the people think about that. Do you agree that the rage bait content, while it might be good for content creators because it gives you something to talk about, we can have stream after stream after stream. Um, but I feel like at the same time, nobody's thinking about the after effects of when we go viral for the negative things.
Yeah, that's extremely true. And we need a clear goal. If we don't have a clear goal and people have their clear roles, then anything goes.
Shout out to Russell. Clear goals, clear road. That sounds amazing. I just think that it's a business model and it does have bad ramifications at the end of it because people think that these skits are real. A lot of time we're reacting to skits. It's like stuff people playing in the back in discords and other stuff, and when we see it lived out, we react to it as if it's a real thing.
Do you think it's possible that while we watch these skits, right, we see what happens and we don't always identify them as skits, which I think is a huge part of the problem. It's one thing if you're setting it up so people know that it's fake, it can reduce the emotional impact because a lot of people online may consider themselves to be emotionally intelligent, but a lot of people are not. And there's a lot of heated discussions that happen around some of these topics. I do feel like they fuel points on both the red pill side, both on the BWE side, all of the sides that you want to talking points. You can find a skit that's going to hit all of that and piss people off. My question is basically, do you think that people might be having these discussions, formulating opinions, and taking these opinions into their real lives? Like, are they shaping the way that we
Yes.
think? That's what I believe. Yes. Okay, you
It is.
explain
Yes.
why.
Yeah,
Yes.
1000%.
Yes.
So I will say this, and I can't say why they're taking it to their lives, but what I can tell you is, I had to come into accountability for the platform I was on Thursday nights. Most people that know me in the space know me for being on a particular platform on Thursday nights. It started showing up in my real life, right? So first it showed up.
Which one show was that? What's the name of
I'm
it?
not saying that.
I was just curious because I didn't.
I don't want nobody go looking. None of that. Right?
Why can't we go look?
Yeah, I don't want that.
You don't.
I'll put it in the back chat, but I'll say that. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. So here's the thing, right? The first way it showed up is that when I was moving about the city, people would be like, "Oh, you Chicago really?" Like I'll be at Pier 31 or out shopping or wherever. It's like, "Oh, you Chicago really from Wooty Wooty Woo," because it was a big thing. That show was a big thing here in Chicago. And then I lived in Atlanta for 20 years, so I started getting people calling me from Atlanta asking me about how I showed up on particular shows sometimes. Then it became them asking me questions. And so I had to take accountability for the way that I showed up in these conversations in a way that did not always reflect favorably, right, on my positions, if that makes sense, right? So in other words, like it almost felt like I was contributing to the cesspool of the conversation in terms of the gender war between men and women, right? And so I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why. In this particular space, people see you as them. You're just like them. Like I tout myself as a blue collar, middle class, tax paying citizen. So people like, oh, I identify with that. I identify L7 square, nerd, all that stuff, all of that. I identify with all of that. So people see themselves in you and then they internalize that. So in the same sense, the same people that have their gripes or whether it's male or female, they're seeing themselves in the content creators. And shoot, even if you think about KS, a lot of dudes thought they saw themselves in him, but they just, they was just happy he was slam dunking on chicks. So they resonate with that and bring all those talking points
For
into
Chicago,
real life.
For Chicago, those things that you just said aren't static. It's not a consistent one thing. Those lines get blurred. So
Absolutely.
I'm a square or I'm middle class. That is a spectrum of things. So they see bits and pieces of themselves in these characters, and they don't understand that these are characters that probably took those pieces from real life. So to me, KS was an amalgamation of BGS, Igmore, and a bunch of different people. Sinful to P. He was trying to be a player and 100 things all in one in a suit and tie.
That's a great point. And a lot of times the ones that were
for real
benefiting off of those things, they was able to articulate in ways that people can regurgitate, and then they would seem just as intelligent as them. And so that's what started to be a big trend. A lot of the talking points that was on these panels wound up being outside. And people outside now saying, "Oh, would you rather a 6'5" person or a 6 foot or a 5'7" man like me?" Like it really actually matters. And when we all lay down, it
So,
doesn't actually matter.
so I'm a little bit confused right now.
Like, the disrespect is insane, bro. That's really what y'all gonna do right here, for real.
So
Hold on 1 second, Jelly. Before you all continue, we have somebody named Chang in the background. I'm not familiar with Chang. Does anybody know who anybody named Chang?
No.
Nobody
All
named
right, I'm gonna put my banner up before I bring them up. So give me just a second, y'all. One moment, please.
If you don't know them, tell them to cam up. If they don't want to cam up, then we see them later. We having a productive build without them.
Chang, hold on, let me see.
And the banner's not up, by the way.
I have to figure out where it is.
Just tell him to cam up. If he ain't camming up, then it's probably somebody that we don't.
It should be in your brand, the brand tab.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, it's on the brand tab. Go to.
Yeah.
Well, I can't see it on mine because it's. But
hold on. I see it. Thank you.
Got it.
Chang, can you go? Can you? I'm gonna add him to the stage.
Hello today, but the only reason I come up to
absolutely not. Absolutely
no, because that night was in my restaurant, right? And he ordered two order of the that noodle, and he did not pay today. Oh my god!
I don't know.
Why does it sound like one of them scam likely?
I'm sorry, Candy. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What in the world?
Get this nigga the fuck up.
Yeah,
Nidus,
but
make sure Nidus, make sure
but
you pay for your noodles next time. All right.
Yeah, but to add on to what Nidus says, right? But the lines has been blurred already, right? Because we created those personalities, and these personalities are in mainstream media. They're on Fox News. They're on Newsmax. They're on on Glenn Beck's radio station. One of them sitting on TMZ right now talking about the Obamas as apes. They was here, and they was promoted in this space, and they in the social media companies put these people up on up Front Street, and now everybody have to suffer the consequences.
It's a
So
difference, though.
yeah, so the lines already have been blurry, so you can't really separate it anymore.
The real quick,
Huh?
the difference, like C-Rod7, Cynthia G, like these people existed before KS, and they said some of the most heinous things about black men. KS had like a good 6-month run. They got his ass the fuck up out of here. Like, yo, like
Who got
Yeah, but
KS up
wait,
out of here?
that's not fair.
I'm
That's not
sorry.
fair.
That's definitely
We
not
we
fair.
didn't
nah,
get
because
no,
But that's not
hold on,
that's
hold on,
not a
hold
fair
on.
argument. That's not a fair argument. I'm gonna tell
Big
you why.
J, Big J,
man,
Big J. Come on, I was already talking. How you gonna cut me off?
I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry.
How you gonna cut me
I
off?
didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. That's why. I didn't hear you.
We
That's
didn't
why.
get Kevin Samuels out of here. Life took him out of here. That's not a fair comparison.
Right.
Eh,
That's correct. That was natural causes.
Right.
You know, all right, fight another one. He want to fight everybody.
Well, who that?
Yeah,
I'm not
but
trying to fight.
and,
What?
Nah,
That's
but
go
Nav
ahead.
talking
Go
shit,
ahead.
fighter. Well, welcome to the stage, fighter.
yeah,
I do want to thank you and welcome you in. Big J, you
Peace,
can go
fighter.
ahead and continue.
yeah, but here's the thing though, right? Since the G been on in Washington State, or Oregon news, for the last 10 years. See, some of these content creators been on news longer than y'all been on YouTube. See, some of us been here since 2006, like I have. Some people
Exactly.
been on here for a very, very long time. No,
Saying
the
stuff that
YouTube companies, the social media companies pick who is being promoted and not. That's been going on for 2 decades on here,
that's
and
why we
So
gotta put it
it's the
up.
truth.
Because
so
when
They're
then
being
Kevin
what
picked,
came
to
up,
what
picked and promoted.
so then to what
when Kevin
extent
came
do the
up, we was
content
talking about dressing and
creators are they
clothes.
responsible for what they're putting out?
Wait, hold on, say it again, love. I'm sorry.
I said, so then to what extent are the content creators responsible for what they're putting out?
100%.
It's 100%, but it seems like it only applies if it's
Yeah,
made so many
See, I didn't want to
100%.
do that, Nav. I didn't want to do that. I thought that's where
Oh,
you was
okay.
going
I'm
with that
about
when
to.
you
Yeah,
said, "Are we doing
I'm
that on
gonna
this
do that. Nope.
stage?"
I'm gonna let you.
I'm saying respectfully, I'm not that familiar with the Cynthia G content. Like that's not my bag, right? And whoever else y'all was just naming, right?
C-Rod7.
I'm right. I'm not familiar with them. And what I was maybe it's my anecdotal, right? Because we're all going to give our perspective.
It was
And
around
so
a
I
lot
was just
longer.
saying, yeah, I was just saying from my personal experience of being in the space. And here's the thing: I don't create a character, right? I'm not a personality or a character. The way that I am online, and if you go through some of those, you'll see I'm conflicted sometimes, right? These are real. I always used to say on Thursday, we real people dealing with real conversations in real time in real life.
Yeah.
Anybody that front like they got the answer and they give the perfect answer when you put on the spot. None of us trained to do this.
Right.
You having conversation with your peoples.
But
Really?
Chicago,
But that's not.
so that may be you, but the reality is that the aspect of people being parasocial to content creators exists, right? So when we go back to like, is it harmful, like some of the fuck shit that content creators put out to the audience? Not and I know that you earlier said that you had to make a wall or a delineation between yourself and whatever the platform was that you were associated with.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is that for a lot of folks, because we have to look at this as like a YouTube university or high school where everybody comes in as a freshman and they graduate until they graduate out of the content, right? People engage in a way that they do take it seriously and they do hold on to some of the things
1000%, yeah.
that we say and then take that into their real lives. And like me as a mother of a son who's an adult now, I had to deal with the phase of like the Andrew Tates and the Manosphere and some of their talking points and things like that while he was in school. So, I mean, if you were to transpose that into any other genre where we're having podcasts or we're having people that have some, incendiary or salacious content, like people engage with that in a real way. And we can't like say, well, oh, my bad to it. Not to say that that's what you're saying, but just in general.
On that,
no, I'm picking up what you're putting down,
he
sis.
was on. He had one of those Andrew Tate types on there with him. But that's who
Absolutely.
he bumped head with most of the time.
And that's why we can't keep looking at these parents as it's just some silly buffoonery. It is just silly entertainment. It spills out into real life. Even jokes. A lot of people live by some of the philosophies that comedians said on stages. Everything is not just for play. We got to take when people are consuming things, it ain't just food that you consume. You consume the things that you watch, you consume the things that you read, you consume the things that you listen. And more people are listening to music and podcasts than their parents.
So
So we
this
got
is
to
the
start looking at it
difference.
and paying attention to it and stop acting as if because it's on a podcast that nobody know that it doesn't mean anything. It means a lot to the person that is watching it.
Fair enough. This is the difference, right? This space, as far as quote unquote the manosphere, was supposed to be a space that was for men. It started online as blogs, right? And it just morphed into this where we can have conversations like, oh, dang, you know what? I was dating this chick. You know what I'm saying? I've been cheated on. You know what I'm saying? I've cheated. You know what I'm saying? Like I've dated, I've been in love, I had my heart broken, etc., etc. But these aren't things that you can just talk about outside of the barbershop or whatever. And then it was like the space you could be like when you get older, and it's like, yo, you know, nights could get up here and be like, yo, I'm a widower. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm, you know what I mean? Like that's not an average space for a man because the world does not give a fuck about what men go through when it comes to heartbreak and loss and stuff. They don't necessarily see you as that. You are a tool, you are a resource. You are supposed to be strong 24/7, 365. You are not allowed days off to mourn. You know what I'm saying? So this space was created to where men can be like, dang, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I lost my wife to cancer. You know what I'm saying? Or my wife cheated on me, etc. It's not all cheating and all this other stuff that cats like to think about. Oh, I'm too short. My dick wasn't big enough. Forgive my
Oh
language,
Lord.
etc. It's not all of that, but it originally was created for men to have a safe space to have conversations. And what happened was more stuff started to get exposed. Like, wait a minute, we starting to see a pattern here. And then when
So,
that started to come out, it was like, wait a minute. And then now more people started to get introduced into the conversation that was supposed to be a space for men to just have a conversation, get some hey bro, yo, you fucked up. You was out there cheating on your wife. You need to go home and make that shit right. Cause we was having these conversations too. All right, you know what? You right. You right, OG. You right, I need to
But do you
I'm
feel like
fucking
people
up.
don't want to have relationship conversations all the time, though?
No,
no,
I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that doesn't change the fact that we might not want to have the conversation. Doesn't change the fact that life just changes. That doesn't happen. You know what I'm
so
saying?
I
The
think
space is the space is what I'm saying.
so
And
I
it
think
just got changed to something else, and then now it came entertainment, and then it went from that to like now it's not productive anymore. So there are no more spaces to have productive conversations for when people do actually have real life problems. Where can you go to have these conversations?
so I think the places are there. I think men want to believe that nobody cares about them, and where clearly, like how you said, this space proves, or the manosphere space. I don't know if this is a manosphere space or not,
It's
but
not in
the internet proved that people care about men and what they say and what they do and how they act and how they react to life. And them being fathers, them being husbands, people actually care. However, for a long time, men been believe remedial rhetoric that nobody cares about them and they just a tool to just go out and work till they die and do nothing else. No, men are very important to a family. And we got to start embracing that it is okay for men to have emotions. You shouldn't live through your emotions, but it's okay to have them, express them, and tell your loved ones how you feeling at the time. You just cannot sit there. You get punched in the face. Okay, I come to your house. I see you on the floor. I'm going to help you up. Tomorrow, I better not see you on the floor talking about you got punched in the face from yesterday. So it got to be a time where, okay, we can address it. Then it also got to be time where we got to say, hey, you cannot keep living in that trauma anymore.
So I'm gonna jump out here. I just watched the joint on Netflix, right? Forever. Some of y'all might have seen that, right? Y'all be big on these shows, so I be watching some of these shows.
Is that
That
the
shit
one
was
with the guy was messing with the girl and he came from a rich family or something? He's supposed to have been like what
no.
was he, a basketball player or something?
What? No, forever,
What's the
man.
name? Can you repeat it? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's
What was
called
the
it's
name?
called it's called Forever. It had Megan Good and what's the boy from Stella? How Stella got a groove? Tay
Oh yeah,
Diggs.
I don't know what that is. I didn't
No, it's good though, cause I be like listening to some of these joints low key, but it's good though. The same way they said his and hers were good, I was like, I'm not
Leave
gonna
that
watch.
one up, Candy. I'm sorry, Nav. Leave that one up. Yes, leave that one up, please.
I watched it and I was like, dang, his and hers were good. My point is, like, we're getting closer, I think, to where it's like, yo, we're not so far off, but it's like y'all cutting off spaces for dudes to be able to relate to y'all, to be like, so forever, you know, with Tay Diggs, Megan Good, you know what I'm saying? They got married, whatever, she died, and he was part of the kid's life, but she had kids, whatever. Like that's more realistic or whatever. But like that's show type stuff, but these are realistic things. Like I had a step pops. Some people had step pops. Some people are step pops in this space. But if we can't have these conversations because we all on something, you gotta have this, you gotta have that, and we following social media type stuff, you can't have real conversations.
Nav, do you see that comment from Tay Tay? Just really quick, Teron. Just really quick. Let me say this. This is the part where I get eviscerated, right?
This is why I don't
No, but this
agree.
is what I'm saying. I understand, brother. And this is what I'm saying. This is the part where I get eviscerated because I'm on record saying multiple times. There's a podcast currently now, and they probably got about like 5 views. The podcast is called All Black Men Need Therapy.
Wow.
I thought that was dope. Right?
It's not though.
No, it's very dope. And
It's
you don't
not
have
dope.
to agree with it. You don't have to agree to it.
I can explain to you why.
No, it's cool. I'm just saying.
You was while you were talking, Nav. Come on, brother.
No, I'm gonna go on mute. I'm just saying the concept that men don't have spaces to go to, right? So if you don't have your barbershop, you don't have the locker room, you don't have an uncle or granddad, you don't have brothers in your inner circle, right? There's therapy. Now, there's a men's group that I go to every Thursday, right? My job offers me 20 free sessions a year, right? And I go to therapy just for a wellness check, just to, you know, how you take your car and you make sure everything is functioning straight. The last session I had was probably one of the dopest sessions. I don't always feel like anything is wrong. I just go just because it's so much. I don't think we realize how much is being thrown at us, right? And so men get drained, overwhelmed. If you don't have hobbies, if you don't have safe spaces to release, then you're gonna feel overwhelmed. I personally think with all that has transpired in America, and maybe all is the trigger word, right? But I do believe most, and that is majority, most Black men need therapy. And I'm on mute.
And I just want to say something real quick. Is that like, we got to understand the panel is therapeutic, but outside you need to get therapy.
Yeah. A lot of these panels though are
But
not.
why should a panel be fucking therapeutic though?
No, that's fine.
Right. I said it is
therapeutic. It's cathartic for some people.
Well, I mean, that's my question though. Like, why should it be? Like, why? And I don't know. Like, so I don't come here to be soothed by people who are always like-minded by me, right?
Yeah.
I come here sometimes to engage in disagreements, into hearing new concepts of thought that I may have never thought of. I don't always come here for somebody to fucking handhold me. And my question is why is that a requirement now?
It shouldn't be, and it's not that.
Yeah,
a lot of
that's
these
not real
panels
therapy
are
either.
pretty much high school. It's somebody swinging and being a big dog, and needing to let you understand that you're not that. So a lot of these panels are not therapeutic. They're not a place for you to go as a safe place, no matter how deep the thing you might be going through is. A lot of people will laugh at you. They'll spend money to drop you, to try to humiliate you.
So I
no,
think
it's not that.
I think the therapeutic part is different from therapy because people use this as a verbal gym. So like how people go to boxing gyms to get out their stress and their frustration, a lot of people use these panels as a verbal gymnasium to get out their stress and everything. So that's why I said these places can be therapeutic, but people need to go and actually get real therapy so they can actually work on the things that is affecting them from the past. They got to heal from that. And that's what therapy means.
I disagree with that. Let me tell you why.
I do
Right,
too,
when
Big
it comes
J.
to because not no for a different reason than you, right? Um,
You don't know my reason.
femicide. But I'm gonna tell you,
Oh yeah, we
femicide
in there.
has been in increase since the preparation of the Red Pill podcast. You know, you go to any industrialized country, femicide has increased ever since the popularity of the red pill community. And
Big J, how do you
if
connect
people are
these two
seeing it,
things? How do you make a connection between these two things, Big J?
crime stats, the numbers of assaults, acid being splashed in women's faces.
Okay, now it
It's
sounds like you talk about the Muslims, bro. See,
and then
don't blame us all for what the third worlders do.
And I just want to say this, Candy Can, before they go into it, like,
why
hey,
why why
Hold on,
why do
hold on.
you
Big J, wait a second. You heard him. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just want to say, like, and this panel shows how difficult it is to maintain a conversation without bringing in relationships. Relationship is very important to us as
Yo,
human
that's
beings,
not
and
relationships.
it turned into a relationship. We are talking about it's closely moving towards a relationship talk as we go further into the concept, because it's not easy to maintain a conversation about building things, because majority of people have not built education and have the entertainment value with real human beings. So for a lot of people, it's just a philosophy. They don't actually believe that we could stay constructive and fun at the same time. And so that's why it slowly drifts into a relationship conversation.
But
And this is
the
a
crazy
perfect
part is
example of it.
we had 4 hours of conversation, and when it did veer off, we were able to bring it back to the topic. Now the topic can change. I never have a problem with that. But what I don't want, like I always preface and say I'm not a gender war channel. I don't want to go into gender banging. Y'all get enough of that on everybody else's stream everywhere you go. I want to keep my place, my space clean. And I know somebody asked earlier, am I manosphere? No, babe, I am Candy Spear. I am my own person. I am a freelance free agent. I go where I want to. I observe what I want to, and then I throw away the bones and chew the meat of what I want to. So I just want to start with that. Y'all can go ahead and continue on. We can keep the conversation going, but there's no
right
need for us
right
to
right
dive into mudslinging.
right though before
Well, I was
I
asking Big
was
J to explain his point.
well, because you and Sharon interrupt me though. But the thing is, right? There has been. I said the industrialized countries, which means the West. Australia, Japan, South Korea, the United States, Canada, and Western Europe. There's been a perpetuation, the increase of femicide. It correlates with the increase of red pill of the red pill ideology, and people are red pill for the wrong reasons anyway. Um, it wasn't the problem we have, right, and I'm be the problem is it gives excuses to the surplus male. It gives I believe that I believe because of the red pill, it gives the surplus male and out to because there's no therapy, is giving them cause to go to lift up demagogues like Donald Trump or commit certain acts of violence. Um, that's what I believe, and their numbers putting it out because Professor Scott Galloway put it out, exposed the manosphere, put it out on his channel. We see the increase of violence and towards women and towards other men. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's why I said though it's dangerous on how the social media companies are promoting these personalities. Pearl got no business being promoted. Y'all help Pearl where
It's
she's
not
at.
true.
But
It's not true at
it's
all.
not just Pearl, Big J, because and so
I know,
also
I know,
another
I know.
story, that has nothing to do with like the relationship dynamic, right? Like back in the day, for those of us that were in the conscious community, there was a woman named Corinne Gaines, right? She was fully
I
indoctrinated
remember
in
that. I remember her.
conscious community rhetoric, you know, the whole nine, to the point is where she died, had a police standoff and was killed because of it. And for those of us who were around back then, right, getting back to this parasocial and being thoughtful of what we say on these panels and things like that, you know, there was no accountability or even acknowledgement, because those are two different things, you know, by definition. There was no acknowledgement of the harm that sometimes, even though it may have been good intention, the conversation about, oh, well, maybe we have fucked up by leading people to this point where they're ready to go toe for toe with the police, right?
Hey, that was the sister
So,
from
I
Baltimore,
was trying
right?
to. Yeah, it
yes.
was.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
make a
Right,
yeah.
quick
right,
point real quick.
right.
Hold on, Big J. The thing is though, like, I think we're overshooting a lot when we try to blame the so-called red pill for all these things. And you kind of tipped your hand when you started talking about femicide and things like acid attacks, bro. Those are notoriously third world behaviors, and you're trying to blame first world men for third world shit just because third worlders are way too many deep. They're way too deep over here. That's the problem. But that's a whole other thing. You're blaming us for shit we don't really do.
I have a question. I have a
He's
question to
not
all of the
You're
men on
blaming
the
us,
being
panel.
man.
highly hold on.
I'll let you respond, Big J, and after that, I want to go because I have a question for the men on the panel. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Candy.
Okay, so Naf said that he doesn't agree with the therapy thing. My question is to the men who we have here now. If you do not agree with therapy, and I'm not saying that you have to, what do you do to alleviate your stress? What do you do to calm your mind? What do you do to restructure and recenter yourself? If therapy is not the answer for you, what is?
I believe in therapy.
Ooh.
I don't think talk therapy works for most men. Men need active training or something. Talk therapy is for women.
Wow. That was crazy.
I agree 100%. I don't give a fuck what any of you niggas say. I'm on
Wow,
that.
that was even crazier.
Yeah, you
I
with
think one of the things that men could do, to be honest with you,
You
they
don't
could.
get to speak for men. You agree with therapy. Shut the fuck up.
I
Wait,
agree
wait,
with
wait.
therapy
Come
Fine.
on,
That's
Neff.
also.
that's
Come
that's,
on.
that's fine.
Come on,
That's
Neff.
fine. I guess you
Like,
get to speak for men more than me. But the thing is this: I think men, speaking as one, as a leader of my family, personally, that you should men that are going through some things, they need to write down something, write in the journal and reevaluate,
Facts.
reflect on what they did for the day. I think men need to also have a schedule for themselves and understand what they are supposed to be accomplishing for the day. So this way they can always refer back to it when they start to stray away. I think our brothers need to do some physicalness, maybe walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way. Do at least 2 push-ups a goddamn day, because that will keep your estrogen away. We got to find other ways to express ourselves, and it is okay for you as a man to express yourself and to emote in other ways other than anger.
Yeah, maybe take off your shoes, go on the
Skills on how to
forest,
keep
get
the estrogen
some
up.
grass. What?
Yeah,
oh, go ahead, Nightish.
No, I want all the real men to speak up for some reason because they keep yelling. Go ahead, whoever that was, go ahead.
I do that. So listen, you show me the man that will follow Sharon into a firefight or some shit like that. That's the nigga that you follow. He talking about all this other stuff. Like, yo, listen, I'm all for. Yes, we do need, mental health and people that can talk us through it. What I'm saying is there's not a fair representative or representation of men who qualify to have these conversations. The field is dominated by women. So when they try to talk to a man that's been through some trauma or whatever, they try to come to you from you need to tap into your emotions, and they come to you from a female perspective. And what we see is women want you to be able to connect to them, emotionally, but then they can't understand that there's a side of you that has nothing to do with that. They can't tap into that. That's why you need a father. That's why you need a masculine figure. That's why when you play sports or you go into the military, you get something different that cannot be duplicated or replaced by your mother or your oldest sister or your auntie or whatever. The same way, we're not going to try to do that for women, but women believe that they can replace that with their sons. I can make you to be this man that I know he's not shit, but he's so hard and something about him is so aggressive and gangster. I'm going to have his baby. You know what I mean? Like,
with that being said, could
What
somebody come
are
to
we
you?
talking about?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
With that,
But here's the thing though. But here's
Hold on.
the
Y'all are cutting Midas off. Y'all
Yeah,
are
I
cutting
just
him off.
want
He
to
just
ask the brother.
started.
I think his name is Naf that was just talking. So with that being said, since you own the key to masculinity, could people come to you?
What are you talking about? Come to me.
You said that you think that is this certain kind of way. So it sounds like you had a key
see,
to
what I'm
masculinity.
talking about, I'm
so
speaking in general.
Listen, brother, receive what I'm saying. So since it seems like you have some clue or answer to what masculinity is, could they come to you?
I've led though. I have a son. What does this have to do with? Like, y'all always do this. Y'all want to make it personal. Why?
It's not about being personal. It sounds like you have some idea about what masculinity really is. So what I said was very simple. If you have the keys, can they come to you?
But I'm not out here portraying that I have the keys.
That's what you just did moments ago.
No, that's what you're trying to play.
No, but that's what you said.
How?
You don't listen to
I heard him say
yourself?
niggas need daddies. He literally said people need daddies. That's what I heard. Therapy sounds like conversations with fatherless children. That's what therapy sounds like.
So
okay, let me ask you a question.
I need to know how many brothers on this stage been to therapy before.
No, I'm asking. So because
Nav Hood, like the brothers that don't agree with therapy. Who's
I have.
I actually have.
I have.
That shit is lame. I have. It's not the magic you're telling me that it is.
Hold on. No. I'm not saying that, brother. I also don't disparage brothers who don't feel the need to go to a therapist, right? Like that's not for you. I understand, right? But there are a lot of brothers out here that do. And if you were with a therapist, it's the same as when you have a PCP, primary care physician, right? You don't go with the first primary care physician. You go with the one that suits you, right? So if you didn't audition your therapist and your therapist didn't give you work to do, then you might not have been with the right person.
Chicago. So if I how many cats have shot, killed, or robbed a nigga? That changes the conversation too, right?
Not really.
I have
absolutely not really. No.
Absolutely not.
Because it's cats that done it though, right? But does that make you less qualified to engage in the conversation? We talk.
Oh no. I'm cool with having the conversation. It just seems to be.
I'm not putting this on you.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
That was a general conversation. That wasn't directed to anybody. I'm just asking in general, like, because we all know cats that did time, that done some shit that they regret.
You saying everything, brother.
Okay, but here is my
problem. What does this have to do with the topic, though? What is it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
We move because it changes, Jelly. Like we done moved the topic. Now they're talking about therapy.
Kenny, because this is men on men type shit, and I apologize. Like this ain't got nothing to do with you, love. It's just men shit. I'm sorry.
It's okay if it's men. I don't mind having some conversation surrounding like issues that deal with men. Okay. I do have a question for you though. You did say that majority of the therapists are women. Do you know that you can specifically seek out male therapists if you wanted them?
Yes.
So then
that nigga was trained by a woman though. That's the whole thing is female centered.
What? How is therapy female centered?
Listen, only just now in the last 5 or 10 years did people coming out of university system even pick up masculine studies. For the last 40 years, you were figuring out how to talk to women.
No, but what?
Right. Like,
So in this day and age, how is therapy female centered? Why men cannot go?
y'all,
It,
Hold on,
it only just now.
Let me
You
finish the
already asked it.
question.
You already asked it twice,
Let
bro.
me finish the question.
it doesn't
Why
matter.
men cannot go and find another male
That's not how
therapist?
this shit works, bro.
I'm asking. I was asking Hood because he's been there, so I want
I
to
know,
get
but
his
they're
perspective.
teaching this in the schools, bro. Are y'all
Teaching,
familiar with Jeff St.
teaching
James?
what? Wait. Before we go to what they teach in the schools, Hood, would you be able to kind of explain why a male therapist is female centric?
One, because therapy as an institution was mostly dominated by women. It winds up being women talking to women about how to get men to behave. That's like what couples therapy winds up boiling down to. So what happens is most of the training process.
Can I stop you right there, Hood? Because I'm
No,
gonna.
no, you cannot stop me because no, don't fucking stop me. Don't fucking stop me when you tell me you want to clarify your point. Let me fucking talk now. Let me finish
I'm
my
not
answer
trying.
before you
I'm
cut
not
me
trying
off.
to. I'm
Don't
not
do anything. Well, don't do anything and let me talk then. No, I will not. When you told me to pause,
I've never been.
don't do that. You
I've never been
told
in
me to
therapy,
pause to
so I'm
wait for
just
the
asking
question.
you for some
Will you
clarity.
just let me talk? No, let me just finish my point. I didn't say three
Sharon, just
words and you
let
get
him get it
clarity.
out. Let him get it out, and then you can ask your question after him, Sharon. Go ahead, conservative. Finish what you're saying.
Thank you, ma'am. The whole industry started out female dominated. And so just because a couple of
Stop
niggas come along
lying.
in the last
Stop
5 years
lying.
doesn't change the
Psychology
entire
was a
history of the
male-dominated
industry.
Again,
study.
let him get his point off. Y'all can rebuttal him, but it's not like, listen, it's really bad for the audio if we overtalk each other.
How much how
I
much
don't
of
want to
this
do that.
pop psychology, has been devoted to understanding men?
All right,
I don't know.
For
Sharon,
150
Candy,
hold
years.
on.
can you check your cash app?
Yeah.
Yes, I can
So,
check my cash.
what I wanted to ask is that like we're not talking about couples therapy. We're just talking about men going to other men for therapy in today's time. And so, why is it that you believe that in today's time, when the
Before
past
I
5
answer, I
years,
did ask you a question.
Okay,
I'm
you
sorry, I
think
didn't.
the therapy is
I didn't hear. I heard Sharon speaking, and then somebody cut in and asked the question. I couldn't hear what the question is.
No,
Before
my
you all
apologies.
go,
I asked
before
Sharon a question and he refused to
I just
answer.
want
He's
Sharon
asking me
to tell
another
us too,
question instead of
Kenny.
answering the question.
okay,
all right,
before you go, let me play the money song because I did get a cash app. I want to honor the money. I'm going to
Okay.
play it, and then we can come back and get into the questions between Sharon and Hood Conservative. One moment, please.
It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. My money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate all of the cash apps and all of the likes, the shares, everything. And I'm gonna go ahead. We have Bronsberg in the back. One second. I'm gonna add him to the stage, and I have Silent as well.
What's going
You're
on, Brownsburg?
what's good?
Yep.
What's good? Y'all go ahead and talk. I'll jump in when it's time.
How much of this therapy literature has been devoted to understanding men?
So historically, what I understand is that it was dominated by males. It was
Yeah,
Western.
initially in the beginning, yeah.
So like
You had Sigmund Freud. Wasn't he one of the most famous?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Nietzsche,
this,
was he also? Am I thinking correctly here?
You are.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
this,
it was men in the
And
beginning.
those men were
Sigmund Freud was
insane.
sleeping with his patients and robbing them at the same
Right,
time.
right. So those men were insane. So those are the men who believe in that Historia witch
goddamn.
thing. If a woman was going through her cycle, they would boil them as if they were witches. So those men were insane. Also, there was therapists.
You're making my
Okay, so
point. Why do you trust this when it came from creepy people who boil chicks alive or whatever you just said?
my initial question to you all was, if therapy is not the answer, and I'm not pushing it on you, I'm simply saying if you do not believe in it, then what do you do? I need answers as to
Don't.
what do you do. I heard Naf say it starts in the home, having a father in the home to raise his sons and to help them to grow into better men. Okay, so now let's move
Yeah,
the
that's
goalposts.
one
If
thing.
with
But that's not
I
necessarily
believe.
true.
I believe that what more important than anything else is don't deal with it alone. If you
right.
feel like you slipping, if you feel like there's something going on, don't keep it to yourself. Tell somebody. If you don't trust therapy, if you can't go to God, don't be alone with it. Tell somebody.
That's still therapy, though.
Yeah,
So I mean, so I
I
heard
agree with
somebody say it
therapy. I
starts.
agree with it.
I do too. So when we talking about therapy, right? People, I don't know who said that's not the answer to therapy.
That was an app.
Regardless, you're gonna need some type of way to talk and communicate with someone when you
Yes.
have issues, right? So
Yeah.
the thing about it is like I heard someone say like most of these therapists are women. I have a therapist that's a black man. You feel
Yeah.
me? So if therapy is not the answer, I don't see what is, because usually what happens in the black community with black men, I'm gonna be real and put it out there, we use drugs or other ways as
Alcohol.
a
Yes.
coping mechanism
Yes.
instead of getting to the root cause of what our problem is.
Yes.
And even when I reached out to people, I said, yo, why don't you go to therapy? They'd be like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good, fam. And they'd be like, why? Because if you complain that much, then who are you going to go to? And especially if you say the father in the home, how many times has that been to the point where even a son is not supported by his own father?
A lot of times.
A lot.
So that
I want to
saying
make
father in the home is not always the answer.
I need to make another observation. And I know not everybody follows the same religious doctrine, but it occurs to me that therapy, that nigga's your secular priest. That's all this is. This is a secular priest. And you really need a religious scheme. Your therapist is not going to help you get your proper framework right. I don't think the therapy thing works all like people say it is. You need something a lot deeper than therapy most of the time. And really, when I said therapy, I'm specifically saying talk therapy doesn't really do it for men.
Yeah,
so
but
did you
here's
answer the
the thing
question?
though.
Hold on 1 second for me, Nidish. I'm
Well,
sorry.
get a
Did
priest. Go to church. Get better with your spiritual understanding. But I don't know that talk therapy is the
Well, I
solution,
don't think
though.
a priest is going to do that for everybody. A priest, a
so
pastor,
what
whatever.
what
That's
do you
not
think
everybody's
is the
avenue.
solution then?
Candy, I would like to say that the solution is multi-pronged. I think talk
It is.
therapy is just one
Yes, that's one of
version of it. Also, you got to have some resolution. You got to have some self-resilience. You got to have some physical therapy as well to go along
Yeah.
with it. You need to have some mental therapy as getting out of your personal algorithm. A lot of people, they
Yes.
just get caught up in what is normal in a neighborhood. This is why they go to
Yeah, you got to reboot.
cannabis, alcohol, and sex, right? That's why they go to those main things, because that's just at their doorstep. So it's multiple prong.
What is it we're trying to fix, though? Do all men need therapy? Because, like, you're right, it is a multiple thing. But the
No,
question is, what is the question that therapy is the
not
answer to? What is the question? What are
not
you
all
trying to
men.
fix?
Hood, not all men need therapy, but the people who think they need therapy need to vocalize it. Some men can deal with all these different things. Like if we talk about 2026, what are we talking about? Aliens, we talking about the dollar plummeting, we talking about World War III. It's a lot of stuff that people got to unpack that they're not unpacking. They just sitting in their house alone, drinking and smoking and screwing.
And joining these panels talking bullshit.
And that too.
And I'm gonna be frankly honest. Some of these men, I ain't gonna say names, so I don't want to start shit. Some of these dudes that's leading panels depend on women to have a conversation about men. I would put
It's
a
fun
stake
to
in that
talk to.
claim. I'll put a stake in that claim, because sometimes I feel like some of these topics is none of these women's business. But for some odd reason, some of these men depend on these women to have conversations directly about black men and black men alone. It's crazy to me.
But women are fun to talk to. I don't
But
want
you
to
don't.
talk
But
to
you
a
don't
bunch
need to
of
have a
dudes all day,
conversation
every
about
day.
black men if it's about black men.
But
Why
a
are
lot
you
of times it's
involving
not
black
about black
women?
men.
Well, okay, but that's your problem. I'm gonna ask y'all this question: How many of y'all?
Wait, brother. Wait
How
one
many
second.
of y'all? Hold on. Let me ask a question.
Let me.
How many of
I want to
y'all?
have a back. Can we have a
Hold
back and
on.
forth?
Let me ask a question real quick, bro. How many of y'all have led panels where it's been directly men only without the interference of women in the conversation? How many of y'all have done it?
Me for years.
I have.
Most of my panels are male. I don't really have
No
a
women
chicks
on
running
y'all
crazy in my
panel.
house.
Ain't no women on y'all
Well,
panel.
I don't think that's a fair. Wait a minute. Because you make it sound as though I jumped in the middle of a men's conversation.
No,
We
no, not at all. I was just
Okay.
asking
I
a
just want to
question.
make sure.
No, not at
Okay.
all. Not at
I just
all.
want to clarify because I just want to make sure this is the topic that the panel decided to go to. I'm just here to facilitate it at this point.
Yeah.
I've already done the main content, and if these men want to talk about therapy, I don't have an issue with them doing that.
And we're on her panel, so we jumped into a woman conversation versus what could have been suggested that
Well,
somehow
technically, it
women
wasn't
jumped
a
into a
woman
man.
conversation.
No, it
It wasn't
wasn't.
even
It
I'm
was
just
about
not.
a.
asking questions. It's because y'all made it about
No,
men,
I'm being
right? So
a
I'm
little
just
bit
asking questions.
facetious
No,
when
we
I
didn't
said,
make it about men. If you actually was listening to the stream, you'll realize we was actually having a conversation about rage baiting content.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So it wasn't gender specific.
At
Yeah.
all.
I
And
was just being a bit facetious with the brother because it always puzzles me when they go, "Why are women talking? Why is women up here? What is that about?"
No, I'm saying that in regards, like, I'm just curious. It's not. I understand where I'm at. Obviously, this is a woman's panel, but it's just when y'all have conversations about men in therapy, and then when it interfered with like panels and shit, I was just curious. You feel me? Maybe I've worded it wrong, or maybe not. But I was just curious in that. I wanted to know y'all brothers' opinions.
Well, I think you should utilize everything that's available. You should not walk away from anything. So if you can go to a church and you can get the answers, if you can go to a therapist and you can get the answer, you can go to your brother and get the answers. You need to go somewhere. You shouldn't be alone with it.
That's
and
still
also,
therapy.
and also, I believe that men need to start recognizing the solution to their problem. We had a few solutions that people said, and they just went straight to a new problem instead of diving
Exactly.
into the solution that was represented on this panel today. At least 5 different solutions came about from men that are dealing with whatever it is that they're dealing with.
But
And
Sharon, you know what people will do for every solution you have? They got a brand new problem for you.
And that's what we need men to start recognizing that they are doing those things. And I believe that it is okay for us to recognize that yes, men need therapy, and it is okay. A lot of men go through life believing that nobody cares about them, and it's just not a true statement. And we got to get past that. So men are more
Well, Sharon,
comfortable with expressing themselves.
Sharon, you
Yeah.
say that as if we are to believe your therapist love you. Your therapist don't love you no more than the hooker
No,
love you. Once the money gone, they gone, bro. What are you
You're
doing?
making it
no,
emotional
that's
when it
not.
doesn't
That's
need to
not.
be emotional at all, though.
No. It's
And
not.
that's
It
supposed
was
to
never
love you. They're
about
supposed to
love. It
understand
was
you do
about
inner work.
Since
So
y'all
They're not
allow
gonna
us,
love you.
go ahead.
I would love to answer it. Thank you. So it's about the therapist giving you tools so you could keep moving forward. You shouldn't have to stay with the therapist after the situation
Correct.
is fixed, right? So after that, whatever that thing is that you need to go to help correct or find a way to cope with that situation, you need to use those tools day to day. Me personally, I've never been to a therapist, so I'm one of those men that you're talking about that you're saying that doesn't need therapy and is able to work out all of his demons through self-reflection,
So you're offering
journaling,
solutions that you don't
reality.
even understand internally. Then this is amazing.
No, so hold on, but that's not true because I gave you a solution that didn't need a therapist. I said you need to learn how to journal, you need to do
Yeah.
self-reflection
Walk
of the
15
day.
minutes this way and that way. Hit the
Well, you
estrogen
said
up
you
and down
said
the mirror.
multiple
So I
times
said
men need therapy, but you've never been. How do you know niggas need a thing that you've never had?
because when I'm communicating with them and I give them a solution and they keep on trying to find ways to poke holes in it, I realize that whatever I'm giving them, they
They're
don't
not.
want to accept it.
They're
So
not
therefore they need
receptive
to
to
go
you.
to somewhere. They need to go somewhere else. And clearly it is not these panels, because the panel's been going on for 20 years, and that didn't help the young gentleman as well. So therefore, you have the failed manosphere. You don't want to listen to somebody that is showing and proving what they did to get up out of their negative form of thinking. So therefore, the only solution I see left is therapy. So that's
wait.
By and large,
Go ahead, Hood.
Wait, before
well,
you go,
really
I do
quickly,
want to
yes, sir.
hold on 1 second, please, for me. There's somebody in the back trying to come up. Unfortunately, the panel's full. I can't let you up. I don't. If you can tell me who you are in the chat, maybe we can rotate someone in and we'll rotate someone out. But somebody's trying to hit the panel, and I can't let you up. I have a limit of 10 people.
You know the
Or
name?
you can spend some money and drop somebody come up.
Do you know the name? Do we know the person?
I
By and
can't even
large,
tell. I can't even tell who it is because I can't
Gabe.
see them. It's not showing me. Is it Gabe?
Gabe is the one that sat there and said it's full in the chat. Gabe.
Oh, it's Gabe in the back.
I can drop down.
That's Gabe.
Okay, Silent. If you don't mind dropping, you can come back. I just want to give him the chance to come in and say what he wants to
We
say.
never got an opportunity to hear nothing from the brother first. Can you say something before you go? Oh, just
Never mind.
Sorry, Silent. You can always.
Silent. His name is Silent.
Ironically.
Gabe, it's open. Now, here's the thing. Silent comes up, and he'll come up and support. Silent doesn't do a lot of talking, which is why I didn't like really press for him to if he wants to put his input, he can, but Silent just mainly comes to hang out.
Well, shout out to you, brother, for coming up in the first place. I'm enjoying myself. Candy, you got something cool going on over here?
I've been trying, Nightish. I do. You know, I'm
Hey,
small
you're
but
not,
mighty.
Hey, Candy, you not trying, you doing, baby girl, and I'm gonna support you any chance I get, if I can.
I appreciate that.
What up, Gabe?
Well, Candy, the point I wanted to make a second ago, though, I don't think most men, the kind of men who have problems that you think therapy can fix, most men don't have problems that words can solve. And this is my big issue with therapy. It's talk therapy in particular. Most men who have serious problems, it's not a conversational thing. And so it's like we're setting men up to just talk indefinitely, where most of the time it's like a thing that needs to change. Either you have the power to change it or you have the ability to get around it, but something needs to change. And it's not a thing that you can just talk your way out of.
Yes, you can.
I understand.
I definitely disagree with what he just said. Because my thing about it is talk therapy is supposed to be a solution to help you arise from the problem that you're going through. Too many times men will sit up there and use other means not to talk about what's on their mind. And that's the problem. So you'll sit up there and say, oh, therapy is emotional. No, therapy is a guide. Just like how you have your father or you have friends who's helping you when times get hard. So talking therapy could be a solution for various of men to get through the problems that they're going through if they don't know how to do it themselves. It's not a problem.
This is the second time. This is the second time that came up. So it's
1 second. Let me ask the brother just was talking. Have you done it?
I just said that I'm with a therapist.
Okay, I just was asking. I'm not trying to.
So I'm not bad. I meant to say it like that. I just talk aggressively sometimes. But yeah.
Well, look, this is the second time this came up. So it seems like the therapist is to replace the family structure that you would have normally had.
Not
your
true.
Friends, your family, your church.
Not true. I never said that.
This is a secular religious scheme.
Not true. Not true. You can still be related. You still can have a great relationship with your family and still go to church and still see a therapist. That's not a correlation, dude.
But some people don't have the family or the church. They just out here.
But that either way. All I'm saying is either way you can have it.
I'm not combating what you're saying.
Okay. I'm just saying in regards to that, it's not replacing anything. If anything, it could add something, right? You can be healthy as I don't know what, but maybe you just need a therapist to talk about things that you're going through. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Great point, because sometimes I think people don't understand, like when you are also that father figure in your family and everybody always comes to you, who do you go to, right? And sometimes that person, that strong male figure in your family, he might need somebody to speak to as well. And that could be a therapist. He could have that church, he could have all the things, all the accolades, but he eventually might need somebody to unload a lot of the mental strain that it goes with maintaining a family structure.
And it's not gender.
So this is the third time we brought this up. So this is for people with a broken social network. Okay.
True. It doesn't mean it's a broken social network.
One second. Hood conservative.
Yeah.
You do realize a lot of people have broken social networks. They really, it doesn't matter. They have a big family. They ignore them. They don't have friends. You know, a lot of people are like that.
How do people deal with their life situations or their life issues before therapy became a popular thing?
I'm talking to Hood though, because Hood makes it seem like all families.
No, it's like but I'm saying it's a lot of people on the panel. So you know, I'm trying to get in there. So I'm saying like, how did people deal with those issues before?
I didn't stop you.
My question is Gabe. My response.
Okay, Hood is saying says the same question. How did people deal with those issues before therapy became a thing?
They didn't deal with them. They drank themselves to death, or they used drugs, or they banged as many chicks as they could bang.
Yeah,
people still do that. What are you talking about?
Get a side bitch, bro. Be a real man and get a side bitch, bro. I don't know what you niggas talk about.
Why you act like that's like extinct now? People still do that on YouTube.
So let me ask this question to Hood conservative.
Cool.
My fault.
But he said as if all them things that was before all of a sudden stopped. No, they still do the same shit.
So can I ask this question to Hood conservative?
Literally what I said. Yeah.
So Hood conservative. So are you saying as a man? Are you saying as a man going to a therapist makes me weak? As a man,
good question.
Does that make me weak?
As a man, I think this modern. As a man, I think this modern culture encourages weakness.
Yes or no?
Going to a therapist makes me weak as a man.
I don't know you as a man to insult you that way, but I think therapy encourages weakness in men. Do with that what you want, bro.
But
it makes him less than a man. Then
it makes me less of a man if I decide to go to a therapist.
That's wild.
So
overall, the process encourages weakness. Yes, it does.
How?
You either do or don't. What the hell did this? Just like Gabe said, what did men do before you had a shoulder to cry on? You fucking did this. You solved your problem. You got up there and you fixed it, my nigga.
No, you still can't be a therapist. So what are you talking about?
Hold on, fellas. Let's bring it back down. We don't need to.
Okay, look, that's what I'm saying. You use substance as a way to conquer your problems. That makes you more weak than sitting up there seeing someone to talk to, though. No. I'm saying no, Sharon.
I do think right now it's very easy.
Hold on,
we have to have one mic. Y'all.
I do think right now people.
Hold on 1 second. Y'all.
No. I'm still talking. Everybody talking. So what I'm saying is that I do think that. No. I'm saying that. You go right after me. Hold on 1 second. What I'm saying is that I think a lot of.
Ma'am, you don't host. Don't let Sharon host.
I just got here.
Listen.
Hold on. Hey, fellas, y'all gotta stop screaming. Y'all, your microphone.
No, I'm saying, Sharon, like you can go right after me because you've been on the panel. Like I just got here, so it's no reason for you to hog the mic.
It's my money and I need it now. Bitch better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. My money.
Okay, I just needed to slow it down for a minute because I'm not trying to stop anybody from talking, but we cannot talk over each other. It distorts the audio. Nobody in the audience can hear us, and it just sounds like a bunch of noise. I believe that each one of you are intelligent beings, and y'all can go one by one and make your points.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is that I think that in the past that there were particularly trusted parties in different outlets that men went towards rather than the therapy thing. Because I think it's easy just to say therapy is the solution. It's very easy because anybody could talk to anybody about something, but that doesn't really solve any problems. You need something long term. People don't need long-term therapists for the entirety of their lives. They need outlets. They need ways to relieve stress. They need ways to get out of whatever situation that they're in. And I don't think that therapy is always the answer, or I think it's just easy right now.
In this conversation, we're not talking about.
Sharon, give me 1 second. I want to ask him a question. How long have you been listening to the panel?
Good question, I guess.
I've been on and off, in and out.
So, because we said that use whatever, you shouldn't keep it inside. Whether it's therapy, whether it's taking off your shoes and putting your feet in the grass, becoming one with the earth, whether you got a big brother, a cousin, or uncle, what you shouldn't do is keep it to yourself. That was said. So it wasn't just therapy.
Well,
Okay, I wasn't here. So if it's the same thing that was said previous, congratulations. We're saying the same thing.
Well,
I don't
if
know
we talk about therapy,
what the purpose
right?
of that was.
The definition of therapy is
You
treatment.
came up here to be loud and first to say something that's
No.
already been said.
No, I'm jumping into the conversation. No, I'm jumping into the conversation in the area that I heard it. And just because I said something from before, I'm saying you
new to the conversation. So thank you.
just because I'm new to the.
That's already been said. Sharon, please go.
Yes.
No, somebody else was talking.
It was Bronsberg, but
it's just a good.
Well, but hold on. Sharon
Ma'am,
was waiting.
who is that?
Hold on. This is Candace speaking. Sharon was
Oh,
waiting.
no, I was talking
to
about
speak
Knight.
next. And then after
You weren't
Sharon
talking about me.
Bronsberg, then Tip. Okay.
So
Y'all got it.
No, I was.
No, you aren't.
Oh,
Go ahead, Sharon.
thank
And
you.
if you are, say God before you say night. The God night.
And so, what I want to say is that the fellas, maybe y'all need to lower your microphones down. Y'all don't realize how y'all coming up to the audience that is attempting to listen to the show. We want to hear.
You are not. This is not your channel, man. Just progress the conversation.
Calm down, please.
We trying to be a mediator, and men just trying to have like we trying to progress it, ain't we?
But it's his turn.
to mediate the panel.
Crazy work, yo.
Again,
It's crazy.
okay. He's trying to help the audio. I don't mind him speaking if he's trying to help the audio. It's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sharon.
I appreciate
You damn
it.
savage. Have some self-control.
And
Two mediators. Go ahead, Sharon.
He want to beat me so badly. Come on, brother.
Nightish, come on. I don't. If y'all have a personal beef, y'all want to go fight out.
I don't know.
Okay.
Him. He just.
Right.
I don't know anybody.
And
All right, go ahead, Sharon.
It's very interesting how this is going. I do find it strange that when we are trying to get to some solutions for brothers, this is where we have the most fighting at. We need to understand how to listen to each other and understand that it is multiple ways for us to get to the things. Me personally, I haven't said anything at all that deals with a therapist at all. At all. I gave plenty of things that I've physically done in my real life to help me get through the things that I needed to get through. And so that's the only reason why I suggest those things, because it helped me. And, some people it can work for. Running is a good thing. Get some miles in, get your heart up. And I'll end it with this. So if you have that father figure that you talk to and he gives you solutions and resolve, does that make you less of a man because you didn't go to a certified therapist, but you went to your father?
No, none of them make you less than a man. But I think a lot of times, Sharon, is just that you're talking and they don't want it to be you.
So I have.
That was helpful, Nightish.
I have the definition of therapy right here. It says treatment. Hold on. It says treatment intended to relieve or heal a disorder. So if we're talking about therapy, I feel like it seems like to me, maybe just hood-servative, because I'm getting that vibe from you. You're automatically demonizing one part of therapy just because it's someone deciding to go to someone who has done the practice for a long time to be able to hear whatever it is you have to say about the problems that you're dealing with. I don't see how it makes you weaker as a man. Hold on. I don't see how it makes you weaker as a man just because you have the availability to go see someone about a problem you're facing or something that you're dealing with.
Brother, that was a skill issue. You personalized the question, so you're gonna have to stand in front of the bullet. That was on you. Second of all,
to get shot.
You put yourself in that question about a weak man. I did not want to make it about you, but you insisted
about a week. You said
you insisted, my nigga. You insisted.
I mean, but Brownsburg, like he said, he think that is weak. That's his opinion. Like, why should you feel so like defensive about it?
I'm not trying to be defensive about it. I don't feel like he really answered the question. What made someone weak? What makes men weak?
I can tell you if you would just let me, but you keep want to fight about it. That's why I said you put
I'm not
yourself in front of the
fighting.
bullet, my nigga. You made
So
yourself the target
here's
of that shit. I can
I'm not
answer you plainly without making it
sure.
about you if you like.
I'm
conservative is
cool with all the
correct.
smoke,
Wait,
G.
pause for me, y'all. Conservative is correct. If you're going to ask him a question, whether you agree with the answer you're receiving or not, you gotta let him finish.
Yes.
It's
And
crazy
then you
work.
can rebuttal it afterwards.
It's crazy work.
Go ahead.
Now, the reason why I say as a man it makes you weak is because it gives you the impression that your emotional reality is your actual reality. As a man, your emotions are not your friend. Most of the time, as a man, your emotions will fuck you up. And so, what you have to do is maybe sometimes gather your thoughts, but that doesn't mean you to go talk to some stranger. But don't just give into your emotions. And I think therapy encourages you to like deal in emotionality instead of just getting your life together. So, like earlier, even when Sharon was talking and he said he's giving non-therapeutic examples, that is exactly what I was referring to. Talk therapy for men sucks. Sitting around getting in your feelings is bullshit as a man. Go out there and train, improve your life, improve your situation, fix your lot in life. But you sitting around talking about how you feel sad because your mama was a piece of shit, it's not going to help you, bro.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and you being on panels with a bunch of men that probably talk about the same shit? In the manosphere panels and red
I think
pill
one
panels,
says that
what's
it's
the difference?
therapy and one
Oh,
doesn't claim. One says that
hold
it's
on,
therapy
bro.
and one
Yeah.
doesn't claim to be therapy.
No,
I don't claim to be a therapist. I
Isn't
literally laugh at
it
niggas, bro.
true? Isn't
I
it
laugh
true?
I
Hold on.
laugh at
Isn't
niggas,
it
bro. What do you mean?
okay? Isn't it true? You've been in the manosphere and the red pill space for as long as you have. You didn't heard niggas sit up there and let out their fucking emotion on panels and then have all these trippy ass arguments about bullshit. And yet
You know
you
what that
engage
is?
it. And yet you engage with it. Do you not?
That is men seeking tribe. That is old as fire, nigga.
Do you or do you not engage with it?
That is not sitting on the couch talking about your emotions like a
Do
little
you
hoe, my nigga.
engage with it? Yes or no? Because
It's
you
not
know when
what you're
niggas sit
calling
and
it.
have those
Whatever that
conversations,
shit you're
nigga.
defending is, whatever you're defending is, that's not what happened.
Oh, that's bullshit. And you know it,
Listen,
bro.
listen, guys. Let's not
Yo, none
fight.
of this is
It's not
therapy for
sitting on.
real.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not
what are
sitting
we
on the
doing?
couch.
And y'all niggas, some of y'all niggas use these fucking panels as therapy. So I ain't trying to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
I
but
mean,
well,
But
again,
that
just
that's
because
sounds
we
that's
use
good.
it as
niggas.
therapy
That
doesn't
sounds
mean
good
that
as a
that's the
sweeping
answer.
So
generalization, but that's not
outrage
gonna
or
work
shit
here,
is all
bro.
I'm saying, my nigga.
Too many mics at the same time.
Why are you going to be so many mediators? Y'all just let it rock.
It's no,
yeah,
don't
Relax.
let
but
it rock because
he's
can't
right though,
nobody
Gabe.
hear anything.
Come on. Y'all have been
But
around
I'm saying
for
free zone was. Mhm.
No,
Free
no, it's
Zone can
all
come
good.
in
It's all
next, and
good.
I do want to
Yeah.
introduce him to the
What's up,
panel. I
Candy?
thank you for bringing him in. Thank you, Free Zone, for being patient. I'm sorry I
Yeah,
didn't get a
shout out to
chance to
Free
bring you
Zone
on.
Lou. Salute,
No,
brother.
it's all good. And I can understand what Bronze is saying because for some people they do treat these panels as therapy. And if anybody knows me, I laugh at them niggas, man, because this place isn't therapy. You open your heart out on this net, you have no control over what happens, and whatever happens to you should happen to you because you probably. And this is where I'll go to Bronzeberg. Maybe you should pay somebody a private session to have some therapy instead of just going on the internet and telling the internet, a bunch of people who don't even know you, your problems. And so for those people, I agree with Bronzeberg. Like if you're doing that, I'm laughing at you because you in the wrong place for it. A
So
lot
let
of
me
this
say,
is entertainment. You trying to fix the community niggas through the internet, but ain't doing shit in the real world. We just laugh at you, man. That's it. Because this
Solutions
ain't
based.
therapy. Yeah, we just laugh at you.
that was a shot at Sharon again, but listen.
And you know why? You know
No,
why?
It's not solutions.
that's not a shot at Sharon.
Not you
Don't do that.
personally,
Free
Lou.
Zone
Not
Lou,
you,
you
Lou.
didn't
No,
say
it's what I
solution
said.
based. That wasn't you. I'm not talking about you, brother. Come on now. I'm not doing that.
Come on. What I
Oh,
don't
okay.
want y'all to do is be insulting each other for no reason. Come on, Gabe.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
yeah.
But
I
it's
was
not as.
talking about Free Zone, but what I'm
But
saying is
because I
that
think it's funny and I think it's false
why
because
you
I say
keep
that
yelling over
because I make
everybody?
fun of it. That doesn't
Choose.
mean that like
Are those
it's
black
a.
Air
I
Forces?
mean, I can have a disagreement with somebody
Are
about the
those black
position
Air Forces?
because it's not solutions here.
Are those
It's
black
just
Air
like what
Forces on your
Frizo was
avatar?
saying.
Yeah,
Are those
but
black Air Forces on your
so
avatar?
the
Can
issue
I say
is that
something before I drink down?
so the issue is that if I'm having conversations with young men that has hit me up and we have and I'm communicating with them, I'm helping them through things just because I don't bring it out on the internet because I just don't think it's a proper place. The reason why they hit me up privately because they want to have a private conversations. For some reason, now I gotta prove that to somebody that don't care.
Okay,
And he's
before
saying that you have
after
solutions,
Sharon, I
right?
want Tip to
And I
go.
gave,
Let Sharon
no
finish.
doubt. And I give solutions, and if that solution is not for you, then fine, then let it be. But that doesn't mean that it is okay for you to just insult it when you are not giving any solution whatsoever.
Let me tell you why I insulted, because you try to mix the solutions with the effery.
Not Tiff.
Gabe, give me just one
Yes.
second. Let me look, because Tiff is going to drop. She is a mom who has a small child. I do want to give her a chance to get her point off real quick, and then I'm going to let her go, and you next.
Yes, I'm gonna let
Okay.
y'all men fight it out, right? But initially, the reason why I think the whole therapy conversation even came up because someone earlier, I think it was DJ Neff, whatever his name, said something about there isn't like that many spaces for men, I guess, to get whatever it is off their chest, whether it's about relationships or what's going on in their real life and things like that. But it seems like, y'all have to come to women's platform to do that. Y'all can't do it amongst yourselves. That's why I'm
Oh, that's
confused.
a
So now
shot.
we're here combating the topic about therapy, whether it's good or not. I see why y'all having to find other avenues because I guess therapy ain't working for y'all. But I gotta go. I gotta put my baby to sleep. Y'all have a wonderful
Hey,
night.
this
Have
just
a good
reminded me
I
of a
night,
appreciate
question.
Tiff.
you.
But these
I have a
dudes do
question.
this everywhere. These dudes do this everywhere.
They
Shout
do,
out
and it's
to
annoying.
Candy Cane, but yeah, they have no control over themselves.
Now,
Peace, Tiff.
I started out. I
What you
started
talking
out
about?
saying that talk therapy for men doesn't really do much. And let me point something out. Mostly women go to therapists right now and have all that therapy session stuff. How come it's not saving the women?
Don't make it a gender thing.
Yeah, who's
This isn't
conservative?
a
I don't
gender
want a
war. No,
gender
no, no. This
war.
isn't a gender war. This is not a gender war. This is about the efficacy of this goddamn therapy. How if so many women go to so many
No,
therapists, how come so many women are getting worse and
the
worse off
conversation
mentally?
started with
Sound
Women are
like that.
getting worse off
Sound like gender
mentally.
war to
no,
me.
The
look,
more,
the conversation
but if it's
started
such
with
a good thing, if it's
no,
such a good thing for
no,
men, why is it not working for the women who love?
Night, one mic, night, one mic.
If it's one mic, you wouldn't be talking right now.
The
But it's
beef
not.
is real, bro.
It
I'm just
started
saying, one
off.
mic, man.
It's three mics right now as I talk. I know
No,
you in your
no,
feelings.
who,
Are
no,
those
who was in the
black
middle
Air
of saying
Forces?
what he was
Are those
saying, and you
black
were
Air
saying stuff.
Forces?
Okay,
Just
Yeah,
saying,
now
one
let
mic, man.
I want
Night,
okay,
one
both
mic,
of you.
man.
I want conservative to finish. Go ahead and get it out, conservative.
He'll never finish that long.
Simple ass question. If this therapy thing, which women take so much of, if it was so good, how come it doesn't fix the women?
All right, I don't have an answer for you on that. Like this simply started because men were saying there's no safe spaces for men. Again, I'm not pushing the therapy narrative. If you don't want to go to, it's just okay. Let me back it up. How many of y'all watch Kev on stage? Does anybody watch him?
I
Did you
have.
see his most? Okay, so you might know where I'm going with this. Kev on stage recently did an Instagram post where he basically said he made a post saying black men go to the doctor and get your annual checkup. And the men chewed him up for that, left and right.
Yes.
No, you're gay, this, that, and the other. I wish I could find it. It's on IG.
Oh
Is
yeah, I
anybody
saw
on
that.
IG that
Candy,
wants to share it?
they did that to Charlemagne the God. They did it to Kev on stage. Anytime anything is suggested to the men is gay.
They
And
do it to
so
Sharon
Wait,
too,
wait.
goddammit.
You saying that you saying that men came over to this channel today to complain that there are no safe spaces for men? That happened here?
Just moments
Yeah,
ago. While
somebody
you
somebody
went up
said
here.
that. Yeah, somebody
Just
said it on
Oh
moments
panel,
ago
my
since you've
and
been
then
up here.
somebody put in the comment that there is a safe space. It's called therapy, and I asked Candy to leave that up, and then I spoke on it in terms of advocacy because I believe in that. Right, for the
Exactly.
brothers that say there's no safe space. Right, I find nothing wrong with a therapist if that's who you seek, giving you work to do to deal with self. Some people don't have that guidance. They just, it is
Hey,
what it
In
is.
look.
Chicago, when me and you
Look.
chop it up, don't I always tell you for every solution that a person got a problem?
Oh, facts, yeah.
in Chicago is a brother that's really believe in the community, actively working and doing all of that stuff. And I pray for him that he don't stress himself out because you do.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You do.
Yo, man, men are cooked, man. Men are.
Hey, look,
Look, you should get
cooked.
help. You should get help wherever you can, right? But the fact that men are coming to a females panel to say that there's no safe space for men is
diabolical.
I gotta drop, man. I gotta. Hey, Candy, great stream. Great
Yeah,
stream.
Candy, check your cash app. I gotta bounce too, man. I gotta
Hey,
bounce. Check your cash app though.
I appreciate y'all. Listen, I appreciate everybody who came through. I just, we were having a conversation. I'm always going to facilitate a conversation. That is what I am. Social commentary with balance. That's my whole motto. That's what I live my life by. If y'all wanted to come and have a conversation, I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to keep it clean, keep it respectful, and make sure everybody can hear the audio. That's it.
I just came here because Candy was here. All you other bums, I'll find you somewhere else to give you the business.
And what I learned today was very interesting. That Candy was really attempting to maintain the conversation about the topic. I was attempting to follow her along with it because I thought it was a great topic. And the main people that complain about this space don't have conversation past gender talk. They find a way to turn any conversation.
They have no self-control, Sharon. They had to call you Sharon. They had to come over to this lady panel and turn it into. What about the women? This was about a comment that was made in the comment section, and Chicago responded to it. Then all of a sudden, it spent around to what about the women?
Yeah, it's strange, and I don't know why they want to fight me. So I think it's because they recognize that I do pass on solutions that they just not willing to dive in, and that's fine. You don't have to believe in what I'm saying at all. But this idea, it shows that they actually see that it is a solution to what I'm saying. They just not willing to actually engage in it. Or it's because it's me, like you said earlier. It's just because it's me saying it is a problem. It's weird.
Before anyone else goes, I did get some more cash apps in. I want to thank you for sending over the cash apps. I want to respect the money. I'm going to let Omni up, and then I'm going to play the money song for the contributors. Thank you so much.
Shout out to my.
Sorry, Nightish. I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't realize you were talking. It was a delay. Go ahead. Nightish, you're going to have to unmute so you can say what you were saying. I'm sorry. Uh-oh.
I was just saying, what's up to Omni? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. My money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap.
Okay. Thank you, and welcome to the stage, Omni.
And Candy, are you gonna read the super chats that came in, or?
Well, I don't normally read them, but I can read them. You're right. So the first one said to keep grinding. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. The second one was for the content. Then somebody donated to the Effery Fund, which I appreciate you for that. I got one.
Not your cash apps, not your cash apps. I don't know if you, because if that's not, you don't want to say them right now. I'm talking about the in the private chat. You see where it says, in your comments where it says starred. You got 2 super chats.
Let me see.
It says
I got super chats. How do I get? Okay. I didn't even know I got super chats. So you're gonna have to help me with that.
You see where the button say live?
Oh yeah. I see them.
It's a button right next to where it says starred. You got 2 of them.
Yeah.
In the comments?
Yes.
Yes.
Comment section. And your comment section say private.
Oh, I see it. Okay. So it says great topic from Shadow the Titan Wasp.
You can pull it up too, by the way, by clicking it.
Click
so that
on
everybody.
it.
There you go.
Yeah, click it and
There you
it'll show
go.
up on the screen. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so great topic. And then you have to learn that some people are a cancer and just want conflict on the stream. They have to be loud, vulgar, and ignorant.
Yes. I think they weren't so vulgar today, but they were
There was a
ignorant
lot
and
of
loud.
there's a lot of F bombs. That's for sure.
My guy Omni, what's going on with you, Playboy?
Greetings.
I join
By the
y'all.
way, I just wanted to say greetings. I was just waiting because as soon as Miss Candy said what's up, everybody started talking. So I was just waiting for my moment. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
We are doing well, sir. The conversation is about pain, corn, and for profit, or sinister systemic. What's that? Shaping.
Shaping. I had to be a little creative. Essentially, what it is, we started out talking about how rage bait content has impacted society. And do you think it has impacted? Do you think that it's had any impact on society? I am of the opinion that rage bait content is one of the worst things that has come out of social media, because what it has done is allowed the powers that be to use the algorithm, which I call the beast. It's using the algorithm, the beast, to essentially reinforce all of the negative stereotypes and talking points specifically about Black people.
Yes.
Those things go viral very fast.
Yes. And they put advertisement behind it. So you basically get Bad Girls Club or Fight Club for lesser words, and they can say they're not acting, that's them actually. So when we be on panels yelling and hollering at each other, cussing at each other, talking about drop your low and everything else, they get to monetize that.
So that's why it says pain porn for profit. That's what it is. They're profiting off of pain porn. They're getting people emotionally riled up. We're having conversations about GMO situations, and then you take that energy into your real life outside of what is happening on the internet. And I am saying that it is detrimental for society that we do that.
And they love it. So that situation like the brother in Vegas, the husband and wife, they got popped by the Latino brother because they took his
buck off of it.
Yeah, they made money off that. That was a thing for a little minute. Now the new thing is Nicki Minaj is supposedly a conservative, and is it about getting relationships so she can get her husband off and get her brother off? That's very salacious.
But that's kind of the thing too. Man, not even to pick on Black folk in this context, but we're talking about Black America right now, and Black folk love a salacious topic until it points the finger at them. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, why you niggas being so gossipy? Like, the shit is funny to me.
And I just want to answer the question. No, I do not promote rage bait topics. I talk about things that that I could build a conversation around. So no, I do not have rage bait topics.
P0rn, let me ask you this, because the most recent thing we just had was Futon and the comedian going back and forth with each other. They tried to make that the educated lames versus the Pookies and Ray Ray. So I guess the comedian is a Pookie and a Ray Ray, and the other guy is an educated lame. And they sent Grease one because the so-called educated lame away with that. What do you think? Grease winning?
Nobody won, man. Everybody's a loser for that shit.
I agree with you 1,000% there, but that's not the narrative. The narrative is that the street won.
I mean, yes, because think about who everybody's starting with, and I agree with that street nigga versus educated lane shit. That was my take on it, but I was kind of low key refusing to do content about the shit because something about it bothers me. But anyway, like the streets did win in the sense that most of your content creators have, in one way or another, sided with Corey, who represent the street. And so, I mean, there's a lot of commentary on that. This is like back to the educated lane shit. Black folk like the street aesthetic, even if we agree with the principles of the educated lane. They'll never let them win because they like the street vibe.
So what that says to me is that when you blanketed in Black folks, that we have an anti-intellectual sentiment. So if I'm able to articulate something, I'm a lame. And
Mm.
if you can be the most ignorant, whatever else, you're a
Remember
real one. You
when I first
I hate that narrative.
Nightish, when I first got
what
on
I
this
hate
panel,
about
let me say
hold
this
on,
last thing. I'll pass it to you real
go
quick.
ahead,
When I
Hood,
first got
go
on this
ahead.
panel, y'all were having a debate about delivery and how to entertain the audience. And that's just the simple fact. I mean, this is for everybody, but double for black folk. If you want a black audience, you have to be a lot more entertaining than the next. Because black folk don't just take medicine; they like to dip that shit in candy first.
Yeah, I disagree.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm gonna jump the gun.
I don't think that I agree with that conservative. I feel like right now, yes, we have more viewers than I've ever had over here, and that's because we are multi-sharing the stream. But people, I have my regular people that show up on a regular basis, and I don't have to shuck and jive for them. Just my natural personality is enough to be entertainment and also give the information.
I know you right about that, Candy Cane. Her natural personality is enough.
Stop shooting, Knight. The thing is, you have built your audience, man. In the same way I built an audience that's not necessarily the mainstream. But I think what I say about the mainstream black audience is relatively true. We like entertaining shit. We don't necessarily want to have a bunch of heavy shit on our lap all day.
And Hood, stop beating up on me, brother. I don't want no smoke from you. Let's have some peace.
Listen, we're not even fighting right now. Shit, we fought before. We last thing we doing
I
right
don't
now
want
is
no
fighting, my
smoke,
nigga.
brother. You got it.
We not fighting, bro.
Omni's trying to get a word in edgewise.
Okay, Mago. All right. So this is what I don't like about that situation in particular. For those of you that don't know and haven't been by my Omni Etc. channel, it's a gaming channel.
Yeah,
I'm a
word
gamer.
up.
You know what I'm saying? Also, Word Up Podcast for sure. So check out the Word Up Podcast if you want my social commentary. But I like to play games in my spare time, and one thing that I understand about gaming is class systems. You know what I'm saying? How they're built for a reason. You know what I mean? You have people that do range damage in the back, people that are more melee inclined, and fighters tend to stand in the front. What I don't like, when I say that, what I don't like that the black community does is they pick a school of thought, and that school of thought is supposed to be the ruling school of thought instead of everybody doing what they do best and we work together for the greater goal. Oh, which is what I see in video games. You know what I'm saying? Everybody works towards a goal based on their class, based on their role. But I think we do, in our community, we do what is okay, educated lames. Y'all gonna have to stay to the bag. Nerds have no place in the black community. Y'all don't do nothing. Y'all don't help nobody. Shut the fuck up and sit down until we call on you. Or, you know what I'm saying? The reverse of that from the quote unquote educated lames is okay, you athletically inclined individuals, you niggas that love to fight, you have no place in the community. Y'all are supposed to shut the fuck up and do whatever we tell you to as educated lames. I I think it's destructive. I think we need to find a way to work together. I think everybody needs to have a role, pick their role, and know their role and know what they need to do for the greater good of the community. That's what I honestly think.
So
I
that's
think
why
the
we
infighting is what's destroying us. We're spending so much time competing with each other. We're not, and I just had this conversation with my gent the other day. We're not competing out there with other groups
With
because
your
we're
what?
competing.
With your country son. With your what?
My gent. That's why I say instead of saying, you know what I'm saying, my nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Ain't that like a Florida word, man? They don't say that up here.
I'm from Louisiana, so Florida adjacent, I guess. But yeah, we spend so much
So I have
time
a
competing
question.
with each other that we
After
don't
Tony.
actually compete with other groups of people, and they're competing with us.
but Omni, we need to do more of this right here.
Yeah.
So we all came over here to Candy today. We need to pop up on Sharon. We need to pop over on Yo. We need to collab more so people understand that it's not just one voice.
And I appreciate all of you being here. First of all, I do want to say that I thank each and every person who has slid through today, who's hit my panel, hit the chat, hit the like, sent the cash app, all of you. Thank you so much. I do want to highlight this question. This is for the rest of the panel. Liberated Soul Rebel wants to ask you. He disagrees with the answer that Sharon gave and said for the other people on the panel. What are your thoughts on in regards to if Sharon's channel plays into the topic, which was rage bait content being detrimental?
We
Oh
need to have
yeah,
all voice. Can you put that back up for a
Well,
second? Let me
with
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
with
okay.
rage
So he
bait,
said F that. I can't accept that and dip, man. Oh my, we all into the hood kind of conversation. Cause that was BS. For the other people on the panel, what are their thoughts in regards to Sharon's? I think Sharon is doing a Sharon thing. We should have all those different voices. Y'all want everybody to be one thing, and we are not a monolith. I don't agree with everything Sharon say, but he says enough things I do agree with.
I think why Sharon gets that tag or whatever the charge is right now, which I tend to agree with, is that I've seen too many. All right, put it like this: today when we're talking about therapy, right? Several times I've heard you say the phrase "these men, these men, these men," and you'll title your show sometimes. These men need this. These men should that. And so it creates a rage bait topic in and of itself by castigating all the men. As if when the dude read the definition of therapy, he said it's to fix a particular like an ailment or some type of condition, right? What is wrong with all black men? Because that's kind of that's the way you're titling approaches the subject, as if you're the one perfect nigga and all these men need whatever the fuck you have to offer, and it's a rage bait conversation after that.
And I think the same thing about the term as a man. Whenever I see 19 Keys, Mike Rashid, and all them talk about as the alpha, the true alpha, as a man, it's the same thing. It's triggering. No,
You know
you're
what's triggering? You know what's triggering, Nightish?
oh Jesus Christ!
What's triggering is me having to deal with Sharon when we're talking about abstract concepts when he doesn't know what an abstract is. That's what frustrates me.
Hello.
Like we're talking about abstract concepts here.
the
What's an
host.
abstract?
The
Hello,
host
hello.
said
Oh, hello,
Hello.
ma'am.
You came into the
Hello.
building and didn't
Hi.
acknowledge
Yes,
Hi. This is
you
this is
whose house
speak
it
this is the
was.
first.
candy
Right,
sphere,
right.
and it's usually customary to come up and say hello before you start dragging anyone.
No, I'm not dragging Sharon. I'm trying to instigate in him self-introspection. I mean, a
But
self-analysis.
but
Imperius, you
before you
came in someone's
start,
house and you didn't acknowledge whose house it was.
yeah,
No,
you
no.
came in.
Omni, we have to call him respectfully by his name, Encelius.
No, I like it when Reese calls me Impisius. I like Impisius.
Okay.
That's
So
like,
I don't I'm not familiar with you, Imperious. I've heard your name throughout the spaces, but my name is Candy Cane. Welcome to my channel. I appreciate you coming through.
And Encelius, she's sweet. So you
it
be
sounds pretty sexy. I will say that her voice does sound pretty sexy.
I'm sorry. I also have Gabe behind the stage. I'm bringing Gabe back up as well to the panel.
and I didn't ask this brother multiple times, are those black Air Forces in this avatar?
I
Yeah,
believe
this
they
appears,
are.
guys. Yeah, whatever. I'm just ignoring that. This dude drops in bombs on black space panels. So
Only after
just
people call me a
just want to
cracker
give you
first.
I
Only
just
if
want to
they
give you
call
a
me
heads up.
cracker first.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want
So
to give you a heads up, Candy Cane. So just saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Gabe. So Imperious, this is not a gender war channel. This isn't like a rage baiting channel. I don't do the N word here. Like I facilitate conversations between people who can articulate themselves without having to insult each other. That's what we're doing.
Oh,
So
I'm
if you
good with
can,
that. That's refreshing. I'd love
okay.
to have an
So
intellectual conversation.
Oh
Let's see
my
if we
God.
can. Let's see if we can
So the
voyage into the unknown.
conversation was about therapy. And
Yeah,
what
I
was
was
said
gonna.
up here, is that whatever you may be going through, don't go through it by yourself. Inform other people. And you can do what Sharon said, which is walk 15 minutes that way and then 15 minutes that way. Get some of that estrogen up out of your body. Drink more water. Drink more water. Eat more vegetables.
Are you gonna let him give his input, or are you rehashing everything that was said on the panel previous? Because I thought he was about to talk.
Why are you talking?
Because Imperius was about to talk about his perspective, and then you started to rehash everything that was said.
So you protecting him?
That is kind of true. Thank you,
Gentlemen,
Imperius?
I'm just saying. He just started going.
1 second. Hold on. Before we get to any of that, Imperius, can you acknowledge the lady of the house?
Yes. Good.
Oh my
Hello,
God.
Hello, Candy Cane. Or is that
Hello.
Candy Cane or Cane? What do I call? I don't know what.
It's
what would
Candy
you-
Cane Lane. You can just
Okay.
call me Candy Cane. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. You know, if you're a cane. Well, I'm not going to make sexual innuendos yet. We'll
this
wait
is
for that.
you better not. This
We'll wait.
Candy
We'll wait for that.
Cane.
We'll wait for that.
We ain't gonna call you the C word.
No.
It's Candy Land.
No, I was good. No. Okay. Well, we'll move on from there. But I mean, in general, I think therapy. I mean, the overall therapy. You're talking about like self-care, just like maintenance of your mental and physical health. I mean, you don't need like therapy, like sit down cognitive behavioral therapy to have therapy. I mean, I would, a lot of men benefit from stoicism. You know what I mean? The ability to train.
No, they
yourself.
don't. They suffer from stoicism.
No,
can you let him talk? Let him finish.
Well, I think stoicism.
Why
is
do you
just a
keep
different...
defending Imperius?
Because I'm trying to hear the perspective so we can move forward with the conversation. But you keep butting in and adding your commentary.
Against me because I'm a god. When you interrupt me,
I don't even know you, man. I'm just saying. I'm trying to hear him out.
1 second, sir. If you're gonna do that,
Okay.
say, God, I cannot speak. Then I'll listen.
All right. Can we let him? If he did come up, he did come to contribute to the conversation. Can we allow him to go ahead and speak? I would like
That
to
is
hear
a
him
vampire,
uninterrupted.
Candy. You let a vampire in your house when you let Imperius up here. He may act.
You see?
And whatever else.
But see, I
Candy, he just don't let nobody talk.
I don't think that's fair, Nightish, because he hasn't been here yet, and I know he's been around to other spaces. I've heard some things, but I'm not going to insult this man or label him until he has disrespected me.
Okay.
Imperius.
Yeah. Can I, just one tangent. If I was a vampire, would you call me Blackula, Nightish, or no? Because I think that would be or Vampire in Brooklyn.
Make
Remember
your
that movie?
point. Don't make it about me.
Okay. Anyways, no, that was a good movie. I was just saying. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I think therapy is just look. Men and women have different ways and different like needs, especially too. I think women have different kinds of like emotional and mental needs than men do. I don't think men always need to talk or express themselves verbally to other people, while men can physically exert themselves or have projects that like entertain their mind or keep their focus. I think women are more communal, where they need to talk or interact with people for, healing or whatever that. I think there's differences in that metric between men and women on what therapy or healing or self-care actually is. For example, like men, I think the problem is a lot of days now men are too emotional. We've been raised for 60 years on a female model. Like when you go to public school, you're raised on a model of how to teach girls, not boys. Like to sit there, like for example, little boys, when they're sitting there in their desk folding their hands in kindergarten and first grade, that's not normal. Little boys interact with their environment through touch, through physical boundaries, through understanding it in that way. Little girls are very able to be controlled and regimented in that way, to go down, sit all the same, that's how girls learn. Little boys learn through touching, through falling, through hurting themselves, through different models of the brain. And so like when we talk about therapy and all that stuff, we got to narrow it down to like, what is therapy? Are we talking just about physical care? Are we talking about like cognitive behavioral therapy? Are we talking about like emotional introspection? Like what are we talking about? Because you could go into
I think it's probably the combination of those three.
Yeah, I mean, you can go, because I mean, then there's shadow work, like then there's Jungian psychology, where you look at your ego, your super ego, your id, your shadow, all those different layers of your psychology and your personality and your essence of who you are. So I mean, there's a lot of different things that you would go into that. It's not just therapy. Like, what are we talking about? That's why I went back to abstract. Therapy is an abstract concept. So we got to like narrow it down. That's all.
The question that I originally posed. The question I originally. The question I originally posed was in regards to how men handle, like, so if you don't believe in therapy, and I'm not pushing therapy, okay? My question was simply for the men who have stress, How do you deal with stress? How do you alleviate your mental woes? What do you do? If you don't believe in therapy, what do you do to recenter and regulate yourself to make sure that you are mentally as well as you possibly can be? What is it that you do? If therapy is not the answer for you, what is?
Well, I think therapy, we're talking like Western notions of cognitive behavioral therapy. All that really is introspection of analyzing and stopping and reflecting as why do you act the way you do, analyzing that and trying to learn from that action. Like that's essentially like if you've been to, if you've done therapy, cognitive, they actually give you paperwork to take home to write down and take journal notes and like look at and be like, okay, why did I do this in this situation? Why did I think that? Why did it's self-analysis. And I think everybody has to do that, but that's not necessarily therapy is what we're talking about, where you sit down with a therapist or open up and do. Men don't necessarily need that. Like I would say that men, when they get stressed, the best thing is to physically exert males. Like put them to some kind of physical exertion, whether it's working out, building something.
That was suggested already.
But that's first of all,
That's okay if
you have to
if he's
exert
reinforcing that
testosterone. Hold
thought.
on, but you've got to exert testosterone. Testosterone levels and all those and those chemicals in the brain are completely different for males and females. And so when men are physically exerted, the endorphins in the brain are released in a different way than women. So that's why men in general, it's good to physically, because men are beasts of burden. We're existing to break our backs. And that's what makes innately we feel good when we physically do something with ourselves. So it's both a physical exertion and a mental stabilizer for males, but not necessarily for women. For women, it is connection to the group. That's why women feel the best when they're talking to other people in a group.
So Nadish, do you have a therapist? I know you was trying to get in there.
No.
So if you don't do therapy, and if P0rn is saying that some physical activity is typically how men release, how do you release?
All of those. I've pushed myself physically. I've been to therapy. I've been to family counseling.
You push yourself physically?
Yes, I have. I'm 56 now.
Currently?
Currently no. I don't run like I used to run. I don't lift weights like I used to lift weights. I don't fight like I used to fight. No.
Oh, okay.
But that's obvious. So you just wanted to state that.
No. I'm just asking. I'm on
camera right now. I'm on camera.
I'm just asking.
And I mean, I think another one's faith too. I think religion and faith is a big deal to people. I think the idea if we're nothing and it doesn't matter is a big deal in society as well.
That's symbolic.
No, it's not.
It is.
Hold on.
I brought that up earlier, man. The therapist is just a priest for secular fucking people. That's all he is, a secular priest, bro.
No, but it's not. It's nihilism is the problem. Look, nobody is an actual atheist because nobody actually acts like that's the reality.
No one is either. They're not religious nor nihilist.
No, but
they just are.
But that's nihilism. Nihilism is not the denouncement of anything. It's the unacknowledgement of it. It's just we exist. There means nothing more than
when you come up here like you daddy because you're a pale skinned individual. Don't do that.
Who gives a, how do you know I'm pale skinned?
You have pale skin too. What are you talking about? Look at your skin.
How do you know, Nidus? How do you know I'm not super? How do you know I'm not
keep
mixed?
defending this individual? Check.
Nobody's defending me.
Yes, he is.
He's not defending me whatsoever.
Just because you're up here. Just because you're up here with your veil on, we've heard what you said about women. So now that you want to come up here and now act like women are human beings, you said
Nightish. Okay. Let me engage with this. Actually, no, let me engage with this philosophically. Nightish. Can you tell me why philosophically, other than you don't like what I say is wrong? Other than you don't like it.
See, like and dislike is a you thing. I don't really care, but I've heard what you said.
But if you didn't care, you wouldn't bring it up right now.
Okay, wait, pause. Can everybody pause for me? Pause for 1 second. Because if I have to be honest, if I'm gonna judge people by what they previously said on other panels before they got to me, then nobody would be here. Fair enough?
Dang, what I do?
Is that honest? My heart is broken.
No, listen. What I'm saying is, okay. Again, Imperius is here right now. He's just contributing to the conversation. I've never done any bounty or anything like that, so I don't even know how that works. Like, again, we're just talking. He was contributing to the conversation. He was not rude. He was not racist. I didn't hear him insult anybody. I heard him get insulted, and I'm not caping from Imperius. I would say, well, what did he
I'm
say,
not.
Sharon?
If you felt
Wait,
I
no,
insulted him, I
no.
wasn't trying to insult him.
Well, Nidus is fine. I do. Me and Nidus have a
No.
it doesn't bother me.
What did? Hold on, before you go, Imperius. Sharon, what did he say to you that I missed? Because I'm trying to keep up with everything.
He came up and he said Sharon doesn't understand abstract, and so he was insulting my
You're right.
intelligence.
He did.
No, you
He
don't
did.
though.
He did.
Like that's. Let me all
But
see that.
Gabe, come on. Listen.
I didn't call him an ad hominem attack.
That's Gabe A.
I didn't ad
Now
hominem attack him though.
understand.
I attacked his foundational arguments on how he stands on his foundation. Like I didn't make an argument like I said, Sharon's an artard that doesn't know anything because no. I made an argument against your foundation about you
But
prescribing
can you not
activity.
insult him? I don't want anybody insulted.
No,
on the
that's
panel.
not
We don't have to do
insulting.
You
that.
don't have to go that far.
No, but it's not insulting. That's not an insult. For like, look, Sharon says like you should do this or you should do that or people should do that. To be able to prescriptively give an analysis like that, to say you should do this, you have to have a foundation, a solid foundation to explain why you're prescribing that, other than you yourself don't like it or it makes you feel good or you just respond emotionally or reactively to something. There has to be a reason why you think or believe something other than I just don't like it. And that's what I was trying to get to with Nightish. Nightish, you're saying I say mean things about women or whatever. Other than
I
the
didn't say
emotional...
anything about you saying mean things to women. I'm just saying that whatever character this is you playing today, this is not you.
No,
And
it
I
is
didn't
me.
know that
No,
was-
it's a
But
dude.
you know what? What I will say is, Nightish, I push. Everybody knows who has come around my space that I push for respect on these panels. I'm not gonna let y'all go at each other like that. Like, again, it's not a mudslinging channel. We can have
Am
a
I being
conversation.
disrespectful?
No. I'm not at all saying you are. I'm not saying you are. What I'm trying to explain is maybe that is the reason why Imperius is up here. Well, you're saying he's sending a representative. Maybe he has gotten the vibe that he can't wild out like that. I'm
It's
not
the first
saying
time
that
I've been
you
on
are.
your show. I'm not going to come up here like ridiculous. Even at Sharon's show, Sharon, remember, first time I was on the show, it's pretty like cordial and stuff. Like, no, I'm not going to come up on your first show and go nuts.
I mean, you got to wait till like the second or third. I mean, just give him a chance.
Like at least the second show to where, like I know the person. I can't just go into say the N word the first time. It's like where you save something to everyone. You know what I mean? Come on, guys.
I came up because I heard him say a word, and I just wanted to explain it to the panel. You said nihilism, and I want you to explain what a nihilist is.
A nihilist doesn't believe in anything.
I didn't ask you that. Nihilist, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I wanted to. I know you, OG.
Nihilism is a philosophical belief of nothingness. There's no meaning behind it. Everything's just random cause and consequence. There's no meaning behind things. It's just random chance. There's no a philosophical meaning behind anything. There's no. It's emptiness. It is it's knowledge, value, baseless knowledge and values. That means the knowledge that is there has no actual larger reason. It's just there.
Yes.
French existentialism, Albert Camus, the book The Stranger, all of that kind of represents
all
nihilism.
that right there. And I didn't know that was Gabe A, so now I understand why you keep talking to me.
All right. Come on, man. Come on. Just keep it pushing.
Nice to see you, Gabe.
All right, so I do have Uda
Can't
on
say
here.
the
Uda,
same.
I don't know if you wanted to jump in. You've been sitting here quiet for a while. Also, Omni, you've been quiet for a while. I want to give you both the opportunity to speak if you have anything to say.
Y'all just gonna skip past that?
To skip past the nihilism?
I'm forgetting what your original question was because it seems like we're taking a left-right turn.
Yes,
It's about pain, corn for profit. So it's about using us in these situations. Yeah, no. We got it. It ended up there, but that's not what the original concept.
It wasn't about therapy.
But nihilism would mean that the pain that someone experiences is meaningless. It's just there. It's a reaction from nerves. The emotional pain is just an internalized chemical imbalance. It's not meaningful. It doesn't matter.
Well, we're talking about the
ask
in
that
front pain.
with Candy's perspective is like about okay solutions, etc. There's no room for that in nihilism, right?
Exactly. It's
You
just there's no
already accept it.
exactly. That's what
There's
I'm saying.
no. That's
You're
why
right.
I'm bringing.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
know. I know, bro. That's why I'm here. That's why I came back because I understand that shit. But it's like, yo, okay, you can't have a productive, beneficial conversation, right? If it's what Saran say, we're here for entertainment, etc., etc. This why this shit be so fake. Because it's like on
Yeah,
one hand, yo,
exactly. You
we
should
can
be here to say
entertain
something.
and engage in, but if we have cats that think like this and we understand
Sharon's literally hasn't
exists
said a word since I've
nihilism,
been here.
yeah, there's no. What are we talking about? Y'all are playing games.
Sharon needs a hug, dude. He's been kind of beat up on a little. Look at him. He's kind of he needs a little hug, Sharon. I will say that he's sitting there just kind of unmuted, just listening, getting abused. It is kind of sad.
No, no, no. It
Like
wasn't
we're
to
not
beat
even
up
having a
on him. It's
conversation
just to
about the topic.
understand, like, okay, if Candy's like, yo,
I mean, push the conversation in. I mean, like I mean, like jump
Well, I
in there.
have to
I'm
understand what
doing
the
it,
premise
kid.
is.
Like,
We talk about what we talk.
Okay, so
They threw in porn. I mean,
I'm
corn and all these other.
okay. So
What is it?
let me
That's
slow
been
you
the
down.
title the whole time.
Let me slow you down. It wasn't okay. So the title was trolling. That's what I do. I make a little bit of a
Okay,
salacious
trolling.
title.
you got some of the
Yes.
master trolls.
Oh, that's my speciality.
So I was trolling a little bit with the title. It says pain porn for profit. That's about rage bait. That was the
Okay.
whole purpose of that.
Yep.
Rage baiting, and I said that I do believe that it's a system. Oh, now I'm getting tongue tied. It's
Systemic,
sinister systemic
systematic.
shaping. So essentially, what I'm saying is that the rage baiting content is impacting society. It's leaving a
Yeah, it
lasting
is.
impact, and that was the point of the stream initially. Now it has moved a few different times. I'm okay with it moving as long as we stay within the realms of we're not up here slinging mud at each other. That was the whole point.
Okay. So
Rage baiting is
when it comes
capital.
to rage bait content is just another form of marketing. Emotional
Exactly.
manipulation marketing.
Yeah.
Okay, they
Hmm.
get you to move how they want you to move, based off of manipulating your emotions. Once you understand that, you should be able to develop a sense of discipline so that you are not then manipulated through your emotions. So adults adults should not be easily triggered in 2026. That's my take.
Well,
Okay.
Omni, also, people need to understand that troll is the other half of the world, the other half of the word, but trolls are really trying to control you. So you shouldn't feed the
Exactly.
trolls. When the trolls are on attack, you need to understand that they're trying to control you. And when
Absolutely.
I turn off these
And
internet cameras, I'm back in the real world. I'm not thinking about what Imperius said the other day.
Oh, yes, you
absolutely.
are. Come
And
on,
this
buddy.
Yes, you are. Like
and
literally,
this
you
You're
came
term
to the
supposed to be
panel, and
nice.
that's the
Don't
first thing
lie.
you
Come
talked
on.
about. It's
Yeah.
the
this
first thing you talked about.
terminology
Yeah.
this terminology troll actually comes from gamer culture.
Yes.
Exactly.
It
It's from
actually
our
comes
90s culture. Yeah.
it started in gamer culture. I was a part of many gaming
I
communities
just want to
early
be
on.
clear. So
And
nothing about this
so trolling,
conversation
well,
is
I'm sorry,
supposed
Naf. I was
Just
talking. What's
talk over
happening?
Naf because he
Right.
just don't have no control.
So you know what I'm saying? Again, those games that I played with the classes, they have trolls in them, and the troll at the bridge asking you the question, and So trolling has been around for a while, and so it was a way for other gamers to get under each other's skin. And the thing that Nidus just said is a very
Yes.
old phrase: "Don't
Yes.
feed the troll," because the troll grows in power the more that you entertain the troll, the more that you acknowledge the troll, the more power they have over the conversation, and
It's a feedback loop.
the greater ability that they have to derail the conversation,
Yes.
It's a
derail the
feedback loop.
dynamic.
It's
So if you
literally a
ever see
feedback loop.
people play GTA live when it's people from everywhere, it's a bunch of little kids calling you N-words and every single thing. They wilding out. If you don't understand what you're walking into, you will be highly offended.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's from the whole Call of Duty freaking Counter-Strike lobby when we were
Yes.
kids, dude. Like
Yes.
I remember every single person I remember playing Counter-Strike when I was in high school, literally had the N-word in their screen name. Every
That's,
single person had
that's where
some
you
form of
come
the N.
from. I can tell.
Oh yeah.
So why is it so effective? Let's keep pushing it. Like, why is it so effective?
Because the
People are soft nowadays.
Because human beings, yeah. Well, there's this softness, but it's more that we are in a society of conformity. We're
But
in
I believe it's because people don't understand what Omni just said. They don't understand where it came from. They don't understand the purpose of it, and they don't know that the whole purpose is to make you feed them. If you get
I don't know about
to the trolls,
I'd like to jump in real quick if y'all don't mind.
Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Sharon. I'll get, yeah. I think I just lost the point real quick. Go ahead.
The point of this whole thing was so we could get back to some kind of foundation where we just don't allow trolls to keep on controlling the algorithm. We need to do something to combat this algorithm of just people wanting to fit into a caricature of just being trolls. They don't have no substance behind they saying. Just come on a goddamn panel and just start hating on somebody where they're not even arguing what words I'm saying. They're just arguing whatever this narrative of Sharon Bracey is. Most of these men that be having these conversations that say they disagree, they don't even disagree. One person came up here and said how Sharon don't know what he's talking about, then go ahead and repeat exactly damn near word for word what I said. And so if we could just get into a honest mode and a base where we just paying attention to truthful things, and then we could just move forward instead of worrying about who the person that we like or dislike say it. If the person that you dislike say something, you want to go against it just because, which is just ridiculous. And it's just weird to see men do it on a day-to-day basis.
And Sharon, I've had this discussion with you multiple times. It's just because it's you.
No, but isn't that kind of a reflection of
people can be infamous for effery and bull crap. Like people can definitely be.
These people.
You said one sentence. What you mean? Lack of self-control.
These people are people who are leadership in business and whatever else, but they get on this panel and they don't have no control over themselves at all. And
what are you talking about? A lack of control? Wait, please, let's be very specific.
And I'm not.
Let's be very specific here. Like, what are you talking about?
Come on, I want to be you both.
Listen, I'll be quiet. I have no problem with being quiet when I'm being quiet. But when I'm talking, I don't want to fight with you to be able to talk.
Come on, man. Just say your point, man.
Y'all really don't have no argument against this man. Y'all just don't like the man.
That's not true.
Not true at all. So I think that a lot of time what happened. I think a lot of times people can be infamous for something, and that person goes from place to place to place in similar spaces, and they continue to peddle the same double talk and hypocrisy. I think I didn't come up here to go at Sharon, but I think Sharon always shows himself. He's hypocritical. He talks about these solutions. He talks about these things that men need to do. But a lot of times he feeds into the trolling. He feeds into the effery. He feeds into the buffoonery and the rage bait that happens online. So nobody is targeting Sharon. I think that let me finish. Nobody's targeting Sharon. Sharon, let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can go right after this. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm going to let Sharon speak for himself. He can speak. Sharon is here. What I'm not going to do is infantilize Sharon. He's a grown man and he's here. So he will be able to speak for himself. Let Gabe just get it out.
But Gabe is talking about
I got one more sentence, Knight, and then you can just go right afterwards, or Sharon. And what I'm saying is that, oh my gosh. Didn't she just say, let me finish? So you talk about people controlling themselves. You can't control yourself.
So stop talking about me. Just talk about Sharon. Leave me out.
I'm not talking about you. This is literally all about Sharon. What are you? Here we go.
The conversation saying doing blah 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 and Sharon. So if you're not talking about me, don't say my name. Just talk about Sharon.
Gotcha. So what I'm saying is that people can be hypocritical, and they show themselves eventually where they want to dibble and dabble into the trolling, the rage baiting, but then they want to talk about being solutions based and be serious. But the thing about it is that it's very difficult to go back and forth. You cannot go back and forth and be considered serious or people take you seriously. You want to be taken serious one day, but the other day you want to troll and sensationalize things. I think that's the problem, is that people treat people exactly how they act.
All right,
Yeah,
now
exactly.
Sharon, would
Like
you like?
I
Hold
don't
on,
expect people to not
hold
hate
on.
me.
Imperious. Before you go, I
No,
want Sharon to get a chance to
I don't
speak.
know why
Go
you
ahead
do
and
this.
rebuttal and say what you have to say, Sharon.
So whenever somebody say I'm hypocritical, they don't actually have something that I say is hypocritical. They will go and say because I allow people on my panel and have discussions, or I engage with a troll, that's me being hypocritical. Me attempting to have a conversation with multiple personalities is me being hypocritical. But if you go by the words that I'm actually saying, not by other people's words, right? The same way how Candy Cane is not saying Pyrrhus can't be on her panel because of what other people said he's done in the past. She's going by based on what is going to happen right now. They want to try to give me as they'll use other people as a way to dislike me, and they have no real point in what they're saying. You got to go by the words that I am using to say that I'm hypocritical.
So even on this panel today, you were saying that you recommend therapy for men because they have these issues, they have this and that going on. Somebody asked you, do you have a therapist and have you engaged in therapy? And you said no. And you said because of the process of elimination, if these men have nothing else that they could do to relieve their stress or not have any issues, then they need to go to therapy. Somebody who has no experience with therapy recommending therapy, that's hypocritical, Sharon. And that's why I say you're going to show yourself every time. And then we're going to call it out. But this isn't targeting you. This is targeting the crap that come out of your mouth.
So again, yeah. So I gave a sequence of things that can happen, and then when all those things fail, I suggested therapy. I gave a multiple of different approaches that people can go ahead and engage in. And then if all those things you don't want to do, then I said, hey, maybe therapy is a good thing. I never suggested it as the first thing. So I suggested something completely different from what you heard, but you want to paint a narrative that I was being hypocritical because I was able to have a clear thought to say, hey, we should try to do X, Y, and Z first. And if all those things fail, I believe the last result that you have is therapy, is what I actually was communicating.
You're giving advice without experience.
That was me and
I'm sorry, go ahead, Candy K.
That was me and Bronzeberg that actually said something about therapy. Sharon said walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way, something else.
I was about to actually say
that suggested therapy.
Nightish is correct. Nightish, I'm sorry. I'm going to end up shutting this down within like the next 20 minutes or so because it's getting long. I'm going to lose my ability to speak. But yeah, Sharon did not come up pressing therapy first. What I heard him actually say out of his mouth was about physical exertion. And it seemed like a few different men agreed with him. Physical exertion is what helps a lot of men. I don't see what is wrong with suggesting multiple tools, even ones that you haven't necessarily tried, if other people can vouch for those tools, if other people are also suggesting those tools. Like, I can tell you what I've heard works. I can't say that it has personally worked for me if I've never tried it. Does that make sense?
It was not contextualized like that at all, Candy K.
I don't think anybody gave him a chance to. They jumped on him as soon as he started talking and didn't give him the opportunity.
Came out of his mouth.
I can speak on that.
I don't think Sharon is hypocritical. I think he's disingenuous.
Right.
I don't think he genuinely is sincere in that he cares about what the other side.
Not at all.
I think he's more. It's not hypocrite. I think he just doesn't care. He's insincere. Yeah. When he presents like, oh, I want this person to come up here. Because when he has somebody come up there and you actually corner him on an intellectual like argument, like for example with me and the abstract, he calls me, homosexual. He'll mute you. He'll do all. If you wanted to engage with the actual philosophical or intellectual argument, if somebody came up, you would argue that. you wouldn't say, "Oh, well, when someone comes up here and they talk, they're obsessed with me, like I'm like they're gay or something because
Oh my
they
goodness.
want me up on their panel all the,
That's
or they
not
want
what
me."
this show is about,
No,
though.
but dude, Nightish, I'm making. Hold on.
And look, I think the thing to
Oh,
combat this
Jesus.
thing is I need to see P0rn in the lair. I need to see Uda in the lair. I need to see Kenny King in the
Nightish, did you
lair.
even understand what I
I
said?
don't care what you're saying at all,
I know,
Vampire.
I know you've had a
I need
hard
to
on for
see
me since I
Omni
got
in
up
the
here.
lair. We need to combat this nonsense where people will hear you say something and then just put some
Okay, what
words
did
in
I
your
say
mouth.
wrong? What did
The
I
two
actually say?
people, the two
You're
people up
doing the
here.
very thing we're saying you
No,
shouldn't
no.
do.
You
Nightish,
asked
You're
me a
reacting
question.
to an
You
emotional
asked,
level out of something
you
instead of
asked me.
engaging
It's
with the
not
intelligent.
emotion, but you
Yeah,
asked the
you are.
question.
You
You asked the
literally have a
question
hard
and let
on
me
for me
answer
ever
it.
since I got up
You
here.
asked the question and let me answer it.
Okay, the
two
question
people,
was,
you
what did I
asked me,
say
so
right
let me
there
answer
that
the
had
question.
anything was incorrect?
And
What
it's
was
my
incorrect
point.
about what I said?
You're an emotional
can we?
individual. Talking
What
Okay,
did
about
no?
emotional
What did
people.
I
listen,
say? You
listen.
You're
just
I
an
don't know.
responded.
I don't.
Who is
individual
that?
that's
Nightish,
talking about
See,
emotional
like,
Candy.
people.
man,
Nightish,
look,
Who
I'm
is
trying to be
this?
very
Imperious,
polite, but every time I
Uda,
talk,
and I
Nightish has a
appreciate
hard
that.
on for me.
Nightish
Let Uda
and
talk.
No, I
Imperious,
know Nidus. Who is the other dude?
Nightish and Imperious. Before y'all go, I don't want to turn this into a fight if we don't have to. Like
No,
for real.
I'm not going to talk to Imperious no more. I want Uda to speak.
No, but
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
because dude, you're simping and you're mad that like another
No,
guy that could would like me
no,
more
no,
than
no,
you
no,
is
no,
here.
no, no.
That's the only reason that you're mad at me.
What he's
Dude,
doing
stop
is
being a simp, bro. She's not your
bro,
chick.
bro. We can have this conversation on his channel. That's what
Right.
he's saying. We can
Yes.
talk about it over there.
Engage with the intellectual idea, and you're sitting here interrupting me, and you're saying we shouldn't care about the of where the argument comes from. We should engage with the idea, and you
Bro.
right there in that example couldn't do it. You
Can we have
couldn't
that
do the very thing.
conversation?
That's hypocrisy. That
Can we
is
have that
You
hypocrisy
conversation
sound
right
over
like
there.
there?
That's
you and
not
your
P0rn.
feelings.
That's
I don't
Can we
want
Nightish.
to
have that
argue with
conversation
you.
on Nidus channel
I'm
though?
going to be quiet and let
Not
Uda
here.
speak.
Okay, and before Uda goes, and Uda, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. I have Tiffany back on. Tiffany Starborn. Uda, you are more than welcome to go ahead and jump in here. I appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, man. I'll just be with the conversation, man. I don't want us to get always too far past what we're trying to get to. You know what I mean? As long as the people get the solutions, if we coming up with solutions or whatever we coming up with, let us come up with those things. You know what I mean? As far as therapy go, I say, hey, if it works for you, it works. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against it as far as therapy goes. You know what I mean? I come from a place like the streets, bro. That's where I come from. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, if we had a way to talk about it, we would have never been unaliving each other out there. You know what I mean? I have a lot of friends that are not here on earth right now. And some of the rest of them are doing 10, 20, or 30, 40 years in jail, maybe more. So I think being able to talk and vent things out, and be able to speak about things, maybe, because I've tried therapy before, I went there, but when I was even thinking about going there, you know what I mean, it wasn't for no emotional, no girl or nothing like that. But even when I was thinking about going there, being in my hood, they're like, come on, bro, you don't need no therapy. You ain't crazy, man. Shut up, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like the thought towards it. You know what I'm saying? So it made me kind of say, you know what? I don't know. Let me try it. Since it's like that, I said, no, you know what? Let me just try it. You know what I mean? But sometimes you need ways to vent. We need things, not just physical stuff. We need ways to vent. You know what I'm saying? This is why people's outside unaliving each other in my environment, in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? Because they can't speak on things that they actually feel. So even if you might try therapy, because however you could get it to vent and to speak, you know what I'm saying? It's a good thing. You know what I mean? But even if you try that, that might start to open up the conversation. Because when I went there for whatever, I thought like there was a lot of things that I was around. I maybe was partaking in some of the stuff too, but you know. But I got there and she started to ask me different things about, you know, like, what about like relationships? What about like stuff like that? And I began to start speaking about other parts of life too, which could kind of open you up to having certain conversations. You know what I'm saying? So I think you could take that from therapy.
And just so I could build on that, that's why I said in the very beginning, I said that's why I mentioned have a journal so they could have some self-reflection, have a schedule for themselves so they can follow that. So if it strays off of that schedule that they plan for themselves throughout the day, they could get back to it. So I was given multiple of different avenues that you could do to try to regulate all these different things that happen to you as a human being.
I mean, in general, also stay so busy, your mind has no time to think of the negative emotions. Like literally, there's an old saying called idle hands of the devil's workshop. Like if you're so busy and you're so worn out from all the shit you're doing, you start to forget the things that are bothering you and time goes by and you're like, oh, I don't even remember that. Like staying completely busy and focused on one thing or a goal or something like where it takes up your entire mindset or your entire focus will make it so time passes and that emotion, that negative emotion, because remember, it's just a moment, time will pass. Emotions are just a moment in time.
Hey, Candy Cane. Hey, look, this is how close my journal is to me. My journal is right next to me, so I can write down the information that I have in my head, so I could try to do some self reflection about it, either late on tonight or early in the AM.
Mhm.
Right next.
Salute to that though, for real, bro. But you know what I'm saying? Imperious to me, right? Sometimes it's more technical, you know what I mean? In some ways, you know, because I think that, you know, people got to get it out though. Regardless of the fact, I think that people got to get this out, you know what I mean? And but how do you go about doing that? You know what I mean? How do you really, really go about doing that without getting into the real conversations? Because even if you go to even psychology, the 101 is like when you go into ACEs and the adverse childhood experiences and stuff like that, 90% of the issues that adults have came from childhood, point blank. So even when you, right? So even if I come at, like, let's talk about slavery, right? So let's think about we all traumatized from that. So to even go back and to even bring getting our mind out of this, you're gonna need some kind of thing, man, because it's trauma. It's all trauma. Whether we think we live the trauma or not, we all are a part of it. We are
That's
living
what I
it.
mean. I think the only way to do that is to so devote yourself or focus your mind into a goal or a concept that that your mind is almost numb to the outside or the effects of any kind of stimuli aside from that. Like I mean, if you want to look historically, the reason why black people got through slavery, got through Jim Crow, got through the black codes, got through Reconstruction, got through all that stuff is because inherently they were very, very religious. Black people were very religious and they devoted their entire lives not to getting things or not even to their own. They devoted themselves to a higher power. And when you devote yourself to the concept of something like eternity,
Hold on, man.
it doesn't matter like all the other stuff, the nonsense that you get from here, the words, the uncomfortability, all that stuff seems minuscule when you look at things from a 40,000-foot view.
No, what
Who
is that?
who was
Andy,
trying to
drag
cut
him
in? Is
over
it
there,
Nav?
drag me over here.
Hold on, man.
I'm sorry. Who was trying to cut in? I heard somebody speaking, but your mic is low.
Me.
Is that you, Nav?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because hold on, man. You talk about millions of black folk that served in the military, myself included, that sacrificed. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I ain't like the way that this conversation was going. Like, hold on, what are you talking about?
In which way? In which way, bro? In which way you mean? Because you're saying, like, in which way, so we can really understand what you're saying?
Which way is like, all right, they already were like forcefully and then voluntarily, right? Because this is our country, right? I was one of them cats that was like, you know what? Maybe I should look to leave and go somewhere else. And then I start hearing other things, and it made me rethink. Like, wait a minute, y'all right? I ain't going nowhere because we put in our ancestors, etc. So I don't know what bro was talking about.
I'm confused.
Yeah. I
So
was just saying
from
something else. That's what I was
Y'all
saying.
was
I was
where?
saying
Who
it.
do?
before I interjected, like, but
Okay,
yeah,
okay. So I see what
I was
you're
just saying
saying.
from
So
trauma. I was just saying from a trauma perspective. Even though none of us have been in slavery, we might think that slavery never affected none of us, and some people be talking like they never been affected by it. But we've been affected by it. We've been affected by systematic things that's been affecting us every single day. It's changing how the way we live, the way we think, and everything around us and about us. You know what I'm saying? Unless you do some real digging, soul searching, researching history, and all kind of things like that,
not
then you
that.
start to unwash your brain or your mind out of certain things. But this is just conditioning at this point, you know what I mean? And that's trauma. We're conditioning the trauma. And this is why a lot of time we react and we act out the way we act on panels or in real life or in our relationships and all of those things. And it's based on some of those things. It's trauma, you know what I mean?
I think though what in general all therapy does, every kind of therapy there is, every form of therapy teaches you that in the end you're in control with how any stimuli affects you. Whether you feel like you're traumatized, whether you feel like you're affected, whether it is all, if either of you are, even if you are, anything that affects you, you determine how much it affects you, and you determine how much it deviates your life from what you're doing. The essence of therapy is to help you understand in a cognitive way that no matter what happens to you, no matter what comes across in your life, you have the ultimate control of how those things affect you personally.
Yeah, and I
That's
just want to
and Sharon's next. Go ahead, Sharon.
and I just want to build on like when we do have these conversations, we gotta also recognize the people that is just constantly trying to find a negative and a problem in every situation, right? I said that I have a journal, they want to call it a diary. But maybe they should just put out what's the difference between a diary and a journal. Even though my brother Omni had his journal right next to him as well. Also, I got a plethora of books behind me as well. And it is okay for us men to recognize the difference between a diary and a journal, right? A diary is more of just jotting down what happened to you throughout your day or throughout something that's important to you, that is traumatic or fun, whatever that case is. But a journal is more about putting down your thoughts, going through it introspectively, so you can really focus on your thoughts, so you can focus on the next day or whatever your goals are. So that will be the difference between a diary and a journal. Just for the people to know.
I just think we just get so caught up on words or this and this and that. Don't matter, man. It's about journalizing, writing down your thoughts, getting it out. I'm an artist. I'm a person that write music. I write scripts. I'm an artistic person. So I was given from born ways to vent out things that I go through. Some people don't have a vent. They don't have a way to get that out. They don't have a way to get their thoughts out. Some of my friends couldn't. He picked up a strap and he went to do that. They don't have a way to vent their thoughts. Sometimes you got to get to vent. That's why we hit these panels. You know what I'm saying? This is what happened. This is what this is. So it could be therapeutic. You know what I mean? But it's all about getting these thoughts out, because I think that's a lot of the problems that we have, especially from men to women. How do we communicate to our women? How are our women communicating to us? You know what I'm saying? This is what it all comes down to in a nutshell. How are we communicating to each other? Because a lot of problems are things that I went through. If I communicated in a different way, I don't think I'd have been in that situation at all. You know what I mean? So communication is a lot of times just the issue. So how do we communicate? You know what I mean? And communication is a skill. It's an art. You know what I mean? It's also a talent. You know what I mean? Because to teach someone, you got a classroom full of students. You got to be able to give them all 30 students this knowledge. One getting a spoon, one getting a fork. One, you got to give the knowledge by hand, because everybody can't process the knowledge the same way. You know what I mean? So I think communication, how we communicate, is a big thing.
So can I speak on this? Because I've been disrupted
Hold,
for a minute. Shout out to Chanel. Not Chanel.
before you go, Nav, let me, because
I'm
Sharon been
sorry.
trying to tag in for a hot second. Let him go
Who?
ahead and get his point
Who
off,
been
and then I'm
trying to
gonna
cut
let you
in?
go after.
Who?
Sharon has been trying to cut
Yeah, he
in
been
for.
cutting in. Are you serious? You know what, Queen? You got it.
No, listen,
Okay.
listen. I'm trying to
Whatever
facilitate this
you want, bro.
conversation the
Whatever
best that I can.
I'm always gonna, you know what I mean?
We here, Nap. I want to hear what you got to say too, bro. We here, bro.
Absolutely. I want to hear what everybody has to say. That's why y'all are here. Sharon, would you like to go ahead and respond?
I hope I ain't bring no stress to your show, Candy. I was just excited to build upon the topic. I didn't mean to bring any kind of situation to your channel at all. Man, it just shows that we have a long way to go. The people that complain the most about not having these conversations, or it seems like they are the main one that fight these same conversations. Like when we attempting to literally in real time build up a conversation that is centered around communication, moving forward without it being who's right and who's wrong thing, they are the main ones fighting against it. It's something that we gonna have to have a conversation about as well. Why do we want to focus so much on what is not happening? Why it is happening? It is a weird thing to see it in real time over and over again when we say, hey, let's get together, let's have some intellectual fun. We can still have jokes and be funny. We can educate each other, still have a great time, laugh, joke, scream, yell, be passionate about it. And then while we doing it, they will tell you why we can't do it. And attack the person that would attack people that is attempting to do it. It's the weirdest thing. Man, I'm gonna have to write this down in my journal and do some focusing on this. Goddamn.
Sharon, does your journal have a pink cover or no?
No, don't do that.
Naf, I want you to go ahead and go next because you were waiting, and then
Yeah, I
Imperious.
appreciate that, because that's exactly like, all right, we appreciate that. This is why you have no space in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need a roof or something like that. You know what I'm saying? We call you. You know what I mean? Like some outside exterior. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, I don't want to go into insults. I want you to go ahead
oh,
and
all right, all
say
right.
your
You're
point,
right. You're right. You're
please.
right.
Thank you.
No, no. But the thing
Bring it
is,
back. Bring it back.
he is the idea, and he lives on that and says like, "Yo, this is about entertainment." You have cats that be like, "Yo, I don't have Sharon's following. I don't have, you know what I'm saying, his engagement." And they be on some, I want black people to get together. Can we engage in this? Can we do that? And I'm not taking away from the fact that he doesn't, love and respect black people, because that is what it is. But that entertainment stuff be hurting us, you know what I'm saying, to a certain aspect when we talk about, yo, we're trying to look for solutions and be like, yo, I need to know who's for real and who's not. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
can I ask you a question there
Yes,
based off
ma'am.
of what you just said? Would it be fair to say, because you're saying people with smaller channels who are actually looking for solutions don't get the support that Sharon is getting? Sharon
Okay.
is here supporting right now somebody with a smaller channel who is actually trying to facilitate that conversation
And
and
this
to
shuts everybody else down, because now nobody else can say nothing because it's somebody that's bigger than the smaller channels. They gotta listen to what the other niggas say.
I don't is that what I've done? I feel like I try to give everybody the opportunity to
No,
speak. I
I'm
don't
not saying you, but
okay.
I'm on YouTube. I'm on TikTok. I'm on. I don't have a. If I really put money into these spaces, I could clear all you niggas out. But that's not what I'm on, because I understand the time it takes. I literally shot this type of content from my home, like when I had, like, you know what I'm saying, a studio, and was like, okay, this is what we do. That shit costs money. So I support anybody that's willing to do it, because it doesn't, it's not easy. I want that to be clear. It's not easy. And then on top of that, if you have government jobs or something that could be, somebody could be like, yo, I saw your video on YouTube or on TikTok or whatever. Now your livelihood is involved in it. That's something else you might have to consider too. That I support anybody that's willing to, have the conversation publicly, but I understand it doesn't come without a cost. So I'm trying to understand, how do you reach a space or a point to where it's like, okay, uh, this is going to cost you something, depending on who you are, where you are, right? Some of y'all not in the DMV area. Y'all might be in you know small towns or whatever. I know where Sharon is, but I kind of forget, and I make that on purpose because, like, I like what he's doing, and I want him to continue to do what he's doing. But, like, if he's not in a metropolitan area where it's political, to where it's like, yo, he gets big enough, they can blow his shit up and change it. Like Candace Owens, like, gotta hire personal security and all that. Like, I would never wish that on him, but that's where we're teetering at. Like, so that's why I
I'm
kind of like hesitate
I'm a
with these.
little lost because it sounds like you low key are kind of saying that Sharon's gonna have like hitters out here for him. Is is that what I'm hearing?
He's not the only one though.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. No matter
I
what you may think of Sharon and his
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not wishing that. What I'm talking about is the ability to have a open conversation without political association. That's what I'm trying to get at. And it sounds like misconstrued because I'm like tap dancing on it, because of, like, I don't want to, like, be like, oh, I'm saying XYZ, but that's literally what it comes down to. It's like, yo, can you openly speak to and say something, and you agree with this political party or you disagree with this political party? You know what I'm saying? Can you speak freely We're talking about
But I don't
democracy.
understand how we got here because we weren't really talking necessarily on politics so much. Like again, we started off talking about how rage bait content. So help
Yeah.
me bridge the gap because I'm trying to follow you and I'm getting lost on the politics aspect of it.
I tried to sneak something in there. I'm gonna fall back.
Okay, all right. Does anybody else want to jump in? Uda, did you get the chance to finish your point? Omni, did you want
Omni
to
could get
speak?
anybody, Sharon, Omni could get me. I'll get it back.
So I'm actually going to I'm
Good.
going to shut this stream down here shortly. I also want to say if any of you guys stream and are planning to go live next, I can go ahead and do a redirect so that the crowd comes with you. It's up to you.
So
So
I think we really got away from what the purpose, and this is why I was confused because it seemed like every time we were trying to, speak on the subject matter, we started having a conversation about the conversation, and yeah. Um, so back to rage baiting. I think people need to develop, and it's not just black folks, even though I said black folks earlier. I just think adults in 2026 need to develop emotional fortitude. We talk about emotional intelligence all the time. I think that also
mhm.
needs to be laced with a sense of emotional fortitude. And what I do is whenever I see something triggering that triggers me, I go ahead and research it immediately. It helps me deal
Mm.
with, what I'm saying, what it is. I've just trained myself to research the thing that I find emotionally triggering and then it's not triggering anymore. Because they're trying to get you in a gotcha. Again, they're trying to whoever puts out the rage bait content, they're trying to get you to move off of emotion. And
Mm.
when we move off of emotion as adults, we understand. We see it with kids. When kids act out of emotion, they do what's not in their best interest. So as adults, we should know that when we're acting out of emotion, we're not acting in our best interest, right? So with that, we just need to develop emotional discipline and say, okay, that was insulting. That was emotionally triggering. What can I analyze about this piece of content? Is there any truth to it, or is it all BS and lies?
That
You
was
know what I
really
mean?
good. I enjoyed that one. That was really good. And I just want to say the only reason why I shared it is because I was trying not to be no main focal point at all. I was being quiet most of the time as much as I possibly can. I was not trying to interrupt anybody. I just wanted people that might know my channel that might not know Candy is streaming. I wanted them to see her channel and get an opportunity to enjoy her content. That's what my main focus was. I was not trying to attempt to be the main character in this situation at all.
Excuse me for a second, Sharon. Have I ever pulled a gun out on your panel or anybody else's that you know of?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, I haven't, but Gabe is in the comment section saying that I've actually put a gun on screen, and I've never
And
done
I,
that.
hey, the
I've
crazy.
cocked one. I've cocked a few
Oh,
times.
shit.
I've cocked it to let you know that I have it, but I've never put it on screen because I know that that would destroy, saying that piece of content or get someone's channel demonetized. I would never do that. I just want to clear that up. That's yeah.
Candy Cane, hopefully I didn't bring no strangeness to your channel. Hopefully I just brought some eyes to your channel and nothing else. Hopefully I didn't try to be the main character in your channel.
I
Hope that.
don't I didn't feel like you tried to be the main character. I felt like somehow or another the panel turned you into a main character. I don't feel like you came over with a takeover spirit. I do appreciate you coming up. You were respectful. We had a civil conversation. I mean, you did add to the content, and I appreciate anybody who can do that. Even with the people who have an issue with me letting Imperious up. Again, I am here to facilitate social commentary with the balance. I've never met Imperious before. This is his first time being introduced to me, my first time being introduced to him. Have I heard other people and what they had to say about this man? Yes. But my thing is always before I give you, before I allow anybody else's opinion of you to be my opinion, I'm going to formulate my own. I'm an independent thinker, y'all. I always have been. So unfortunately, that's going to rub some feathers. And I hope it's not going to chase any of my loyal day ones away. As you can see, the whole point of what I'm doing is to show that we can have conversations, we can have civil discourse, and have fundamentally different ideas and still get along. I think we demonstrated that in real time.
And I think only DB described that what we need to be doing with each other, right? Because DB know who you are, but they know you stream, and just I just like I want to. We need to just do a better job at respecting each other and helping each other build, because we have talent in our own, whatever they want to call it, space sector, whatever they want to call it. To me, I think it's kind of nonsensical to call it, to limit ourselves to some kind. This is YouTube. YouTube is huge, and we need to help each other. That's how we get our, whatever y'all want to call it, section of YouTube to be huge. We could do it ourselves. Why can't we have the best Saturday night show? I don't see why not.
Yeah, I
So
think I'm just call it what it is. I put it on the screen. I think some people feel lesser than when certain personalities are present. That's just what it
But
is.
regardless of what, I just think that when it comes down to it, because sometimes you be like that. We on panels, sometimes people got smoke. It be like that. You know what I mean? It's energy, you know what I mean? And it carries on. But regardless of the fact, when we on these panels, there's still people in the chats that's listening to the conversations, that's going to gain from it or not from it. Even these videos are up, you know what I mean? They last next year. Somebody might pick up this video 5 years from now, you know what I'm saying? So what are we adding to the conversations? You know what I mean? So for me, we got to always still make sure that we still get into the conversation and making sure that whoever's in the chat or whoever may pick this video up tomorrow, next year, whatever, they can also take a jewel from it. You know what I mean? Bro.
yes, exactly. That's my goal here. Like the whole reason I started streaming was because I got tired of seeing the same old rigmarole. I got tired of men versus women. I got tired of, the anti-blackness, and I decided I wanted to be the change that I wanted to see. I didn't care how small I had to start. I didn't care if people weren't really vibing with the topics or the content. I felt like if I put it out there, they will come. And eventually, people did start to come in. They started to understand. And for the people who want a break from whatever's going on in the space and they just want to come to a place where they can have a normal conversation without, all kinds of explicitives flying back and forth, that's what we do. This is a chill spot. So if you want to consider it a chill zone where we can come, relax, rap, have conversations, and remember that we're human. I'm talking to you not as an angry black woman and you an angry black man. We're having conversations. That's it. That's all I want to do.
Absolutely, that's spot on, and that's how I build my podcast. I got people coming over there now, just off of the premise that I set up initially: wary observations, righteous discussions, unite people. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but people will come across it eventually, and people will gravitate to it. You just have to stand on your standard.
Yeah, that's a good thing too. But it also comes with us sharing, supporting, sharing, hitting like buttons, doing the little things that's free. You know what I'm saying? We always looking at someone else and saying what someone's not doing, but we're not doing nothing. We're looking at Umar Johnson or whoever else that's not doing, which we all know ain't doing it. But I'm just saying, we always looking at somebody that ain't doing it, and we not doing it. You're like, you ain't. So if
You know
we
what
can't do certain things for
Sorry.
each other, which is free, you know what I'm saying? Then what is we really doing? So it just comes down to stuff like that, Simple
I
stuff.
find that a lot of people will issue out critiques. Like they'll critique the content, they'll critique the content creator, but they'll never sign up to actually do it themselves. Like if you don't like the content, create the content, make the content. You know what I'm saying? My thing is if it's something you don't vibe with, you can click off of it. You don't I don't know. It's always been weird to me to hate watch people and like try and tear them down. Um, that's not really the point of all of this, but I'm just saying, like, if you want more positive content, create it. It's not that difficult. I learned to do it. If you need to get with people, find you a mentor or somebody that's going to sit down and show you how to work StreamYard or whatever system you decide to use, do that. But like to just constantly complain about, oh, I'm sick of the gender war. I'm sick of MAGA. I'm sick of this. Okay, so then if none of these other spaces are fulfilling your needs, maybe you should create your own. And if not, then maybe it's not for you.
Agreed. Agreed, man. Agreed, man. And
So
that man is agreed, man. Agree with you, sorry.
Going back to the therapy conversation, I find it very therapeutic to become the person that I needed once upon a time.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about. That's why I let the therapy conversation roll, was because it's not just about, like, that wasn't to bash black men. Black men go to therapy, all y'all are fucked up. No, people need to figure out ways to manage stress, ways to cope, ways to make themselves better. And I was, y'all started on the conversation. It was about y'all. I wasn't really trying to interject it. I just wanted to facilitate it because it seemed like that's what the men wanted to discuss while they were here.
It's
So
not bad. It's not bad. I think that everything sometimes I think that we just gotta, me being from the place I'm from, you know what I mean? It's just an inverted way of thinking. It's just like reverse. Like everything that's supposed to be good is bad. And everything that's bad is good. You know what I'm saying? Like my friend that was a virgin, my homeboy, they joked him up and he was a virgin. But like, damn, he's a virgin. He ain't got no diseases, no nothing, no anything. He actually good. You know what I'm saying? And if we would have fake believed in the Bible that mommy done told us, he actually all right right now. But I'm just trying to show you like everything is just like inverted. You know what I mean? So to talk to somebody, I told you, like when I was like, you know what, my sister was talking to me. It's the person that came and said, you know what, nah, I think you should go to therapy and just really talk about some stuff too, man. I was like, man, come on, I don't need that. She's like, no, what, no. Me and my sister was talking, and I was like, you know what, and I went to talk to my homeboy about it. A couple of my friends said, come on, bro, you bugging, you ain't crazy. Automatically, they told me I wasn't crazy, but it's not about being crazy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
right.
it's about venting, it's about speaking, because I didn't know what I was there to expect. You know what I mean? But then, you know what I mean, I did it. I didn't do it for that long, but I did it. But then when I got there, she was speaking to me and I ended up speaking about other different things that I wasn't even thinking about. You know what I mean? So it kind of brought things that was in the back of my mind, maybe in the recesses, to the front of my mind. You know what I mean? And this is how we begin to start to really deal with situations or real issues at hand. When an outside person kind of talk to you about something, say, well, you ever thought about this? You know what I mean? Sometimes we really need those mirrors. You know what I mean? We need to talk to someone. I don't care who it is or what it is, but we need to talk to someone. For real.
And do you think maybe perhaps people recommend therapy because it's a lot easier to talk to a stranger who doesn't know you and isn't going to judge you, versus having that conversation where you can't always go into the real truth of your situation with friends and family because you don't want that level of exposure. Sometimes we like to keep a covering over ourselves before we give everything to everybody around us. Do you think, okay, would you agree with that?
No stakes, absolutely. I've never been in therapy, but that would be the appeal to me. But I live in an era in which therapists get on TikTok and talk about their patients. You know, say talk about their
Yeah, they don't
patients
help
on
the cause.
TikTok.
That's true.
So it's not for me.
But I think
It's
that's
just
what
not for me.
I think that's why the panels became addictive, is because it was a place where they could communicate with strangers that don't know them personally, and they could just communicate. I think that's what it was intended for originally. That was the law of it, and somehow it strayed away from it being therapeutic, so people could go ahead and move to therapy if needed. I don't know where that switch happened because I wasn't on YouTube for that long to understand where the switch had it, but I know by the time I got here, it was already a little toxic to say the least. And we need to learn how to communicate effectively. It's very simple that men need to understand that it is okay to recognize your emotion. It's not okay to live in your emotions, right? You're supposed to be able to recognize and understand when you are angry, and anger should not be the only color in your crayon box. You need to have a plethora of colors to paint with when you are going through your day-to-day basis. Majority of men, they want to take away colors. They have happy, sad, angry, and mad. And that's the four colors of the crayon box they want to use. And this is why they, in today's time, have such a hard time communicating with women, because women paint with a plethora of colors. They are more and ready and willing to just whatever color that they feeling right now, they willing to tell it and express it. And they knew, and we be trying to communicate with our women. And she like, hey, I'm toy cursed right now. We like, but that's blue. She like, no, it ain't really blue. Blue is the base of it, but so if men can learn how to understand their emotions and paint with different crayons, we probably will. Both parties would be just better to move forward. We won't have to have shows where it have to have a devil's advocate. We'd be able to have a great show, and we all could be just having a good time and having good opinions, good thoughts, and it still be great without it being somebody got to go to fisticuffs verbally.
Matter of fact, Sharon, I'll give you a story from me and my wife that articulates exactly what you're talking about in the ways that women communicate. So when I first got with my wife, we were catching the bus, you know what I'm saying? And we would kick it after work on the bus route. And we stopped by a Dunkin' Donuts shop, and there's this drink there called a Coolada. We haven't been in many years, so I don't know if it's still there. But I bought hers and mine, and the moment that she takes a sip of hers, the way that women describe things is even different from men. It's like the way when she took a sip of hers, she said it tasted like cartwheels, roller coasters, and happiness, and I couldn't even compute what she was saying at the time. I would be honest
I
with you. I
take
couldn't
sugar, hotness. And
yeah, it was a very sweet drink. It was very sweet. But yeah, so I get what you're saying about the way that women communicate. They communicate in different dimensions that men do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I want to
Go ahead, Candy.
I want to thank all of you gentlemen for coming through. I want to ask if anybody has last thoughts that you want to conclude with, and then go around and let everybody get it off.
I started up. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Keep on doing your work. I will help you out in any chance I can, with any capacity I can. All you gotta do is ask. I'm very easy to get in contact with. And shout out to you. Keep on grinding. You're on the right path, and you're gonna go through a lot of bumps in the road. So be prepared. When you're doing great things, you tend to do some strange things.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Sharon. Omni, you want to go next?
My number one thing at the end of most shows is to say, lift every book and read. Read more, experience life more, go outside, touch grass. That's what I got for you. Y'all take care.
You have a book recommendation? Because I was talking to a couple of homegirls from YouTube, and we are considering doing a book club. Do you have a book recommendation?
Oh, my number one all time recommendation for anybody, man, woman, black, white, brown, especially the maladjusted that's trying to adjust. Sharon knows this. He can lift it up. It's the Four Agreements.
Oh, I have read that. I've read
The
it
Four
myself.
Agreements.
And I got all four of his books too, back there too. I would like to give one. The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F.
I love that.
Oh, yeah,
That was a good book, bro.
Yes,
That was a good book too.
a very fun read. It's
It
funny.
was orange, right?
Yeah, it's orange.
It
It's fun. It's educational, and you can read through it quickly because it gets you engaged really quickly. You don't need no dictionary. I think that's a great book to get into the funness of reading, and without it being some kind of novel.
Yeah, I'll give y'all a book too, because I love reading. I like all of those books too. So I like psychological books, but I would say The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. You know what I mean? And then the second book is The 8th Habit, From Effectiveness to Greatness. I think it's a real good book. You know, check that out.
What's funny is both of those books, the one Sharon just recommended and the one you recommended, are in my Kindle.
I
They're
love that
audio
book.
books that I haven't gotten to yet, but I do have them downloaded. And
Yeah, man, those are kind of books. You know, I like reading like the 48 Laws and all those types of books too. You know what I mean? But 7 Habits of Highly Effective People is a really, really good book. I think you should read it, man. Trust me.
Yeah, both those are good. And if you like autobiographies, Kevin Hart book is hilarious. It's like reading his stand-up. Like when you start reading his book, you hear his, well, for me personally, I heard his voice in my head the whole time I was reading his book. It was actually phenomenal, and I literally laughed out loud while reading. That's how funny his book was.
all right, I will definitely check it out. I appreciate it. I want to say again, thank you to everybody who came through this evening. Thank you to everybody on all the streams. We appreciate you. I just want to say, as my final words, be the change you want to see. Like, I could spend all day and all night complaining about all the things wrong with the world, or I can try and do my little part to leave a lasting impact. It's your choice. You have 24 hours in every day, and you get to decide every day you wake up how you're going to spend that day. And it's a blessing to be able to wake up and choose how to spend that day, because it's a lot of people that you know, I know, he know, she know, we know, that don't get that opportunity anymore.
Salute to that. Salute to that. Salute to Candy. Salute for having me. Salute for this whole panel, this great conversation, everybody in the chat. I most definitely leave out with a word, and that's reciprocity, reciprocal energy. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes we think we just live like in this whole culture, whatever culture. I think we live more in a user culture today. So reciprocate. You know what I mean? Let's start reciprocating some energy, or understand the energy that you get sometimes is from the energy that you give out. So let us reciprocate some real energy.
Wonderful. All right. So if anybody's still in here, I'm gonna play my outro song. It was created for me by DJ Witch Doctor. I don't know if anybody needs any songs or anything created, but he's somebody you might want to check out. And with that, I'm gonna say good evening. Thank you all. Good night.